What is the meaning of this, Yuna Uzumaki? Why would you save the Captain Commander just to challenge him to combat moments later? Although Aizen had already concluded what Yuna's plan was, he decided to ask her about it anyway to make sure that Yuna didn't realize that he knew what she was up to. Well, Tilda, honestly, fighting you and your illusion power or whatever doesn't sound very appealing to me, and I would rather fight someone with fire-based powers like Yamamoto here. Aizen couldn't suppress a sneer after listening to Yuna's explanation. He had expected her to make up some kind of excuse why she wanted to fight Yamamoto, but he did not expect she would come up with one so bad. Because fighting him looks more interesting. What a jerk. If she wants to trick me into believing her, such a pathetic excuse won't do anything. As those thoughts passed through Aizen's mind, and before he could resume speaking, Yuna said a few more things. And on a side note, your opponent is already here, so it can't be helped. What? Getsuga Tensou. Aizen's eyes widened as a garganta suddenly opened behind him, allowing Ichigo to pass through it and attack Aizen from the back. Aizen quickly moved out of the way, but despite reacting quickly, Ichigo still managed to make a small cut on Aizen's body, causing blood to flow. Seeing that, Yuna only shook her head in disappointment as her focus went back on Yamamoto, who was surprised to see Ichigo here. What a lame sneak attack. If you want to sneak attack, at least don't yell out the name of your attack, and if you are so hell-bent on yelling it out, then at least give it a cooler name. Seriously, only 2 words. Pathetic. Meanwhile, feeling the wound Ichigo caused him, Aizen couldn't help but smile lightly as he got a feeling for Ichigo's spiritual power. What are you smiling for, Aizen? Isn't that obvious? You missed your chance to kill me, Kurosaki Ichigo. This was my last vulnerable moment. So what? I still managed to wound you. Wound me? Yet again, Aizen chuckled in amusement as he removed the wound he had received by slightly shifting his clothes. You call this a wound? To Ichigo's surprise, the gash he managed to inflict on Aizen was already healing at a rapid pace. What? High-speed regeneration? No, this is not high-speed regeneration. Do you seriously think I would hollow fire? No, this is it instinctively protecting its master. Seeing the confusion on Ichigo's face, Aizen chuckled in amusement as he parted his clothes, revealing his chest and stomach, showing that there was now a blue sphere embedded into his body. Seeing that, Ichigo's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, Aizen yet again chuckled in amusement as he continued speaking. That's right, this is the Hobyoku. Seeing the shock on Ichigo's face, Aizen's smile widened as he touched the remains of Ichigo's spiritual power still covering his wound. Magnificent. You have really grown a lot, just like I envisioned. What? Your encounter with Rukia. The awakening of your Shinigami powers while facing Yuri Ueshida. Your realization of your Zanpakuto's power in your fight with Rinji Abarai. The glimpse of your Bankai during your battle with Saraki Kenpachi. Then, you took a step towards holification during your battle with Kuchiki Byakugan, and in your battle with Grinjo Jagajax, you mastered it. Finally, in your battle with Ulquiorra Cypher, you managed to awaken an even greater power. Finishing listing all of Ichigo's major power-ups and who caused them, Aizen couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he resumed speaking. All of these battles happened in the palm of my hand. What? What do you mean? In the palm of your hand? What does that mean? Seeing Ichigo getting more and more agitated, Aizen only shook his head as a calm smile appeared on his face before he continued telling his story. Now, there is no need to raise your voice. However, didn't you find it weird? You faced so many powerful opponents, but every time you faced someone dangerous, your power was more or less similar to your opponent. Do you truly believe that that was a coincidence? Ichigo's eyes widened in terror as he realized that Aizen's words were indeed true. Every time he went through a major breakthrough in his strength, an enemy popped up that was conveniently about as strong as him or significantly too strong for him to beat, egging him on further and motivating him to keep pushing. However, as he was thinking about how Aizen's words appeared to be true, something felt a little off. Wait a moment, what about Kenpachi? Ichigo went through a major power-up in that fight as well, realizing the first step of how to archive his Bankai, but he actually lost that fight badly. Hearing Ichigo's words, Aizen almost started cursing, as that fight indeed didn't go as he had predicted. For some reason he wasn't aware of, Kenpachi had managed to reawaken to his full power while he wasn't watching. Frankly, Aizen had not even a sliver of a clue about how that happened initially, but after hearing the brief conversation between Yoruichi, who tried to rescue Ichigo, and Kenpachi, after defeating Ichigo, he could make a good guess. Somehow, Kenpachi started respecting Yuna enough for him to stop bothering about the well-being of Seirei for the sake of doing Yuna a favor. Although it was impossible for him to fathom what exactly had happened, it was rather clear that Yuna had her fingers in this whole mess somehow. Luckily, Yoruichi managed to convince Kenpachi to let Ichigo go. Otherwise, Aizen might have been forced to do some things that could have possibly messed up his plans. That situation was different. In that situation, you were supposed to witness the overwhelming power the strongest captain in Seirei had to make sure you understood your situation. Obviously, that was a lie, but there was no way that Aizen would admit that he had lost control over his plan for a brief moment. Hearing Aizen's explanation, Ichigo felt like something was off, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough experience in dealing with schemers like Aizen to figure out what exactly was wrong. So, the only thing he could do was grit his teeth in anger while glaring at Aizen in a mix of confusion, anger, and desperation. Seeing Ichigo's facial expression, Aizen still wore his usual leisurely smile and continued narrating. "That's right, Kurosaki Ichigo. Not only have I controlled every battle you had up until now, but I plan to do so from the very start." What? From the start? What do you mean? I mean that I knew about you from the day you were born. After all, you were born under special circumstances. You are a human and That's enough chatting. Suddenly, another Shinigami appeared between Ichigo and Aizen, and seeing the new arrival, Ichigo's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Dad. Currently, Isshin Kurosaki, donning a Shinigami uniform and the remains of a captain's coat, was standing between Ichigo and Aizen, revealing his Shinigami form to his son for the first time. Dad. Is that really you? Hearing Ichigo's question, Isshin approached Ichigo with shadows covering his eyes, startling Ichigo. Moments later, Isshin stood in front of Ichigo, still not talking. DDA. And then Isshin headbutted Ichigo. Meanwhile, after finishing her internal rant about two short technique names, Yuna raised her Zanpakuto, which had already turned into a huge sword of ice, and pointed it at Yamamoto. "Anyway, let's get this party started, shall we?" The moment Yuna stopped talking, a battle-thirsty smile appeared on her face as her spiritual power erupted, instantly causing her surroundings to freeze over. Feeling Yuna's powerful spiritual pressure, Yamamoto scoffed in disdain as he drew his own blade that instantly burst into flames, melting the ice that was closer to him than to Yuna, forming a bizarre picture of a world of ice colliding with a world of flames. What incredible spiritual pressure! To think there would be a human one day that could match me in that regard. On top of that, she is still very young as well. As these thoughts passed through Yamamoto's mind, he couldn't help but smile slightly. He is an old man by now, however, in his youth, he was just as hot-blooded as people like Kenpachi. Fighting Aizen didn't really make him feel the thrill of battle, but this situation was different. A clash of raw power. It is unbecoming for me to do so due to being the captain commander, but I can't help myself. This battle will be exciting. Seeing the old man in front of her smiling lightly, Yuna couldn't help but smile even wider. Seems like that old man isn't as stoic as he pretends to be. The thrill of a good battle seems to be able to still get him excited, even going so far as to disregard Aizen's presence. However, before any one of them could make a move, Yuna shook her head at Yamamoto. "This isn't how this should happen, old man. Bankai. Use it." Although Yamamoto was slightly taken aback by Yuna simply calling him an old man, he decided not to care about it. After all, those of great power had much more leeway in the way they had to conduct themselves. However, when he heard Yuna asking for him to use his Bankai, he could only frown. Obviously, he had mastered his Bankai a very long time ago, but despite that, he didn't use it against Aizen. Naturally, there was a good reason for that, as he was certain that if he were to use his Bankai, this place would be destroyed, which is exactly what he didn't want to happen. He was just about to say that he wouldn't use his Bankai when Yuna resumed speaking. Now, don't back out of this so early. I've already gathered information on what your Bankai entails, so I'm aware of why you don't want to use it, but aren't I here? What could your flames possibly consume when my ice is there? Hearing Yuna's words, Yamamoto frowned deeply as she was practically saying that his flames couldn't overpower Yuna's ice. However, he felt the coldness radiating out of Yuna, and seeing that his spiritual pressure wasn't pushing back Yuna's in the slightest, he could only consider Yuna's words to be true. After all, both of them currently only had their Shikai activated. Although Yamamoto was confident in the power of his Bankai, who knew just how much stronger Yuna would get after activating her own Bankai. As for actually possessing a Bankai, Yamamoto had no doubt that Yuna had already gotten to that level. After all, Naruto had won, so how could Yuna not have won? I'll be frank, my Bankai has enough power to turn everything around me into dust. Do you really think you can fight back against something like that? A ferocious smile appeared on Yuna's face as the coldness radiating out of her body intensified, and she started slowly falling onto her side of the battlefield. Come on. Bring it on. Seeing confidence radiating out of Yuna's eyes, Yamamoto briefly hesitated before a look of determination appeared on his face. Very well, I'll take this gamble. However, before he could use his Bankai, 4 more people appeared on the battlefield, their spiritual pressures easily clashing and contesting with Yuna and Yamamoto. Geez, Nei-san, like always, you try to hog all the fun for yourself. Please don't forget about me, Tilda. Well, I'm usually not the type for direct combat, but I guess it can't be helped. Well, forgive Yuna, but I'll be fighting for this side for now. Ha ha ha, now this is what I'm talking about. This will be fun. The first person who spoke was obviously Naruto, who had just stepped out of the Garganta he had made himself, and the moment he stopped speaking, he had already moved next to Yuna, with his Zanpakuto already in its Shikai form. The next person to speak was Hinata, who usually was more of an assassin type, but considering the situation, she decided to get directly involved. Unlike Naruto, she didn't step out of the Garganta, as she had been here for a while and only now decided to show herself. The third person to speak was Retsu, who decided to side with Soul Society instead of Yuna for the sole reason that she was fully aware of what kind of character Yuna was. There was no way Yuna would be happy with an uneven fight, so she decided to temporarily switch sides. Finally, the last person who appeared was Kenpachi, who was excited about a good fight. He didn't spend much time thinking about what side he should join and only saw that one side had 3 people and the other one had 2, causing him to make a decision instantly. He would join the side with fewer people. Hee, no worries, Retsu. After all, it will be more fun like this, Tilda. Noticing the brief interaction between Yuna and Retsu, Yamamoto briefly frowned, thinking about what Yuna had said about her motive behind going to Hueco Mundo. Surely, I'm just imagining things are right. Shaking his head to get rid of his idle thoughts, Yamamoto looked at the current lineups and frowned deeply. The 3 strongest Shinigami in Seirei are currently fighting a force of 3 humans whose combined age doesn't even reach the 3rd digit. This is not a scene I would have ever expected to witness in my life. However, feeling the incredibly dense spiritual pressure those 3 are radiating, I cannot help but feel like they are worthy of facing us. Feeling the tension in the air, a massive grin split Yuna's face in 2 as she was already anticipating quite a fun fight. Well, then shall we begin? 6 different spiritual pressures started becoming even more rampant, combining with each other while others collided in a devastating clash, cracking the round while summoning powerful winds. All 6 combatants raised their Zanpakuto simultaneously and spoke one sole, terrifying word. Bankai. Bankai. 6 outrageously powerful spiritual pressures exploded outward, mixing together and confronting each other as 6 of the most powerful Bankai in the history of Soul Society were unleashed simultaneously, causing the air to stir and the space to tremble. Zenkan no Tashi. Instead of everything burning even brighter, Yamamoto's flames completely vanished, while what appeared to be a charred glowing Zanpakuto was the only thing that might indicate his current state. During his Bankai, all his flames were concentrated at the tip of his sword, resulting in it becoming outrageously hot, allowing it to destroy everything it touched. Usually, it would get so hot that everything around him would be ready to collapse, however. Ten-tailed heavenly demon fox's shape, goddess of Ice's divine regalia. Unlike Yamamoto's Bankai, which concentrated all its power into a single point, Yuna's area of influence was spread even further, while the innate ability of her ice to devour everything became even stronger. The dangerous part of Yuna's ice was never its coldness but its ability to freeze everything, so even if the disparity between the temperature Yamamoto's blade created and the one Yuna's did was vast, her ice was still slowly covering everything as snow started gently falling from the sky. Minazuki. As ice and fire were fighting for dominance, blood started flooding the battlefield, Yuna's ice freezing it, while Yamamoto's blade turned it into mist, resulting in a balance, allowing Retsu to use her ability freely. Grand Ocean Domain. Just like Retsu's Bankai, which created a lot of blood, Hinata's Bankai activated, creating an ocean of water, flooding the battlefield and intermixing with Retsu's blood, thinning it out while simultaneously increasing the ground it covered and reducing the impact of Yamamoto's Bankai even further. Asura. Madness and battle-thirst filled the battlefield as Kenpachi consciously activated his Bankai for the first time while even calling out its name, turning his blade into a massive cleaver while making him look like a demon. Although nothing in the environment changed, his dense killing intent and spiritual power alone managed to put pressure on everyone else. Ten-tailed Wind Demon Fox. Finally, Naruto's Bankai caused multiple powerful tornadoes to spawn, which mixed the effect of all the currently active Bankais together, causing the situation to get even more chaotic. Seeing the chaos that happened due to the activation of multiple powerful Bankais, Yamamoto couldn't help but observe the situation with fascination. So far, whenever he was forced to activate his Bankai, it was basically a race for time, as it was only a matter of time until the power of his Bankai destroyed everything around him. However, now that was no longer the case as multiple other Bankai of similar power were activated, balancing each other out. What overwhelming power! Obviously, I was aware just what kind of power Captain Unohana and Captain Kenpachi's Bankai would have, but it's truly fascinating that these three humans can actually match the power of our combined Bankais. It seems that Yuna claiming that I could use my Bankai without worries was the truth. How inconceivable. Seeing Yamamoto's expression, which was a combination of excitement and bewilderment, Yuna couldn't help but smile herself as she raised her sword and pointed it at Yamamoto. I hope you are ready, old man. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, she vanished from her position and appeared in front of Yamamoto, who managed to see through her movement and instantly slashed his sword at Yuna, who allowed her own blade to contact Yamamoto's, resulting in the two opposite forces to repel each other. However, seeing that his blade didn't obliterate Yuna's, Yamamoto couldn't help but be surprised, as there was usually nothing that could withstand contact with Yamamoto's blade while his Bankai was activated. Well, the heat of his blade actually did damage Yuna's sword to some extent, but unfortunately for him, that didn't matter as the damage regenerated instantly. After all, just how often has Yuna created her ice sword in her life? 1,000,000 times. 10 million times. For her, recreating her sword from scratch was easier than breathing, so repairing it was something that didn't even need to be mentioned. While the duo was repeatedly clashing, Hinata appeared behind Yamamoto, ready to hit him from the back, but before she could do so, Retsu intercepted her attack, allowing Hinata's blade to pierce through her hand while using her other to slash at Hinata. After all, getting wounded was no problem for Retsu, as she would regenerate instantly anyway. Sorry, but I have already seen your assassination style. Seeing Retsu's sword approaching her and hearing her words, Hinata hummed in acknowledgement as a wall of water rose between her and Retsu, blocking the attack. Geez, I feel like my assassinations have been failing rather frequently in recent times. Although I admit that I'm not exactly aiming at easy targets, it still is a little annoying. Guess I'll have to increase my training tilde. The thought of Hinata getting even better at assassinating people terrified Retsu a little, but despite that, she kept a smile on her face as blood continued dripping from her sword. Moments later, she slashed her blade dozens of times within an instant, causing a mass of flying blood slashes to fly at Hinata, who countered the move by simply controlling the water she was standing on to shoot a dense beam of water at every single one of these slashes. Ha ha ha, as expected, you are a monster just like your sister. Meanwhile, Naruto was facing Kenpachi, who was going absolutely insane as he slashed his massive blade at Naruto like a madman, producing massive gashes in the ground every time he swung his blade. This was the first time Kenpachi was fully conscious while using his Bankai and feeling the power coursing through his body. He loved every second of it. Usually, he didn't like having too much power, as that would usually end in an easy victory and a boring fight, but now things were different, as despite him feeling almost invincible, his opponent still could match him. Feeling the ungodly amount of spiritual power flooding his body, Kenpachi had no doubt that if he were to face other people he had bested before, more than 99% of them would die instantly. Despite that, he was currently trading blows with a human not even in his 20s. Obviously, he didn't care about the age gap in the slightest and only enjoyed the fight to his fullest, discarding every other aspect of this fight as useless. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't help but smile as well. It has been a while since he fought someone like Kenpachi. Usually, the stronger an opponent gets and the more they age, the more tactical combat would become, as the berserk types usually tended to die early. However, Kenpachi was clearly someone who just fought as his instincts told him to, and funnily enough, that was exactly what Naruto preferred to do as well. So, as Naruto's knuckle dusters blocked yet another swing of Kenpachi while Naruto's 10 tails moved in an attempt to stab Kenpachi, the impact of the confrontation caused the duo to slide backward, creating distance between the fighting duo, causing Naruto to smile. Man, it's been a while since I fought someone like you. Well, Ichigo a moment ago was somewhat similar, but that was different. Hee, you don't mind if I rampage a little, do you, Kenpachi? Hearing Naruto's words, Kenpachi frowned as he readied his blade. Although he didn't know what Naruto meant by rampaging a little, he could only interpret it as putting more effort into the fight, making him smile. So you are still not giving it your all? Come, show me what you can really do. You better not die before I have enough fun to satisfy me. Fun to satisfy you? What a joke. I'm not here to entertain you. You are here to entertain me. As soon as Naruto stopped speaking, his facial expression changed, as it became more feral, while the whiskers on his face grew more pronounced and one of his usually blue eyes became red. It's been a while since I got a chance to stretch my legs, so I might as well have some fun, right Tilda? That's right, Kurama. Let's have some fun together, Tilda. Although Kenpachi felt a little weird that Naruto suddenly started talking to himself, with a weird voice that sounded like two people talking simultaneously, he never let his guard down, allowing him to see Naruto's attack that happened just after he stopped speaking with himself. Meanwhile, Ichigo, Isshin, and Aizen, who were facing each other, had not exchanged a single blow as the trio's eyes were firmly fixed on the apocalyptic battle not too far away from them. What the hell is this? How are these three so strong? Didn't we become Shinigami more or less at the same time? Why do all three of them surpass me by such a huge margin? Seeing the battle in the distance, a mix of emotions flooded Ichigo's body, ranging all the way from terror due to the insane amount of spiritual pressure the distant conflict produced all the way to annoyance due to him being surpassed by the trio by such a huge margin. I really wonder what has happened since I left Seirei. While Ichigo was flooded with uncertainty, Aizen had several questions as well. First of all, why did Kenpachi suddenly not only have a Shikai but even a Bankai, while his spiritual pressure had multiplied as well? Next, he really wanted to know when Retsu's personality had reverted to what it once was in the past. Then, of course, there was Yamamoto, whose Bankai Aizen had only heard about and never seen, and what he had heard about it apparently was completely wrong. Damn, did someone feed me false information deliberately, or did something change with his Bankai? If he had used that before Wonder Wise could seal his flames, I would have been in a lot of trouble. And finally, the most important and profound question Aizen really wanted someone to answer him was the following: what the fuck? I knew Yuna was strong. Well, I didn't from the start, but the more she showed off what she could do, the clearer a picture I could draw about her strength. Or that was at least what I assumed to be the case, but it seems I was completely wrong. Aizen had again and again adjusted how strong Yuna was in his mind, and his final estimate placed her somewhere along the ranks of the stronger captains. Now, however, Aizen had no other choice but to toss the estimation out of the window, as that ranks of the stronger captains individual was currently trading blows with the head captain going all out. Strength of a strong captain. What a joke. The head captain could easily one-shot such individuals with his Bankai. What makes it even worse is that she isn't even the only one with such outrageous strength, as somehow there were two more humans that could fight at almost the same level. If someone told me a few hours ago that I would witness three human brats not even in their 20s fighting the head captain, the previous Kenpachi, and the current Kenpachi, I would have probably laughed into that person's face. However, here it was. Right in front of him. A scene Aizen couldn't even imagine would happen one day was happening right in front of his face. Meanwhile, Isshin wasn't entirely sure how to react to what he was witnessing either. He was pretty sure that Yuna knew about his identity as a Shinigami, as he had appeared in front of her brother before. Isshin had rarely met her, but when they did for the first time, he noticed her briefly glancing at the way he moved before checking his hip, clearly looking for a sword. He didn't really get it at that point in time, but now he was pretty sure that Yuna figured out that he could use a sword from the way he moved, terrifying him a little. Putting that aside, Isshin had always had trouble reading not only Yuna's intention but what her two comrades were thinking as well. All three of them were a mystery to Isshin. Obviously, he had also heard a thing or two about Yuna and her little group of monsters from Kasuke, but now that everything was revealed, it became clear just how much everyone had underestimated those three. Getting out of his daze, Isshin's eyes landed on Aizen, who was spellbound by the monstrous fight as well, while seeming deep in thought, causing Isshin to smile. Well, let's see if this will work out, tilde. So, while Aizen was still deep in thought and no one was paying attention to him, he sneaked up on Aizen and raised his Zanpakuto. Getsuga Tensho. Obviously, Isshin was aware that yelling the attack's name out loudly was exactly a prime example of stealth. However, words held power, and using the attack's proper name would inevitably reinforce its form and increase its power. Hearing those two words, Aizen's eyes widened as his gaze landed on Ichigo, who was startled by the yell as well. Seeing that Ichigo wasn't the one attacking him, Aizen instantly realized what was going on and spun around just in time to barely block the sneak attack. TCH, I was hoping I could strike in while you were in a daze. Kurosaki Isshin, huh? I fear it won't be that easy to beat me. Yeah, figured that out already. Just like that, Aizen and Isshin started fighting as well, while Ichigo decided to face Jin, who hadn't participated at all yet, and after a few quick exchanges, Jin activated his Bankai. His Zanpakuto elongated, making it hundreds of meters long, and after swinging the longsword once, large parts of the artificial city in half. Following that, Jin started telling Ichigo how long his sword was during its Shikai and Bankai states, and while he was doing so, he could have sworn someone was yelling about him compensating for something, but Jin was sure that was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Yuna and Yamamoto were clashing again and again, and the more they clashed, the more astonished Yamamoto became, as Yuna was actually more skilled with the sword than him, and the only reason they were still in a stalemate was that Yamamoto was stronger and faster. As another clash happened, the duo's blades yet again repelled each other due to the different temperatures, but this time, Yuna used the momentum of being repelled to turn around to stab the tip of her tails toward Yamamoto, who barely dodged the attack by using Shunpa. However, as if she had predicted that move, Yuna's Zanpakuto was already descending on the place where he had moved, causing his eyes to widen. Despite the surprise, Yamamoto still managed to block Yuna's sword, but due to his unstable posture, Yamamoto staggered back a step, allowing Yuna to attack him more aggressively while he tried to fix his stance. Shit, this monster has already adapted to our swords repelling each other after every clash. Yamamoto managed to regain his bearing after a few more clashed, bringing him back to the rhythm of the fight, but unfortunately, while doing so, Yuna managed to land a small hit on him, resulting in a small gash on his upper body. More time passed, and Yuna and Yamamoto were currently standing opposite of each other, around 10 meters apart. Feeling his current condition, Yamamoto couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He couldn't really put his finger on it, but his instincts were telling him so. He quickly scanned his body, and his senses quickly wandered to the small wound Yuna left in his skin, and seeing it, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It's covered in ice. How can that be? Of course, he wasn't surprised that Yuna's attacks would freeze what they cut, but he was surprised that the ice was still there. After all, he had his Bankai active, and the temperature, especially this close to him, was extremely hot. Why doesn't it melt? Seeing confusion briefly appearing on Yamamoto's face, Yuna smirked and she started talking. Oh? Seems like you finally noticed, tilde, hee. While the terrifying part of your Bankai is the ridiculous heat of your weapon, the temperature is actually not the main focus of my ability. Hearing Yuna's explanation, Yamamoto started frowning, and moments later, he realized what was going on as his gaze landed on his Zanpakuto, and when he realized what was going on, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. My Zanpakuto actually has cooled down a little. Impossible. As long as my Bankai is active, the temperature shouldn't change. Seeing the confusion on Yamamoto's face, Yuna's grin twisted even further, making her look less and less like a human. You see, the most dangerous thing about my ice is that it can freeze everything and will continue freezing everything for as long as I want. Whether it is water, fire, time, or space, there is nothing that cannot be frozen. As these words left Yuna's mouth, a chill went down Yamamoto's spine as he realized that if he were to fight Yuna for an extended amount of time, she might actually freeze his Bankai. Of course, that was only the case if her words were entirely true, which Yamamoto couldn't be too certain about yet. Truly monstrous. Meanwhile, Ichigo continued facing Jin, but before they could fight any further, Ranjaku appeared next to Ichigo, staring at Jin. Sorry to interrupt, but this is something personal, Ichigo. Hearing Ranjaku's words, Ichigo obviously got curious about what she meant, but in the end, he decided to let her do her thing. After all, it was not like he held much of a grudge against Jin. Seeing Ichigo stepping back, Ranjaku sighed in relief and stepped forward, but before she could speak, Jin started talking to her. Oh? It looked like you suffered a mutual defeat, but you actually can still fight, Ranjaku. Well, let's just say I got a second wind. Jin's eyebrows rose after hearing that, but after getting a closer look at Ranjaku, she indeed seemed to be in a good condition, as a healthy glow was clearly visible on her skin. What happened to her? While Jin was wondering how Ranjaku managed to get back on her feet so quickly, Ranjaku could only scoff in disdain. As if those three amateurs had a chance against me after I spent so much time with Yuna. If Yuna hadn't joined the fray, I could have easily finished off all three of them. Unaware of Ranjaku's thoughts, Jin prepared himself to knock out Ranjaku as he didn't want to hurt his childhood friend, but before he could make a move, Ranjaku said something that genuinely surprised him. Jin, you don't have to do this anymore. I know you sided with Aizen to betray him, but that is no longer necessary. Hearing her words, Jin started sweating a little as he briefly glanced at Aizen, who, luckily, was too busy fighting Ishin to hear the conversation happening between him and Ranjaku. What are you talking about? I would any. No, you will. Yuna has told me about your intentions. She's seen through you. Jin briefly faltered upon hearing Ranjaku's words, but moments later, a serious expression returned on his face as he pointed his blade at Ranjaku and Ichigo. She really is a creepy woman, her. However, that doesn't matter. So what if she has seen my real intentions? That doesn't change anything. I'll kill Aizen, even if I have to get rid of you, Ranjaku. Usually, there was no doubt that Ranjaku would take Jin's words personally, but Yuna had already told her everything she needed to know about Jin and why he acted the way he did. All he did was to kill Aizen because he took part of her spiritual power when she was just a young child, damaging her soul. Additionally, not only did Jin want to put his life on the line for Ranjaku, but there was more information Jin wasn't even aware of yet. Jin, there is no purpose in doing this. Yuna helped me heal the part of my soul that was damaged all these years ago, and as for defeating Aizen, isn't Yuna here? She will do it. Jin didn't even hear the second part of Ranjaku's statement, as the moment he heard that Ranjaku's damaged soul was apparently healed, he froze in place. Impossible. Do you know how much I researched this matter? How many things have I experimented with? This is impossible. As Jin was finally losing his cool, Ranjaku shook her head with a wry smile on her face and resumed talking. Maybe it's impossible normally, but fortunately, Yuna is far from normal. Additionally, shouldn't it be pretty obvious that I'm fully healed? After all, if I weren't, how could I possibly use my Bankai? Jin's eyes bulged as he realized that Ranjaku's words were indeed true. Reaching Bankai was an incredible feat only the most talented Shinigami could ever hope to achieve, so reaching that state with a damaged soul, a damaged potential. That should be impossible. Despite that, he couldn't help but think that it was true. After all, he dedicated his whole life to this, so even if someone else had solved the problem, how couldn't he be happy about it? Is it really true? Are you healed? Seeing a genuine expression of concern on Jin's face pretty much for the first time, Ranjaku couldn't help but smile as well. Yep, all healed up tilde. Jin sighed in relief as a real smile appeared on his face, not the twisted snake-like version he usually displayed. That's good. Very good. MHH. Wait a moment. Why would Yuna even help you out like that? Pretty sure the first time you met, you were enemies. Oh? Well, I kind of slept with her tilde. Had Jin been drinking something, there was no doubt that he would have performed a splendid spit take, but unfortunately, there were no drinks in his mouth, so he could only look at Ranjiku, utterly flabbergasted. Why you sold your body to here? This time it was Ranjiku's turn to do a mental spit take, while Jin was preparing himself to fight Yuna to the death. All his life, he had considered Ranjiku as something like his little sister, so someone forcing themselves on her like that was unacceptable to him. However, before he could do anything regrettable, Ranjiku stopped as he hastily started explaining the situation to him. Stop it, I didn't sell myself. It was rather consensual, and after a few days together, she simply offered to help me before I could even tell her about my problems. After hearing Ranjiku's explanation, Jin sighed in relief as his stance relaxed. I see, so it's like that. Isn't that fine, then? Ranjiku is healthy. Ranjiku is happy. So, I'm satisfied. While Ranjiku sighed in relief that Jin was no longer rearing to fight, Ichigo couldn't help but be dumbfounded, as the person he was supposed to fight was somehow overcome with words alone. Seriously, he is one of the good guys. That dude looks shady as fuck with those squinted eyes and eerie grin, so I can barely believe it. Simultaneously, Isshin was fighting Aizen and was actually putting quite a bit of pressure on him, as unlike the other people who fought him before, Isshin was not under the influence of Aizen's Zanpakudo. What's wrong? You are slowing down. Are you at your limit already? Hearing Isshin's teasing words, Aizen couldn't help but smirk as he spread his coat, revealing the Hogyoku he had inserted into his chest. That's right, I'm reaching my limit. My limit as a Shinigami tilde. It's been a while since I gained the Hogyoku, but now, it finally starts understanding who I am. What? Obviously, Isshin couldn't understand Aizen's cryptic words, and before he could ponder them any further, Aizen resumed talking as he grandly spread his arms. I'm not surprised that you don't understand. After all, you are not even aware of the Hogyoku's actual abilities. Is it the ability to break down the barrier between Shinigami and Hollow? Wrong. It's the ability to read the hearts of the people around it and fulfill their desires. Following those words, Aizen explained how the Hogyoku's power had manifested around the people involved in it, granting Kasuke the ability to break down the barrier between Hollow and Shinigami, and how it was the reason why Tatsuki, Sado, and Oraheim awakened their powers as well. Finishing his grand explanation about the Hogyoku's power and how he had known about it for a very long time, the Hogyoku in Aizen's chest became active, causing Aizen to smile widely. Hogyoku, the breakdown sphere, what a fitting name. After all, it will break down the barrier separating the divine from the earthly. Suddenly, a white substance that looked like the same material a hollow mask was made out of exploded out of the Hogyoku, attempting to cover Aizen's body, but before that could happen, a red beam of concentrated spiritual power pierced through Aizen's body. However, instead of being shocked by the sudden sneak attack, Aizen could only smile as his gaze landed on the person responsible. Ah, Kasuke Urahara, so you have finally decided to show yourself as well. It's been a long time, Aizen. I see, so you have fused with the Hogyoku. Rather than fused, I actually prefer the term subdued. Yes, I subdued the Hogyoku you couldn't subdue. Clearly, the atmosphere between the two geniuses was rather tense, but after exchanging a few more words, Aizen no longer deemed the conversation to be interesting, so he decided to finish things. So, far faster than Kasuke could react, he appeared in front of him and stabbed him with his Zanpakudo, causing a smug smile to appear on Aizen's face. However, Urahara's body popped like a balloon, revealing that it was just a decoy, while the real Urahara was already standing behind Aizen, ready to shoot multiple powerful binding spells. Rakujo Koro. 6 lightning rods slammed into Aizen, holding his in place, but seeing the type of Kido Kasuke used, Aizen could only smile lightly. So you really think such a weak Kido could hold me in pace? Weak Kido? What makes you think I'm done? Bakudo 63 Seijo Sabaku, Bakudo 79 Kuyo Shibari. Kasuke shot 2 more binding spells at Aizen, holding him firmly in place for at least a few seconds, and quickly resumed casting another spell. However, this time, he didn't use it without an incantation due to the time he bought himself with the previous binding spells. Limit of the 1,000 hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands, unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Heido 91 Senju Koten Taiho. Just like that, Kasuke fired a Heido spell in the 90s with a full incantation at Aizen, which was a force that could even surpass some Bankai. Incountable blades made out of spiritual power appeared around Kasuke and shot at Aizen, who still seemed to be unbothered by Kasuke's action, and moments later, the attack collided with Aizen, causing a massive explosion. Aizen, it seems you really let down your guard after fusing with the Hogyoku. That I did. Kasuke's eyes widened as he suddenly heard Aizen peeking directly behind him, causing him to retreat quickly. However, Aizen was too quick for Kasuke, resulting in a gash appearing on Kasuke's torso. I let my guard down because it is no longer necessary for me to be on guard. Now that I have subdued the Hogyoku, even Heido in the 90s are no longer a threat to me, so why should I bother keeping up my guard? Hearing Aizen's words, Kasuke could only smirk, as Aizen's arrogance was exactly what he had planned on exploiting. You got that wrong, Aizen. I wasn't telling you that you let down your guard because I managed to hit you with my Kido. I said so because you dared to touch me twice without a plan in mind. In the past, you would have never done that. Before Aizen could retort, yellow rings of spiritual power suddenly appeared on his wrists and surrounded his hands, causing Aizen's eyes to widen in surprise. What is this? Seals. I've plugged the spiritual power vent all Shinigami have on their wrists. So, now you will be burned from your own spiritual power from within. The moment Kasuke stopped speaking, a massive explosion engulfed Aizen, devastating large patches of land and creating a massive crater. Ha ha ha, recently I have been really lucky with my encounters. Yuna, who was currently laughing like a maniac, still fought Yamamoto, her 10 ice tails crazily flailing around, attacking the old man from every possible angle. However, despite the endless assault, Yamamoto still had a steady demeanor as he was expertly blocking and dodging through Yuna's assault. Every time his blade touched one of Yuna's tails, they would be vaporized instantly, just to regrow within a moment. Unfortunately, unlike with her sword, Yuna couldn't recreate her tails instantly, as she wasn't that used to it yet, and the fact that she had to make them flexible while still regaining control over them made it even harder. At the same time, Yamamoto couldn't deny that he was enjoying himself as well. Considering how high the stakes were, with Aizen trying to reach the Soul King, he should probably be more concerned about the situation, but he simply couldn't help himself. Maybe it was his instincts that were telling him that everything would work out somehow, or maybe it was Yuna's crazy battle intent that had influenced him, but as he dodged and blocked yet another onslaught, a small smile appeared on his face. Yamamoto destroyed another 2 tails while kicking away a third and tilting his head to dodge a fourth before a brief pause happened in his fight against Yuna, allowing him to ask a question he had wanted to ask for a while now. I really wonder what kind of outcome you are hoping for. Your little group of 3 has been freely switching between the different fractions, but I really wonder what your end goal is. Hearing Yamamoto's question, Yuna paused her assault on him while chuckling in amusement. Although she didn't expect Yamamoto to attempt a sneak attack, she still got her guard up while answering him. Hee, switching fractions. It seems like you have a slight misunderstanding there. I, Hinata, and Naruto have, since we were born in this world, always been in the same faction. MHH, we don't really have a name for it, but how about the Yuna faction, ha 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 tilde. Yamamoto frowned as he prepared himself for a possible sneak attack, just like Yuna did. After Yuna answered his question, Yamamoto's frown deepened as he thought about the trio's deeds so far. I see, I've never really paid any attention to this, but there is indeed something different. When Yuna first came to Seirei, she completely ignored Rukia, whom she supposedly wanted to rescue. While thinking about what had happened in the past, he also remembered Naruto claiming that Yuna was never part of any fraction after he was interrogated after Yuna left with Aizen. Indeed, those words seemed to be true. That trio has been in conflict with Hollow and Shinigami alike while, at the same time, allying themselves with both fractions as well. The one people they were never in conflict with were the 3 of them. The conflict those 3 were embroiled in were never internal, as even after Yuna and Hinata seemingly left Naruto to join Aizen, Naruto wasn't bothered in the slightest, confidently claiming that Yuna would never betray him and that he was certain that she had some plans to mess with Aizen. I see, it seems like the way I looked at things has always been a little incorrect. However, despite that, my question still stands. When all of this is over, where exactly do you see yourself? What is your goal? I obviously won't tell you all of it, but how about I ease your mind a little? I don't plan for any Shinigami to die. I don't want Seirete or the world of the living to get damaged, and in the end, I want Aizen to be defeated. Stop acting like you have some grand plans. All you want out of this is to have some fun. Kurama. That is an outrageous accusation. I also want to expand my harem. Right? Gahaha, pervert. I prefer the term degenerate, but yes indeed. Unaware of Yuna's internal conversation, Yamamoto sighed in relief. Although he still didn't know much about Yuna's goals after the statement she just made, he could at least be sure that she was working towards Seirete's interests, at least to some degree. Obviously, Yuna could have lied as well, but Yamamoto was confident in seeing through a youngster like Yuna lying to him. Obviously, what he didn't know was that Yuna could easily lie to him without him noticing anything due to the experience from her past 2 lives, but fortunately for him, in this case, she didn't. Meanwhile, 2 women stood around 20 meters apart as flying slashes made out of water and blood collided endlessly. Both of the women's swords moved fast enough to turn them into a blur, making it impossible for normal people even to see them. Every time a sword was swung, a flying slash was created, which swiftly was countered by a flying slash from the opposite side, turning the battle into a high-speed, long-range battle despite both people using swords. You have become stronger since the last time we fought, Retsu. That is only natural. After all, Yuna has given me a few tips and a rather interesting technique to raise my strength. That aside, haven't you become stronger as well, Hinata? Indeed. After all, I can't allow anyone to overtake me, Tilda. Alright. You make it sound like you are currently on the top. I seem to remember that our last fight ended in a draw, Tilda. Our last fight with swords ended in a draw, but I can somewhat remember certain other fights where I won rather decisively multiple times, Tilda. Oh? Are you currently acting proud because you are a bigger degenerate than me? Yep, Tilda. Hearing Hinata's nonchalant answer, Retsu's eyebrow briefly twitched in irritation as the kind expression she currently wore on her face grew even kinder. Frankly, she had a rather good relationship with Hinata. After hearing about Hinata's previous life, the two grew closer, as both of them had calm and gentle personalities as long as they weren't provoked. However, Hinata had significantly more experience in night activities, which she teased Retsu about every chance she got, annoying her greatly. Very well, seems like I have to teach you some manners. The moment Retsu stopped talking, the blood underneath her feet started churning, clearly indicating that she would increase the pace of her attacks. Seeing that, Hinata only smiled as the water underneath her feet did the same. She loved teasing Retsu about these matters and found it incredibly amusing that teasing her about stuff like this seemed to be one of the few things that got Retsu reeled up somehow. Meanwhile, at another part of the battlefield. Ha ha ha. This is so much fun. Kenpachi was going absolutely insane as he continuously clashed with Naruto. Ha ha ha, I agree. It's been a while since I got a chance to fight like this. Despite Kenpachi being completely insane, Naruto wasn't pushed back in the slightest, his crazed smile matching Kenpachi's as the duo clashed hundreds of times within seconds. Rather than calling the confrontation between the duo a fight, the words brawl described the situation much better, as both of them simply smashed their weapons together like wild beasts, hoping to overpower the other party. Although Kenpachi had learned some techniques after Yuna defeated him, at his very base, he was still a brawler. So, there was nothing more enjoyable than swinging around his sword with all his mind while fighting someone who could keep up with those swings. In this case, Naruto could not only keep up with his assault but even matched him not only in strength but also in the wildness of their attacks. A match of raw power against raw power. Kenpachi had lost against 2 people in his life. Those 2 were Retsu and Yuna. However, both of these people were incredibly skilled with the sword, resulting in them partially overpowering him with their techniques, but Naruto was different. This is the best. This is what a true fight should be like. Haha, I love this, Naruto. Ha ha ha, let's continue this dance, Kenpachi. Needless to say, both of them had a lot of fun. Meanwhile, back at the battle against Aizen, Kasuke looked at the explosion he had just caused and only shook his head. This isn't enough. If he were just another monster, this would have killed him, but there is no way it would have ended so easily. Before anyone else could comment on Kisuke's words, the explosion stopped, revealing a transformed Aizen. Now, his whole body was covered with what appeared to be the substance that usually formed a hollow's mask. Suddenly, Aizen vanished and appeared between Kisuke and Isshin, shocking the duo due to the insane speed displayed. Impressive. You distracted me with a Heido in the 90s as a smokescreen to allow yourself to use a technique you developed yourself on me. If the Hogyoku hadn't been awakened and subdued by me, then this fight would have probably been over by now. Unfortunately, even you don't know the true power of the Hogyoku. As such, you underestimated what kind of power it would grant. At the end of the day, you no longer are capable of harming me. Hearing Aizen's words, both Kisuke and Isshin frowned deeply, but they still continued attacking Aizen, who easily blocked both of their attacks. However, while they were clashing with Aizen, they managed to tie a small rope around him, resulting in the duo fixing Aizen in place. He was just about to ask what that kind of action was supposed to do when another person appeared above Aizen with their fist reeled back, ready to attack. A storm of punches descended on Aizen, easily reaching above 100 strikes within a few seconds, resulting in a massive crater and destroyed buildings. Naturally, the freshly arrived person was Yoruichi, who currently wore protective gear on her hands and legs, making her punches even harder while protecting her arms and legs. Well, that should do. Yoruichi, get away from him. While Yoruichi was confident that she had dealt some serious damage to Aizen, Kisuke told her to retreat, shocking her greatly. Despite the shock, she still did as Kisuke told her, but despite her swift action, the protective armor on her left leg still got destroyed. Seeing the armor on her leg being destroyed, Yoruichi clicked her tongue in annoyance, complaining about how easily the armor Kisuke created crumbled away. However, despite her complaints, the fight continued as Kisuke used a few Kido spells to distract Aizen, who had already anticipated him doing so. So, after easily deflecting the spells, Aizen was already prepared to block Yoruichi's attack, but just when her fist was about to impact Aizen, a single word left her mouth. Shunko. Shunko, a technique combining material art and Kido, was something Yoruichi had developed a long time ago, and now she decided to unleash it upon Aizen, whose eyes widened in surprise. Due to Yoruichi's sudden increase in speed, he managed to get a hit in on Aizen, but he quickly got up from the ground, easily catching Yoruichi's follow-up attack with his hand. I told you cannot defeat me. However, the trio wasn't done yet, as Kisuke used his Zanpakudo to not only bind Aizen but even attach explosives to him. Unfortunately, Aizen shrugged all of that off, as nothing seemed to work on him. What a joke. Was that your secret weapon? Don't tell me. Getsuga Tensou. Before Aizen could finish speaking, Isshin appeared behind him, launching another Getsuga Tensou. However, this time, Aizen was too distracted by his own arrogance to notice the attack in time, resting in it connecting properly. By now, Aizen had reached a point where he perceived everyone around him as vastly inferior to him, incapable of hurting him at all, so naturally, he had started to let his guard down. Did that get him? I have no idea. Since he reached his current state, I'm no longer capable of sensing his spiritual power. Hearing Kisuke's question, Isshin quickly answered him with deep doubt in his voice, and moments later, just as the smoke from the attack settled, Aizen walked out of the remaining dust. Well, that was a good attack. Currently, Aizen was still covered in the white substance usually contained in a hollow mask, but additionally, there was now a deep tear in it, revealing what appeared to be a universe that seemed to be inside Aizen's body. What the hell is that? Hearing Isshin's question, Aizen chuckled in amusement as he approached the trio, ready to end the fight. That doesn't really matter, does it? All you need to know is that I'll now teach you my true power. By now, Ichigo no longer had any grasp on what was even happening around him. Initially, it was basically a fight against Aizen and his Arrancar, but by now, everything was a mess. First of all, 6 people of unfathomable strength were fighting in the distance. The clash of spiritual pressures he felt from those fights was already enough to make his knees go weak, but weirdly enough, it was a fight between humans and Shinigami, which made no sense at all. Anyway, the first thing that happened was that Aizen had betrayed his Arrancar and started killing them, just for one of said Arrancar to admit that she had joined Yuna, for some reason. Following that, Aizen utterly decimated the present Shinigami and was just about to finish off the captain commander when Yuna walked in and ruined that plan. The logical conclusion to that was that Yuna and the captain commander would join sides and fight Aizen together, but somehow, that whole mess turned into Yuna fighting the commander instead. As if things weren't already messed up enough, Aizen told Ichigo that his whole life was planned out by Aizen, which he still hasn't fully internalized. And, as if things weren't messy enough yet, Isshin, Ichigo's father, appeared in full Shinigami garb and started fighting Aizen. However, even that still wasn't everything, as it suddenly turned out that Jin, who had been loyally following Aizen for possibly centuries, turned out to be someone who planned to kill Aizen all his life due to Aizen hurting his childhood friend. While Ichigo's mind was in a mess, he saw something flying toward him, which he quickly sidestepped. However, upon taking a closer look, his eyes widened in shock as he realized that the object that had just sailed past him was the unconscious body of his father. "Jin, what are you doing?" Ichigo's heart almost left through his throat as Aizen's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, so he quickly used Shunpa to get away from Aizen, which he ignored. Just a little chat with an old acquaintance, Captain Aizen. Hearing Jin's explanation, Aizen couldn't care less as he stepped toward Jin. "Whatever, opened the Senkaiman Gate, allowing us passage to Soul Society, where Karakura Town is currently located." "Yes, right away." Although Ranjaku had told Jin about Yuna's involvement, he still couldn't go against Aizen's words, as if he did, Aizen might decide to kill Ranjaku, which he couldn't accept. Moments later, the gate leading toward Soul Society opened, and Aizen and Jin stepped through it. However, before they could go, Ichigo wanted to stop them, but as he was about to yell at them to stop, the substance covering Aizen's face crumbled away. It seems like the chrysalis phase is finally over. As expected, it's much more comfortable to have a properly evolved form. The reason why Ichigo suppressed his yell was that Aizen had finally reached the next stage of his evolution, resulting in his spiritual pressure growing even further, resulting in Ichigo feeling like Aizen was an unsurpassable mountain, terrifying him. Meanwhile, Yuna and Yamamoto separated a little, as both of them felt Aizen evolving further and consequently leaving this place to reach his goal. "Well, I would have liked to continue this fight, but that is my signal to leave. See you later, old man." Before Yamamoto could even answer, Yuna had vanished from her position at incredible speed, causing him to frown. What was that? No matter how I look at it, that wasn't a Shunpa. Did she develop some kind of self-made movement technique? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Even if her burst speed is faster than me, since I know where she wants to go, it doesn't matter. Yamamoto was just about to use a Shunpa as well when Hinata and Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. "Sorry, Captain Commander, but I'm afraid we'll need to keep you here." Sorry about that, old man, but Nasan doesn't want anyone to intervene in her fun tilde. Moments later, Retsu and Kenpachi appeared as well, standing side by side with Yamamoto. Initially, since Hinata and Naruto appeared before him, he half expected that Retsu and Kenpachi had been defeated, but now that he was aware that that was not the case, he really wondered what the two in front of them were planning to do. "You two are strong, very strong. I have no trouble admitting that, but do you really think you can fight against us three?" Hearing Yamamoto's words, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head as a wry smile appeared on his face. "Admittedly, this is a little much tilde. What do you think, Hinata?" It certainly is. Seems like we'll need to reveal things we didn't plan to reveal tilde. Naruto nodded in agreement after Hinata finished speaking, and a smirk appeared on his face. Clearly, he was eager to continue this battle. However, before anyone could make a move, a third person appeared next to Hinata and Naruto. "I'm fully aware that this is above my level, but I at least should be able to give some support." Seeing that the situation wasn't too good, Haribel decided to join the fight, supporting Hinata and Naruto. Although she had to admit that it felt rather weird fighting side by side with two humans, considering she had already spent some time with Hinata, it wasn't too weird. Obviously, seeing an Arrancar siding with humans was a weird sight to Yamamoto, but he decided not to comment on it, as that certainly wasn't the weirdest thing he had witnessed today. "So it's 3-on-3 now, huh? However, I really wonder what gives you the confidence to win this fight." I'm not sure about winning, but we certainly can keep you here for a while." The moment Naruto finished speaking, he lowered his stance while raising his hand to cover his face, while Hinata did the same, causing Yamamoto's eyes to widen, as this kind of stance was rather familiar to him. "No way." What are you so surprised about?" After all, Ichigo and us three awakened our Shinigami powers in the same way. Wouldn't it be weirder if we couldn't use this power? The moment Naruto stopped speaking, he and Hinata swiped their hands down, resulting in a hollow mask appearing on each of their faces, while their spiritual power grew by quite a bit, instantly putting the three Shinigami in front of them on guard. Let's have some fun, shall we? Meanwhile, Yuna was following Aizen into the dimension between the world of the living and Soul Society. While she was moving, she felt something somewhat far away from her explode, but she didn't pay any attention to that as she simply increased her speed. Around a minute of travel later, Yuna reached Soul Society, somewhat close to the place where Karakura Town was temporarily transported, and immediately spotted Aizen and Jin talking. Well, seems like we came out somewhat far away from the town. Geez, Captain Aizen, don't make it sound like that is my fault. After all, you are the one who decided to confront the Kototsu. I see, that seems. Before Aizen could finish speaking, the duo noticed another strong presence, and after looking at the source of the presence, they could see a widely smiling Yuna, looking at Aizen like he was a delicious piece of meat. Now, isn't that new form of you nice? The amount of power you radiate feels delicious, Tilda. Hearing Yuna's speech, Aizen frowned lightly as he was confused about how Yuna was even capable of feeling his power. By now, he had ascended to a higher level, so it should be impossible for anyone who is not at least at that level to feel his power unless Aizen allowed them to. You truly don't disappoint, Yuna Uzumaki. Even in the state I'm currently in, you can still feel my spiritual power. However, it's too late now. My evolution has reached a level where a mere Shinigami like you can no longer threaten me. The moment Aizen stopped speaking, his spiritual pressure radiated out, causing the surrounding fauna and flora to take damage due to the overwhelming pressure, while Aizen raised his sword and pointed it at Yuna. However, before Yuna could say anything else, Jin's hand landed on Aizen's sword, pushing it down. Now, no need to destroy everything in this confrontation. It won't be easy, but let me handle this, Ai. While Jin was talking, he sneakily moved his Zanpakuto, which, unbeknown to Aizen, was still in its Bankai state underneath his cloak, and pointed it at Aizen's heart. Although he talked with Ranjaku and was informed that he no longer had to worry about Aizen, in the end, he couldn't help but try to finish him off. After all the information he had gathered over the years and all the secrets he had kept about himself should give him an incredible opportunity to get rid of Aizen. Nice and simple. A single attack to end it all. It was much less risky than having Yuna fight him, so Jin decided to go for it anyway. Suddenly, Jin's Zanpakuto elongated, shooting toward Aizen's heart. However, unlike how it happened in canon, Aizen's eyes widened in surprise as he moved his own blade, redirecting the course of Jin's and allowing him to dodge the strike. In canon, Aizen had spent some time strolling through Karakura Town, bullying Ichigo's friends, while the only thing that could still threaten him was whatever evolution Ichigo would go through, which, at the end of the day, was something he was looking forward to. However, in the current timeline, he not only didn't have any time to play around with a bunch of people who couldn't threaten him, but he even had Yuna Uzumaki standing before him. A person who, up until now, was incapable of seeing through was standing in front of him, causing his guard to be up. Initially, he only saw Yuna as just another chip to manipulate in the grand game he had planned, thinking of her as someone who, at best, was a little stronger than an average captain. But, by now, that view had totally changed, as Yuna had clearly demonstrated that she could fight the head captain while he was using his Bankai. Aizen was arrogant, there was no way around it, but he wasn't delusional. He was fully aware that without the Hogyoku, he had no chance of winning against Yamamoto using his full power. Anyway, seeing that Jin's attempt failed, a mocking smile appeared on Aizen's face as he raised his own face. That's it. All these years, you were looking for a chance to strike me down, and this is all you got. In the end, all the time you spent following me around, gathering information, was an utter waste. How laughable. Having finished his little speech, Aizen slashed down his blade to finish off Jin, but before he could land the fatal blow, another Zanpakuto intercepted Aizen's. Now, no killing my woman's childhood friend, okay? Obviously, the one to block the attack was Yuna, who was aware that Ranjaku and Jin were friends in the past. Additionally, what are you doing, Jin? If you had succeeded with your attack and actually killed Aizen, what was I supposed to do? I've waited so long for Aizen to finally get a decent amount so I could have a proper fight with him, but you almost destroyed all my efforts. While Jin was dumbfounded by Yuna's words, Aizen scoffed in disdain as he readied his blade. Who? Big words. I really wonder why you make it sound like you are the one allowing me to grow stronger. Seeing that Aizen was now pointing his blade at her, Yuna scoffed in disdain as well as she readied her own. Since when were you under the illusion that that wasn't the case? You have seen what I'm capable of, so you should realize that I could have easily killed you before you fused with the Hogyoku. Although Aizen internally frowned at those words, he didn't show it, while simultaneously moving behind Yuna, while he used the total hypnosense ability of his Zanpakuto to make it look like he wasn't moving at all. You are strong, I admit that much. However, your strength doesn't matter. No matter how much spiritual power you have, how skilled with a blade you are, or even what kind of abilities your Zanpakuto grants you in front of my Zanpakuto's total hypnosis, it's all useless. The moment Aizen finished speaking, the real one slashed down his blade at Yuna's neck, attempting to kill her in one hit, while the illusion he created with his Zanpakuto slashed at Yuna from the front. While he was doing so, a smile filled with confidence was clearly plastered on his face as his blade clearly cut through Yuna's neck, separating her head from her body. However, the moment that happened, he felt like something was off, resulting in him giving the freshly decapitated body of Yuna another look, causing his eyes to widen. An ice statue. Gotcha tilde. Before Aizen could react, a blade pierced through his back, causing his eyes to widen in shock, before Yuna continued talking in a leisurely manner. As always, you are too arrogant. I helped Terrible get rid of your hypnosis, so what makes you think I would be trapped within it? That was you. While blood was dripping out of the corner of Aizen's mouth, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at that new revelation. Yeah, thinking about it now, it should be pretty obvious, right? Aizen didn't answer Yuna, as he only glared at her in anger, causing her to chuckle in amusement. Well, is that it, Mr. God? Is that all you are worth? All that posturing, all that arrogance, all that pride, but in the end, the only thing that is needed to take you down is a little poke with my sword. What a pathetic end for an overinflated ego. The more Yuna spoke, the angrier Aizen became, while simultaneously, he could feel the Hogyoku hum in his chest reacting to his anger. Don't look down on me, human. Spiritual pressure erupted out of Aizen as the Hogyoku reformed his body, granting him more and more power as the border between Shinigami and Hollow was erased further and further. Moments later, Aizen emerged with a new form, now having multiple pairs of butterfly-like wings on his back while having a hollow hole in his chest. Do you see this, Yuna Uzumaki? This is the Hogyoku reacting to my desire. You might mock me, but no matter what you say, it doesn't matter. It's impossible for you to reach me. I'm invincible. I am a god. Aizen expected Yuna to despair due to him healing a seemingly fatal injury within an instant, but Yuna's reaction was the exact opposite of what he had expected as she raised her head, showing a face-splitting grin filled with insanity. Ha ha ha, yes. That's it. That's the facial expression I love the most. The pride, the confidence, the arrogance. I've been waiting for this for so long. As Yuna's 10 ice tails were menacingly swinging around, a snowstorm engulfed the area the duo was fighting in, while the pressure oozing out of Yuna seemed to be rising endlessly. Jin, who was still nearby, could only shudder in terror as he realized why everyone put so much trust into Yuna, as he finally understood just what kind of monster she was. Ha ha ha, seeing your smug expression turning into one twisted in despair might actually bring me over the edge, Aizen. Clang. A loud sound echoed over the forest. Yuna and Aizen were currently in as the duo's swords collided, resulting in a powerful shockwave. Surprisingly, after the duo's attacks collided, Yuna slipped backward a few meters while Aizen held his position. Unbothered by that, Yuna continued attacking, this time synchronizing her sword swings with the movement of her tail, resulting in a total of 11 attacks flying toward Aizen, who still showed a calm demeanor. He swung his blade at lightning speed, blocking Yuna's sword while dodging her tails, allowing him to counterattack. Yuna blocked the powerful strike with her own blade, but due to Aizen's overwhelming strength, she yet again slid back a few meters. Ha ha ha, what power! This is going to be fun. Hearing Yuna's crazed words, Aizen could only shake his head as he prepared himself for the next clash. How pitiful. I assumed you to be someone who fought calmly with every single move being calculated, but it seems like you are similar to that fool Kenpachi, who only knows how to charge his enemy like a wild beast. Honestly, by now it should be clear that you can't beat me, so why do you continue fighting? Are you truly just a crazed animal incapable of discerning the truth? The moment Aizen stopped speaking, Yuna couldn't help herself but start chuckling in amusement. However, said chuckling quickly turned into full-blown laughter as Yuna did her best not to fall to the ground due to laughing too hard. Obviously, Yuna laughing about his words caused Aizen to frown, clearly unhappy with Yuna's reaction. What are you laughing for? You are about to die, yet you laugh. Can you not comprehend the situation you are in? Ha ha ha, sorry, it's just so funny how unaware you are of your situation. Unaware of my situation? What do you mean? I'm fully aware of my situation, and no matter how I look at it, you stand no chance against me. Ha ha ha, so you really don't get it. Yuna laughed even harder, and the more she laughed, the angrier Aizen became. He was just about to continue fighting when Yuna took a few deep breaths, calming herself down. Phew, that was a good laugh. Anyway, since you don't get it, I might as well explain it to you. Clearly, you are rather proud of what you have achieved, and I have to admit, your current level of power isn't too bad. However, why are you so smug about it? Why are you proud that you are stronger than me? What's so great about that? Hehe, if you didn't have the Hogyoku, an external item that you didn't even create yourself, you would currently be groveling on the ground, begging for forgiveness, and yet here you are acting all smug. Additionally, even ignoring the matter of the Hogyoku, why do you think you are so special? Do you think it's amazing how you can barely overpower a young woman not even a fraction of your age? In front of my existence, the talent you have and are so proud of is meaningless. You are just a big fish in a small pond. As Yuna continued speaking, Aizen's anger increased, while the strength behind his spiritual pressure grew in tandem with his anger. It was clear that the Hogyoku was reacting to Aizen's anger as the more furious he became, the more it started glowing. I will not allow you to mock me any further, human. The Hogyoku started shining even more as Aizen's spiritual power climbed to unapprehended heights, resulting in another transformation. This time, the wings on Aizen's back fused into a single pair of leather-like white wings, while the single hollow hole he previously had turned into three. Additionally, it looked like the skin on his face was peeled back, revealing a grotesque face with a huge face-splitting smile. Feeling himself getting even more powerful, Aizen could help but laugh out loud as he was now certain that Yuna stood no chance against him. It's finally time for you to die, human. As he said that, he vanished from his position and appeared in front of Yuna, who barely managed to block the sword that was descending on her, resulting in her being sent flying away. As she was flying away, her back crashing through multiple trees, she felt a spatial fluctuation behind her before something started shining behind her. She quickly scanned the situation and immediately got what was going on, turning around and blocking yet another attack from Aizen, who had just teleported behind her. Ha ha ha, sorry, but I'm rather adept at reading spatial fluctuations. Despite those words, Yuna was still sent flying by the force behind the attack, which instantly sent her crashing into the ground, resulting in a huge crater and a massive dust cloud. Despite being just sent crashing into the ground at high speed, Yuna easily got back up on her feet while she yet again felt Aizen teleporting behind her. This time, unlike the other times she had clashed with Aizen, she didn't directly block his blow and deflected it instead, allowing her to hold her ground before launching a counterattack, which Aizen blocked with ease. Is that it? Is that all your strength amounts to? So you are still acting like this, huh? Very well, let me teach you a lesson. Feeling Yuna's power growing even further, Aizen couldn't help but frown, but considering the scale it was growing, he didn't care too much. Seeing his attitude, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as she resumed talking. Hehe, before I show you despair, let me say a few more words. Frankly, I thought the form you took after your self-proclaimed chrysalis phase was quite good. It had a lot of potential and room to grow as it balanced all the powers in your body perfectly. Following that, your weird butterfly mode was a little disappointing, but still not too bad, as there was still quite the decent balance, but your current form. Yuna sighed deeply while shaking her head in disappointment before she resumed her explanation. What a failure! Although the power of your current form is greater than the two previous ones, it is an utter failure. All that potential you perfectly balanced Shinigami, hollow form was wasted for the sake of more power. If you had stayed in that first form, you would have been able to reach much further than you currently do without looking like a freak, but now that you heavily lean toward the hollow aspect of your power while disregarding your Shinigami aspect, I can only shake my head and lament your fate. The most important aspect of someone's power had always been balance, and you disregarded that balance for the sake of a temporal power bust. How disappointing. Hearing Yuna's explanation, Aizen couldn't help but frown as some doubts appeared in his mind. Are those words true? Did I sacrifice my potential for power? However, just as quickly that question appeared in his mind, it disappeared. What nonsense. What could a random little human know about the power I currently wield, how it could evolve, and even how I got here? She is just trying to trick me into doubting myself. Before Aizen could issue any of those thoughts, a sneer appeared on Yuna's face as she raised her left hand, covering her face. I see that you have dismissed my words, and frankly, I'm not surprised. After all, that is just the kind of character you are. From the start, you have always considered yourself to be the smartest person in the room, dismissing the thoughts of everyone else as inferior. That being the case, let me show you the truth. The difference between someone who's after balance and someone who discards it. Between the correct and the wrong path. And finally, the difference between a mere genius like you and someone like me. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, she pulled down her left hand, resulting in a fox-like hollow mask covering the upper half of her face, causing Aizen's eyes to widen in shock. Impossible. Hollowification. Hee, that's right, hollowification. What are you so surprised about? Why do you think that even though Ichigo can use it, I can't? Obviously, Aizen was shocked when Yuna suddenly put on a hollow mask, revealing her ability to hollowify in front of him for the first time. However, hearing Yuna's question, a deep frown appeared on his face. Why did I think that even though Ichigo can use it, I can't? That's pretty obvious. I groomed Ichigo to have this ability from a very young age, so how am I supposed to predict that a random woman, who I didn't manage in the slightest, could do it? The Visored were in a similar position, but they had the help of Urahara Kasuke and the Hogyoku during their transformation, so how could a normal human possibly reach the state of hollowification by herself? Additionally, Yuna seems to be in no hurry at all, which should indicate that she basically had no time limit on her hollowification. Considering how much Ichigo was struggling with that, even after getting the help of the other Visored, how in the world did she do it? It took a lot of work from Aizen's side to get Ichigo where he currently was. Just how often did he have to adjust his plans to make sure Ichigo faced the perfect enemy? Just how much work had he put into picking the perfect opponent to guarantee that Ichigo's growth would go in the perfect direction? And yet here she was, right in front of him. A human that somehow, without his influence, without Kasuke's help, and without the help of the Hogyoku, reached the same level of being as Ichigo, whose growth Aizen had been regulating for a long time. However, it didn't even end there, as Aizen could feel something else. Now that he had reached a transcendent stage above being a mere Shinigami or hollow, he could tell the difference between Yuna's hollowification and Ichigo's. How is this possible? Now that I have reached this stage, I can easily tell how different the two are. Compared to Yuna's transformation, Ichigo's felt imperfect. Although Shinigami and hollow were supposed to be perfectly combined within Ichigo, now that I can look at the situation from a higher place, I can tell that that isn't the case. Realizing the situation, Aizen gritted his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Just how many decades had he put into his research? Just how many people did he sacrifice? How many outrageous things did he do to reach his current level of knowledge? Just how much time did he invest in Ichigo's growth? Yet, now that Yuna stood in front of him, showing a better state of being than Ichigo, whom Aizen had invested all his time into, how could he not get angry? All his efforts over the years were utterly disregarded and surpassed by a single human woman, not even a fraction of his anger. Hee, what's wrong, Aizen? Shocked that a little girl like me surpassed you in everything you have ever done. Not only did I improve one of your Arrancar beyond what you thought possible and gain strength that the normal you could only look up to, but I even surpassed your years of research by unveiling this hollowification transformation that surpasses everything you have ever seen. Hee, are you angry, Tilda? The moment Yuna stopped speaking, veins appeared on Aizen's forehead as he gritted his teeth in utter fury. Realizing that he had been surpassed was one thing, but the other person rubbing it in was a whole different matter. Silence. Are you proud of what you have done? Are you proud that you evolved one of the Arankara kept as toys even further? Are you proud of the measly strength you developed despite it being no match for me? Are you proud of your visored form that surpassed the toy I have been grooming? So what? I'll let you taste true despair. Finishing his little speech, Aizen raised his left hand into the air as powerful spiritual pressure started covering the battlefield, going as far as distorting space itself. While Yuna was watching him curiously, wondering what he was about to do, Aizen started chanting. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido 90 Kiro Hitsuja. The moment Aizen finished his chant, black spiritual power rose from the ground around Yuna, slowly covering her as she only looked at Aizen in indifference. Despair. A fully chanted Heido in the 90s in my current form is enough to twist even time and space. Not even you will be able to get out of this. As space continued closing off around her, Yuna only shook her head as she readied her blade. The moment the black spiritual power had fully surrounded her, seemingly trapping her in place, she swung her blade. Space itself trembled as her blade cut through the cage that was supposed to trap her, shredding it to pieces. Playing with space in front of me. Courting death. Feeling satisfied that she could use that line after quite some time of not being able to do so, Yuna wore a smug expression as she pointed her blade at the dumbfounded Aizen. How is that possible? Seeing Aizen's face twisting in disbelief and confusion, a shudder of pleasure went through Yuna's spine as a sloppy smile appeared on her face. Ha tilde, I just love crushing the confidence of arrogant people tilde. Your degeneracy is showing. It can't be helped tilde. Not minding her little conversation with Kurama, Yuna looked at Aizen, her face twisted in glee as she resumed mocking him. That's it, Aizen. An insignificant space lock. Let me give you a little warning, there is nothing that I cannot cut, space included. That being said, come, God, show me more of your arrogance so that I can crush it even further. Although Aizen was initially dumbfounded by Yuna so easily getting out of his Kido spell due to Yuna continuously mocking him, that feeling quickly faded as it was replaced with seething fury. Die, human. Yet again, Aizen started transforming, causing Yuna to smile in excitement. Oh, another form tilde, I'm looking forward to it tilde. Just let that man die and end his suffering. Oh tilde, is it just me, or is his chest getting bigger tilde? Sigh. Yet again, Aizen transformed, resulting in a much more human-looking form that no longer looked like it had the skin of its face peeled back. Simultaneously, 2 pure white horns grew on Aizen's head, while the number of hollow holes in his body was reduced to 1. Additionally, his overall build became more lithe and his facial features more delicate. Ha tilde finally. What incredible power. Now, I'm invincible, ha ha ha. Initially, Aizen was panting in exhaustion after his transformation, but he quickly regained his bearing after he felt the power coursing through his body. However, hearing his own laughter, a frown appeared on Aizen's face. Since when was my voice this high? His frown deepened as he inspected his hands, which were now a little smaller than they were before his transformation, and after looking down and seeing 2 small mountains on his body, question marks popped up above his head. What is going on? Why would the Hogyoku choose a form like this for my evolution? Aizen could tell at a glance that he had gotten more feminine, but he couldn't tell why it happened. The Hogyoku should have chosen the most optimal form to use and contain Aizen's power, so why was it something like this? Hee, what's wrong, Aizen? Someone as smart as you should be able to figure out why you took a form like this easily tilde. Aizen's frown only widened even further as Yuna apparently understood why the Hogyoku made a choice like this. This doesn't make any sense. On average, a man's body is better suited for combat than a woman's. Obviously, there are some exceptions, as one of the strongest captains ever was indeed a woman, but in general, that held true. So, why would the Hogyoku deliberately choose to make my body more female? I simply don't see any purpose in doing so. Seeing that Aizen continued pondering without getting to any conclusion, Yuna chuckled in amusement as a wide smile appeared on her face and she resumed speaking. Can't figure it out, huh? Very well, I'll tell you what's going on. Frankly, you have already said it yourself, the Hogyoku reacts to the will of the people around it, and this is exactly what happened, Tilda. The will of the people around it. Well, yes, I said that, but what has that to do with anything? Is she implying that I'm the one who wanted to turn into a woman? Reaching that point in his mind, Aizen simply shook his head. He had little interest in matters between the sexes, so he saw no point in changing genders. Hell, he even went as far as to sleep with Momo Hinamori just for the thrill of messing with her mind when he ultimately betrayed Seirei. No, I hold no such desire, so what else could she mean? Is she saying that it was her will that influenced the Hogyoku? Impossible. While Aizen was deep in thought, Yuna patiently stood by the side and waited while leisurely spinning her sword in her hand. As soon as Aizen came to his conclusion, he threw a seething glare at Yuna, causing her to chuckle in amusement. Are you implying that it was your will that influenced the Hogyoku? Nonsense. You are just a puny human that somehow stumbled its way into being a Shinigami. You are nothing. And I am a god. Seeing Aizen slowly slip into madness, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes, Yuna smiled wryly while shaking her head. Is that how you see the situation? Sorry, but you have no idea who is currently standing in front of you. Indeed, I'm not only implying that my will influence the Hogyoku, I'm actually certain of that. The reason for that is actually pretty simple. After all, there is no way your puny little will. Yuna briefly paused her speech as her facial expression changed. Her grin widened into a deranged smile as deranged laughter echoed out of her mouth. Could possibly compare to the heights of my degeneracy. Seeing Yuna's twisted facial expression, Aizen subconsciously took a step back. He had seen a lot in his long life, but he had never witnessed such a deranged facial expression, causing him to shiver not in fear but in disgust. Although Aizen was briefly distracted by Yuna's face, he swiftly managed to center himself, allowing him to comprehend the words Yuna had just uttered. Obviously, his first thought was to simply dismiss her words as nonsense, but considering the Hogyoku seemed to have indeed been influenced by someone else, Aizen really couldn't do so. However, instead of accepting Yuna's words as the truth, they made him only angrier, as he was unwilling to believe that someone else could influence the Hogyoku at this point in time. Nonsense. I can't accept this. A coincidence. This is just a coincidence. After he finished yelling at Yuna, Aizen launched himself at her in anger, causing Yuna to shake her head in disapproval. Frankly, she was rather certain that Aizen said that not to discredit her claim but to reassure himself that his own opinion was correct. That's the price of his own arrogance. Slowly but surely, he is falling apart. Man, I have to admit, I miss the Uchiha clan a little. Don't get me wrong, bullying people with a god complex is always fun, no matter how often I see you do it, but with the Uchiha, it just hits differently, Tilda. Never thought I would ever hear you missing the Uchiha clan, but I see where you are coming from. While Yuna and Kurama were chatting, Aizen arrived in front of her and swung down his sword. Seeing the strength and speed behind the attack, Yuna couldn't help but grin as 4 of her ice tails moved to intercept the attack, successfully blocking Aizen's blade. Simultaneously, the 6 head-like protrusions behind Aizen moved as well, resulting in 6 energy balls forming. Seeing what Aizen was doing, the remaining 6 tails that didn't block Aizen's sword pointed their tips at 1 head each, resulting in 6 white balls of energy forming in front of them. A low humming sound could be heard as 6 white "Sero" were shouted from the tip of Yuna's tails, colliding with the 6 beams that were shot from Aizen's head-like protrusions. Although strictly speaking, the attacks Yuna used were normal Seros, but under the influence of Yuna's incredibly dense spiritual power and her insane affinity for ice, they turned into something entirely different. As the moment they collided with Aizen's attack, snowstorms exploded out of the point of collision, freezing everything in the vicinity except for Yuna and Aizen, the latter resisting the freezing effect with his own dense spiritual power. However, while all these attacks collided, Yuna still hadn't used her sword, which she now took advantage of, swinging it at Aizen, who was still busy resisting the freezing effect of Yuna's Seros. Seeing the large blade being swung at him, Aizen's eyes widened in surprise as he flared his spiritual power even more, allowing him to resist Yuna's ice more easily, resulting in him almost entirely dodging Yuna's attack, only resulting in a small gash in his chest. However, despite the wound being pretty much insignificant, Aizen couldn't help but get angry about it. After all, again and again, he had claimed to be a god, just for Yuna to surpass him on every occasion. How can you still touch me? This is impossible. Following those words, he pointed his finger at Yuna while the 6 head-like protrusions on his back moved as well, concentrating all their attack power on a single point just in front of Aizen's finger. Die. Manically, laughter echoed off the battlefield as Yuna's gaze lingered on the powerful attack filled with the spiritual power that was shooting toward her. Despite the danger she clearly felt from the attack, she raised her blade and prepared to meet it head-on. What a nice move. Allow me to show you my sincerity as well. The moment Yuna was done speaking, incredible dense spiritual pressure erupted as outrageous amounts of spiritual power wrapped around Yuna's blade, instantly reducing the temperature on the battlefield even further. Divine Ice Sword Combination Art, 5th Form, Absolute Supreme Godly Severance. Sigh another outrageous name. Ga tilde so cool tilde. As expected of you, Chaos. You have good taste. Sigh someone, please get me out of here. Gahaha tilde. Indifferent to Yuna's conversation with Kurama and Chaos, Aizen's assault continued as a power being filled to the brink with spiritual power shot at Yuna, its power high enough even to distort the space around it. Unbothered by that, Yuna sliced down her sword, resulting in a flying sword slash that looked like it was made out of ice flying at Aizen's attack. However, unlike Aizen's attack, Yuna seemed to not bend space at all and, instead, left a frozen trail behind, indicating that the attack was cold enough to freeze even the air it passed through. Not even a full second later, the two attacks collided. While Aizen wore a smug expression, thinking his attack could easily overpower Yuna's, Yuna only wore an excited grin, happy that someone appeared who could take her fully powered attack. The two moves collided, resulting in a massive explosion, as one part of the battlefield was instantly engulfed in a layer of ice. At the same time, the other one was annihilated by a massive explosion, resulting in both Yuna and Aizen being sent flying due to the power of the two colliding attacks. A few seconds passed in which the battlefield simply was silent, but a moment later, loud laughter erupted from the frozen part of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, not bad, Aizen. Not bad at all. Yuna managed to extract herself from the mountain she had crashed into after clashing with Aizen, laughing loudly with excitement clearly present in her voice. On the other side of the battlefield, Aizen extracted himself from the boulder he had crashed into as well, frowning deeply. Even now, after he went through countless evolutions stimulated by the Hogyoku, he still was evenly matched with Yuna. He simply couldn't fathom how she was still keeping up with him. Just how much had he done to reach the level he was currently at? How much research had he done? How many experiments had he conducted? How many schemes had he crafted? Despite all of that, there now stood a random human in front of him that matched everything he had done, seemingly without putting any effort into it. How could he not be pissed about that? He was about to continue his assault, but before Aizen could do so, another player entered the battlefield. Someone whose appearance was initially looked forward to. After all these years of planning, scheming, and trickery. All of that Aizen predicted to accumulate in this single moment. Kurosaki Ichigo. Indeed, a few seconds after Yuna and Aizen's clash, Ichigo had appeared on the battlefield. However, unlike how he previously looked, he looked much more mature, while his eyes, which initially were filled with doubt, now radiated deep confidence. Seeing the current Ichigo in front of her, Yuna nodded in approval. Not only were his eyes filled with confidence, but the power he was currently radiating was outrageously huge, making her wonder if this was a temporary power-up or not. Those are some good eyes, Ichigo. Seems like you have finally overcome your own doubts. Hearing Yuna's words, Ichigo briefly glanced at her before giving her a small nod, causing Yuna to chuckle in amusement. That Brett sure has grown over the course of the last hour, huh? How cheeky tilde. While Yuna was appraising Ichigo, Aizen did the same, but unlike Yuna, he came to a completely different conclusion. MHH. I'm unsure what kind of evolution you were going for, but it seems you failed. I feel nothing from you, Kurosaki Ichigo. What a disappointment. While Yuna was briefly dumbfounded by Aizen claiming that he didn't feel anything from Ichigo, Ichigo's indifferent gaze landed on Aizen. The duo briefly met their gazes before Ichigo raised his blade and pointed it at Aizen. I don't care what you think, Aizen. Let's fight. I finished this fight within an instant. A few minutes earlier, Ichigo flew through the dimension between Seirei and the world of the living at high speed while carrying his father on his shoulder. In this place between dimensions, time didn't flow, and due to Aizen destroying this place's cleaner, which was supposed to prevent exactly that, Ichigo stayed here for multiple months, allowing him to learn a new technique that would help him against Aizen, the final Getsuga Tensho. Fortunately, Ichigo managed to more or less learn it and only needed a little longer to be able to display the technique's full power. However, even without access to the full extent of the technique's power, Ichigo was confident that he could deal with Aizen until he reached the point where he could make his final move. Unfortunately, the word final in Final Getsuga Tensho was literally the last Getsuga Tensho he would ever use, as using it would remove his Shinigami powers. Nonetheless, he was willing to make that sacrifice if it meant defeating Aizen. So, minutes later, Ichigo reached the real Karakura town, where he knew Aizen was currently at. He had feared that Aizen might have done something to his friends who stayed in Karakura town, but after quickly scanning the town, he realized that neither his friends, his two little sisters, nor his mother experienced any harm, with most of them being simply asleep. Next, he was about to look for Aizen, but he quickly found that to be unnecessary, as he noticed two colossal explosions in the distance, which were accompanied by two frankly disgustingly powerful spiritual pressures. Even at this point in time, she somehow can keep up with Aizen, What a monster! Shaking his head with a wry smile on his face, Ichigo gently put his unconscious father on the ground before speeding toward Aizen's current position. And, as he was flying, he could only sigh in relief as Yuna apparently confronted Aizen outside the town, preventing causalities. Feeling the air getting colder as he approached the fighting duo, Ichigo frowned deeply, hoping that this confrontation wouldn't have any negative impact on his hometown, and moments later, he finally arrived at the battlefield. Those are some good eyes, Ichigo. Seems like you have finally overcome your own doubts. Hearing Yuna's words, Ichigo only gave her a nod of acknowledgement while internally being rather annoyed. He was fully aware of his own doubts regarding this whole situation, and he was also aware that he had some doubts about defeating Aizen. Now that he had reached his current state, his confidence had soared, but despite that, Yuna still indirectly pointed out that he previously had the eyes of a coward, which he knew was true but didn't like to hear. So, that being the case, Ichigo decided to only briefly acknowledge Yuna before focusing on Aizen, confidence and determination burning in his eyes. MHH. I'm unsure what kind of evolution you were going for, but it seems you failed. I feel nothing from you, Kurosaki Ichigo. What a disappointment. Hearing Aizen's words, Ichigo's confidence soured even further as he realized that Aizen wasn't capable of sensing his power, making it clear that Ichigo had ascended to a level beyond Aizen's. He also offhandedly noticed that Yuna was giving Aizen weird looks for dismissing his current strength, which meant that she was likely capable of sensing his current state, making Ichigo really wonder what kind of creature she was. After all, not even Aizen could fathom his power, so how could Yuna? Obviously, what Ichigo wasn't aware of was that Yuna had experienced much higher levels of power in her previous lives, so the realm Ichigo was currently in was far from what Yuna couldn't perceive. I don't care what you think, Aizen. Let's fight. I finished this fight within an instant. Ichigo's confidence soared even further as he pointed his blade at Aizen with an indifferent expression. However, as he was fixing his gaze on Aizen, a weirded-out expression appeared on his face. Wait a second, what's with Aizen's current looks? Obviously, he went through multiple evolutions due to the Hogyoku's influence, but what is it with his current form? No matter how I look at it, isn't he a little too feminine? Briefly thinking about it, Ichigo's gaze landed on Yuna, who smirked at him while giving him a wink, causing a shiver to go down his spine. She did something, didn't she? Honestly, I'm kind of curious how she managed to pull off something like this, but I don't dare to ask. Who knows? If I appear to be too interested in this, she might actually make me her next target. Ichigo swiftly ignored whatever had happened to Aizen in favor of finishing this fight. However, before he could attack, he heard Yuna again speaking to him. That state you are currently in, it isn't permanent, is it? Since Yuna could feel his current strength, which was even surpassing her own, she couldn't help but wonder how exactly Ichigo managed to power up so much. However, instead of asking about that, she was much more curious about the truth about his current power-up. Even with her own knowledge and methods, she was certain she could not develop a technique that would allow Ichigo to alleviate him to his current level of strength in such a short time and without massive drawbacks. That being said, Yuna quickly concluded that whatever Ichigo had done to himself would have massive repercussions that might even possibly cost him his life. Frankly, Yuna's relationship with Ichigo was rather shallow, but if whatever he was currently doing would cost him his life, she would intervene. Doing so might carry some risks, but stopping Ichigo's technique, whatever it was something Yuna had some confidence in. As for defeating Aizen afterward, it wouldn't be easy, but if she were to use a move or two that damaged herself as well, she was certain that she could do something about that as well. However, before Yuna could make any drastic decisions, Ichigo resumed speaking, informing her about the nature of his power-up. Currently, I'm in a state that is about to unleash the final Getsuga Tensho. In this case, the word final is meant literally, as I will use all my power after using it. The moment Ichigo finished his explanation, Yuna couldn't help but frown deeply. For a cultivator, losing your power was a fate that was pretty much as bad as death, but Ichigo was not a cultivator. In fact, he only had his powers for about a year, as such, making him not especially attached to them. Obviously, if there were a chance for Ichigo to keep his powers, he would take it, but Yuna could clearly see that Ichigo had already made his decision. I see, in that case, I won't stand in the way of your resolve. Show me what you can do, Ichigo. Of course. The moment Ichigo affirmed Yuna's words, his spiritual power rose even further, escalating far beyond what even Yuna had, reaching a whole new level. Seeing Ichigo's power rising even further, Yuna whistled while looking impressed. As expected of a one-time-only attack. That's a lot of power. Ichigo didn't comment on Yuna's words, but Aizen couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what he saw. After all, even now, he still couldn't feel any spiritual power in Ichigo, but considering it was so densely wrapped around Ichigo's body that it was even possible to see it with the naked eye, there was no doubt that Ichigo still possessed his spiritual power. How is that possible? Why can't I still not feel his power? Don't tell me he is on an even higher level of evolution than me. Unaware of Aizen's thoughts, Ichigo's power skyrocketed further and further, and after reaching the peak of his power, he revealed a new form. Now, his whole body was covered in his dense black spiritual power, making it look like black clothing was covering his whole body, while even his hair had turned black from the spiritual power coating it. The final Getsuga Tensho is for me to become Getsuga itself. Following those words, Yuna gave Ichigo's current form a close inspection and instantly noticed that his Zanpakuto was gone. She gave it an even closer look, and after thinking about the situation and Ichigo's words a few seconds longer, she realized what exactly had happened to him. He fused with his Zanpakuto. This final attack uses all the dormant power within his Zanpakuto to deal one lethal blow, and in the process, his Zanpakuto's power will be fully depleted, making it go dormant. However, neither his Zanpakuto nor his Zanpakuto spirit will be destroyed in the process, so there should be a way to reawaken his power. Guess I'll look into it when I have some time. Unaware of Yuna's thoughts about how it might be possible to return Ichigo's power to him, Ichigo raised his hand to prepare his attack, while Aizen was freaking out due to the realization that Ichigo was very likely on a higher level of existence than him. It can't be possible. That just can't be. No human can surpass me. That's just not Mugetsu. Unbothered by Aizen's rant, a thin black blade entirely made out of spiritual power appeared above Ichigo's hand, and while Aizen was still going crazy, he slashed it down, turning the world black. Outrageous amounts of spiritual pressure exploded out of Ichigo's blade, covering everything with his dense black spiritual power and, more importantly, slicing vertically through Aizen as if his body was made out of butter, creating a deadly wound. The moment his attack stopped, Ichigo felt a wave of fatigue washing over him, causing his knees to buckle. However, before he could fall, Yuna appeared next to him and supported his body. Nice move, Ichigo. It's a pity it was only a one-time use move. Otherwise, I would have liked to give it a spin as well. Hearing Yuna's words, Ichigo could only smile wryly while wondering if Yuna had actually seen what kind of damage his attack did and how that could have translated to her wanting to experience the same, but Yuna's next words made him pause. A pity it still wasn't enough. What? Ha ha ha, you lose, Kurosaki Ichigo. Surprisingly, Aizen's body, which Ichigo had cut in two halves, regenerated, knitting itself back together with the power of the Hogyoku, and moments later, Aizen managed to stand up again. Look, Kurosaki Ichigo. Can you see it? My Zanpakuto is disappearing. That means that the Hogyoku no longer deems it necessary for me to have one. Just like you, I'll fuse with my Zanpakuto. Just like you, I will become one with its power. No. I'll even surpass your power. While Ichigo was trying to put up a resistance, which he failed at, Yuna only shook her head as Aizen's sanity seemed to be deteriorating further and further. Well, they say that women are less rational, so I guess it can't be helped that as further he transforms into one, the more irrational he gets. So you are just going to act like that isn't your fault? Don't think for even a second that I don't remember how you asked him to give you the Hogyoku briefly. I don't know what you did, but I know you did something at that very moment. Well, that sounds a lot like a baseless accusation. Got any proof? As if I would need any proof to claim that you went out of your way to mess with someone just for the sake of messing with them. That's actually quite a good argument. Oh well, yeah, I fucked up the Hogyoku when he handed it over to me. As expected. Gahaha. While Aizen was continuing to rant, a spike made out of spiritual power suddenly grew out of his chest, confusing him. What the hell is this? Before anyone could answer that question, more and more spikes appeared all over Aizen's body. He attempted to do something to stop whatever was going on, but no matter what he did, nothing helped. Kido. When did you? He couldn't finish that sentence as Urahara Kasuke suddenly appeared with a smirk on his face. Looks like it finally activated. Urahara Kasuke. Is this your doing? Indeed. Earlier, when I bound you with Kido, I secretly led another spell in the one I used. I knew that after you fused with the Hogyoku, you would be almost impossible to kill, so I came up with a spell to seal you permanently. Seal me? What a jerk. Can't you see that I'm still evolving further? No matter what kind of seal you created, it won't do anything. Unfortunately for him, the moment those words left Aizen's mouth, his form changed yet again, but this time, he became distinctively more human while he simultaneously felt a lot of power leaving his body. What is this? What's the meaning of this? Seeing Aizen's crazed form, while briefly wondering why the Hogyoku had decided to turn him into a woman, Kasuke shook his head. Unfortunately, that's not how it is. The reason the seal activated in the first place was that you were weak enough for it to work. Or rather, it activated because you are no longer strong enough to rule over the Hogyoku. It no longer recognized you as its master. Hearing Kasuke's explanation, Aizen was briefly dazed before seething fury exploded out of his body. Urahara Kasuke. Aizen struggled to get out of the seal Kasuke cast on him, but no matter what he did, nothing helped, so all he could do was continue to curse at Kasuke. I despise you. Why, with a mind as brilliant as yours, do you accept the current situation? Why do you continue obeying that thing? Kasuke was about to answer Aizen, but before he could do so, Aizen continued yelling while his gaze landed on Yuna. And you, Yuna Uzumaki, you looked through the archives of Central 46 as well, right? You should know about the Soul King as well. Why is someone like you willing to serve under that thing? Hearing those words, Kasuke couldn't help but flinch. Frankly, this was something he was a little afraid of, Yuna getting to know about the Soul King. With a free-spirited personality, there was no way she would serve under someone, especially not the almost lifeless husk that was the Soul King. However, to Aizen and Kasuke's surprise, Yuna only tilted her head in confusion before she started talking with a weirded-out expression on her face. Serve? What are you talking about, Aizen? I don't serve anybody. Whether it's you, Seirede, or whoever else wants me to serve them, I'll annihilate them, no questions asked. Yuna Uzumaki is below no one and above everyone. There might be some figurehead sitting on a random throne somewhere tucked away in Seirede, but I don't give a sliver of a shit about him. If, somehow, that useless puppet decided to become my enemy, I'll simply slay it and everyone it sends after me. Hearing Yuna's opinion in regards to the Soul King, Aizen was briefly stunned, incapable of understanding what he had just heard. For him, the Soul King was a disgusting existence that was seated above everyone else, seemingly ruling all of creation, but to Yuna, he was just some random king who didn't bother her in the slightest. Seemingly, the only reason why Yuna had not yet killed him was simply because she didn't care about him. Obviously, this kind of indifferent attitude dumbfounded Aizen, while Kasuke could only sigh in relief. Frankly, Yuna's attitude toward the Soul King wasn't optimal, with her clearly stating that she would go for the kill if she had to, but it was still better than the worst-case scenario, where she was hell-bent on killing him. Bullshit. Accepting the status quo is the attitude of a loser. A winner shouldn't accept how the world is but how it should be. It took a few seconds, but Aizen finally managed to get out of his daze. Since Yuna didn't seem to care about what the current situation was, he came to the conclusion that Yuna simply accepted everything as acceptable, not wanting to cause a stir. However, that wasn't how she thought at all. Huh? Loser and winner. Of those two, isn't it obvious that I'm a winner? Of all the people I know here, my harem is the biggest, so it's only obvious that I'm a winner. As for the Soul King, I don't understand why you even care about that thing. Do you want to take its position as a ruler? Why would you do that? Do you know how bothersome it is to rule over something? You'll actually have to do work. At that very moment, Aizen realized just how different Yuna was from him. While he desired power and authority, Yuna, as the degenerate she was only interested in expanding her harem, not caring about anything else. I see, so it's like that. The moment Aizen's words of understanding echoed over the battlefield, Kisuke's seal fully activated, sealing Aizen away for a long time. A little later, Yamamoto received the information that Aizen was successfully sealed away, resulting in him stopping the battle. Looking around the battlefield, he could only sigh and sigh again due to this being the weirdest battle he had ever participated in. While he was fighting against Hinata and Naruto, the earth sphere surrounding Hisoka and Tatsuya had grumbled away, revealing two very exhausted-looking women who seemed to be too exhausted to continue fighting, as both of their transformations grumbled away, signalizing that they were out of juice. He offhandedly noticed that the faces appeared to share a healthy glow, but after thinking about it for a brief moment, he concluded that their faces simply were flushed red due to the duo's exhaustion. Frankly, the moment a Shinigami noticed a hollow, especially in Arrancar, they were supposed to engage them immediately, but what was with the current situation? What in the world is happening? The reason Yamamoto found this war so weird was exactly the current situation. Rangiku was happily chatting with the three Arrancar she previously fought. Hinata was engaging in a conversation with Haribo, while Hisoka seemed to have befriended her opposing Arankaka as well. Obviously, his first instinct was getting rid of the remaining Arrancar, but after realizing that Yuna seemed to have forged a bond with Haribo, he discarded that thought. Getting in conflict with not only Yuna but Hinata and Naruto as well simply wasn't worth getting rid of one or two captain-level hollows. Shaking his head with a wry smile on his face, Yamamoto decided to stop thinking about the situation. After all, the war was won, there were no causalities on his side, and the enemy's side seemingly didn't even hold a grudge. Everything worked out just fine, so why bother reigniting the flames of conflict? A few days later, deeply hidden underneath Seirede, a single man or woman was tightly bound on a chair, making it impossible for her to move. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, and if the woman could control her facial expressions, she would frown at that, as she didn't expect anyone to visit her in her confinement. Yo, Aizen tilde, I decided to pay a visit tilde. However, no answer came, as Aizen was tightly sealed up, making it impossible for her to speak. However, just when she decided to ignore the intruder, she felt a few of the seals weakening, making it possible for her to speak. Yuna Uzumaki. How did you even get permission to get here, and they even allowed you to unseal a few of my seals? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it getting permission. MHH. What do you mean? Well, long story short, I snuck in tilde. Yet again, Aizen could only be dumbfounded by Yuna's actions. After all, she was currently contained in the most secure part of Seirede. How in the world could an outsider possibly sneak in here? However, she quickly dismissed all the questions roaming her mind for the sake of asking something else. Why are you? Do you want to mock me even further than you have already done? Not at all. In fact, I came here to thank you. Thank me? For what? Seeing the confusion in Aizen's eyes, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she spread her arms widely with a large smile on her face. Well, it's for following all of my plans so perfectly all this time tilde. Naturally, those words only made Aizen frown, as she had no idea since when she had supposedly been following any plans Yuna might have made. Hell, she didn't even know any of Yuna's plans. Yuna's grin widened even further as she flicked her wrist, causing a fox mask to appear in her hand. It was rather small and clearly was made for a child, but seeing that mask caused Aizen to frown, as she felt like he remembered seeing it before. Hee, I guess just seeing it isn't enough for you to remember, as it was a long time ago and you probably didn't deem the event as too important. What was a gesture again? Oh, right, it was this, wasn't it? Following those words, Yuna raised her hand and pointed two of her fingers as her own eyes before pointing her index finger at Aizen. Well, it's only one person this time, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Aizen . Aizen's eyes widened as her memories of an event that happened over 10 years ago flashed through her head. You are the one who saved Ichigo's mother all these years ago. Correct, . That was one of the events I wanted to prevent from happening, after all. I know you wanted Ichigo to go through a traumatizing experience while simultaneously making that hollow something like a nemesis for him to face years later, but if it happened how you had planned it, Ichigo's psyche would have received some damage, stifling his potential. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, Aizen squinted her eyes at Yuna, wondering how Yuna could possibly know what would happen. With Ichigo's personality, she was certain that Ichigo would settle on a path of vengeance toward the hollow instead of negatively impacting his psyche. How would you know that? Aren't you just guessing Ichigo's reaction just as much as I do? No, even more important, how would you even know about what I had planned for him? At that point in time, you weren't even a Shinigami, so it was impossible for you to know about me. Indeed, your words ring true. Unfortunately, there is one aspect about me you are not aware of, . Yet again, Aizen could only frown as Yuna happily continued the conversation. Simultaneously, she was looking forward to Yuna revealing one of her secrets, as Aizen was certain there were multiple of those. Yuna smirked at Aizen as her deep purple eyes seemed to shine with untold wisdom and knowledge, briefly startling Aizen. I can see the future, . The moment those words left Yuna's mouth, Aizen wanted to call her out on her bullshit, but the problem was, she really couldn't. To Aizen, Yuna had always felt incredibly uncanny. Aizen had always gotten the impression that Yuna could unravel all of Aizen's secrets with a single glance while simultaneously knowing what she really shouldn't know about. If it were any other person claiming that they could see the future, Aizen would have immediately dismissed it, but with Yuna, she couldn't. There were simply too many weird things about her to just dismiss such a claim. Thinking back on all the things Aizen had planned for so far, it did indeed seem that Yuna would always take a backseat, allowing Aizen to execute every scheme she had to make Ichigo grow stronger. So she knew about my plans all along. Then why didn't she stop me earlier? Hell, she could even stop me from acquiring the Hogyoku in the first place. You can see the future. I'm not certain if I should even believe you in the first place, but what does that have to do with anything? The only thing that could explain is why you knew about my plans. But how did that result in my actions overlapping with what you planned? Very well, let me tell you about all the things I accomplished in this war, why I wanted to accomplish them, and how you helped me with doing so. Yuna couldn't help but laugh out loud as a chair made out of ice grew from the ground, allowing her to sit down with a relaxed smile on her face. First of all, who are the people I was cautious of and could get in the way of my plans? Ichigo, Yamamoto, Kenpachi, Retsu, the Hogyoku, and you. That being said, Ichigo lost his powers and Yamamoto now has a lot of trust in me due to defeating you. Kenpachi is only interested in a good battle, so he doesn't matter, and Retsu is someone I already seduced, making her a non-factor as well. Finally, by allowing Ichigo to continue powering up through your plans, I even managed to get rid of you and the Hogyoku, who are now firmly sealed down here. The more Yuna talked, the more uneasy Aizen felt, as she realized that the only people who could still possibly resist Yuna were people who had a lot of trust in her, bringing her into a position where she could easily seize a lot of power. What are you planning? What is your final goal in all of this? Now, let's not get hasty. Anyway, that was the Shinigami side, but we haven't even talked about the Arrancar side yet. Haribel is another woman I have already seduced, while Hisoka is someone I have known for a long time now. In conclusion, I'm currently indirectly ruling Hueco Mundo. That being said, I'm not quite at that point for Seirede yet, so a few captains will face a few unfortunate deaths. For now, Aizen kept quiet as a solemn expression appeared on her face when Yuna mentioned ruling over Hueco Mundo, but when she talked about a few captains dying, she truly wondered just how twisted Yuna's mind was. She wants to assassinate captain-level Shinigami within Seirede. What a joke. That is utterly impo, no way. Hinata. Seeing Aizen's expression twisting from ridicule to shock to disbelief, Yuna laughed out loud, clearly enjoying the situation as she could easily tell what Aizen was thinking about. That's right, Hinata. Didn't you find it weird that I somehow was accompanied by someone with such outrageous stealth capabilities? Hee, that's right, from the very start, I always intended for her to get rid of the captains that were in my way. Aizen's eyes widened in terror as she realized just how far-reaching Yuna's schemes were. However, despite the aversion she felt, there was one question Aizen just couldn't help but ask. Why are you doing all of this? Good question. One might reasonably think I'm doing all of this to gain power, but that isn't it at all. All I do is for the greater good. The greater good. Yes. Wonderreich, does that ring a bell? Wonderreich. That old legend about the deceased Quincy King returning one day. I have little interest in the delusions of a wiped-out race. Indeed, but unfortunately, all those stories are true. The Quincy King will return, and it will be a massacre. Without my intervention, Seirede will collapse and the balance of the world will tilt, ultimately leading to total destruction. Nonsense, the Shinigami repelled the Quincy once, and they will do so again. As Aizen was getting more and more agitated, Yuna could only shake her head with a sad smile on her face while secretly grinning in amusement. Normally, that would indeed be the case, but unfortunately, this time, the Quincy will have a method to rid a Shinigami of their Bankai, stealing it for themselves to use. Those words instantly silenced Aizen, as she had no trouble imagining how powerless a captain would feel when their precious Bankai was stolen away, as that would utterly cripple their combat power. In that case, why are you doing all of this? What is your purpose? I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but Quincy's natural enemy is a hollow, to the degree that even injecting a little of a hollow's spiritual power into a Quincy could turn out to be lethal. Following Yuna's words, Aizen simply nodded her head. She was aware of that, as she went through plenty of experiments in that regard. Seeing Aizen nod, Yuna continued her explanation. So, that being said, our main force should obviously consist of hollow. However, a normal hollow obviously won't make it far, so after inspecting how the Hogyoku works, I realized how to properly fuse a Shinigami and a hollow's power, resulting in what Haribal had displayed earlier. The end result should be multiple hollow, capable of using their Bankai. I have no doubt that a Bankai used by a hollow is not something the Quincy will be able to steal, possibly even damaging them if they were to try. That being said, there is an obvious problem there. The amount of hollow I can help to evolve to that level is simply too low, so I'll have to help a new batch grow up as fast as possible to prepare for the war. Initially, I planned to use the Arrancar you already created, but unfortunately, the method I used to help Haribal become a proper Arrancar wouldn't work as smoothly on the other Arrancar, resulting in the need for a fresh batch. That being said, what is the best way to make a hollow grow stronger, Aizen? Silence briefly reigned between Yuna and Aizen as Aizen carefully analyzed Yuna's words. However, the more she thought about all the information she had just received, the paler she got, and seconds later, she finally resumed speaking. The best way for a hollow to grow stronger is by consuming a Shinigami. You want to sacrifice Shinigami for the sake of making the hollow side stronger to combat the Quincy. Now, sacrifice is such a harsh word. Let's formulate it as sending Shinigami on missions that might be a little hard for them to succeed in, okay Tilda? You are insane. Although Aizen honestly didn't care too much about the other Shinigami, let's not forget that even during this war, not a single Shinigami died, making it clear that she had at least some attachment to the Shinigami within Seirede. So, hearing that Yuna planned to sacrifice probably outrageous amounts of them for the sake of making a bunch of hollow stronger, how could he not be outraged? However, hearing Aizen's accusation, Yuna only looked at him with indifference before she resumed speaking. Yes, I am, but in the end, it's all for the greater good. Ichigo had to go because he was too soft to sacrifice 1,000 to save 1,000,000. The same rings true for Yamamoto, who had grown soft in recent years and will be removed soon. I'm aware that neither Retsu nor Kenpachi would care, so there is no problem with them helping out during the attack. Finally, there is you, Aizen, and seeing how you reacted to the information I just gave you, allowing you to get sealed was the correct choice. It's a pity I won't be able to recruit you in my fight against the Wundenreich, but in the end, everything is fine. Everything went according to Keika, my plan. The moment Yuna finished speaking, she turned around and walked away while Aizen continued yelling at her, calling her crazy for being willing to sacrifice too many people for such an insane plan. However, Yuna simply ignored him. Around 5 minutes later, Yuna managed to find a quiet place and ha 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 ha, did you see his fucking face? Immediately broke down and started laughing her ass off. Hee, that god complex of his sure slipped away quickly, didn't it, Tilda? Gahaha Tilda, so fun Tilda. It took Yuna a full 10 minutes to regain her bearing, and after wiping away the tears that spilled out of her eyes due to laughing too much, another brief chuckle escaped her before she decided to return to the world of the living. Man, messing with people with a god complex is always fun, but I guess it's time to return home for now. I wonder what the next incident will be, Tilda. Don't you already know that due to Hisoka? Tilda. Since Aizen's defeat, well over a year had passed and things more or less returned to normal within Karakura town and everyone returned to attending classes. Yes, completely normal. Well, hello, class. Today, I'll introduce you to 2 new transfer students who will temporarily be attending classes. The first one is Tia Haribel, please enter the room. As normal as things could be. Moments later, the classroom's door opened, revealing a busty woman with long blonde hair wearing the school's uniform that barely managed to conceal her assets. She simply walked in front of the class and briefly said her name while giving out no further information. Oi, there is no way she is still high school age, right? So what? Look at her. I wouldn't mind dying between those thighs. Rather than the thighs, I would prefer suffocating between those breasts. Mr. Button, please stop resisting and set those 2 mountains free, Tilda. While the class was clamming due to Haribel's appearance, Ishida almost had an aneurysm as he could clearly feel Haribel's spiritual power. The hell? Not only is she an Arrancar, but she is easily captain level as well. Why is she here? And even more important, how did she get this far without being detected by anyone? However, what happened next instantly made Ishida's face deadpan while dismissing the current situation as not dangerous. Oh, Haribel, there you are. How were my arrangements? Did everything work out fine? Naturally, the person who spoke was Yuna, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. Arrangements? What exactly did she do? How did she manage to get an adult admitted to a high school? Who gives a shit about the bureaucracy? I'm more interested in knowing how Yuna knows this woman and what their relationship is. Button-sama, please stop resisting. Unbothered by the clamming of the peanut gallery, Haribel's gaze landed on Yuna, followed by a small smile appearing on her face. Yes, Yuna-sama. Thank you for helping me indulge in experiencing the same school life you are experiencing. Sama? The hell? Seriously, what is their relationship? Button-sama. Still not bothering with the crowd, Haribel approached Yuna and leaned down, allowing the two to share a short kiss, instantly causing the crowd to explode. What? Seriously? Are you shitting me? As expected of Yuna-sama. Please bestow your wisdom on this unworthy one. Misato Ochi, the classroom's teacher, briefly felt her eyebrows twitch due to what she had just witnessed but didn't comment on it any further. She had no clue why, but the principal gave her strict orders to not bother with Yuna's shenanigans. She wasn't certain, but she somehow felt like Yuna managed to dig up some dirt about the principal, as he seemed rather reluctant to even speak about her. Shaking those thoughts away, she decided not to bother thinking about his too much, as it clearly was above her pay grade. Powering through the messy situation, Misato somewhat managed to forcefully calm down the class, allowing her to introduce the second new student. Anyway, let's greet our next transfer student. Misato looked down at her notes but couldn't help but frown at the rather unusual name. However, in the end, she didn't let that bother her. Everyone, this is Nell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a little girl with a goofy grin, causing Misato's face to deadpan. A child. Nell quickly entered the classroom, stopped right before Misato, and looked at the crowd in front of her. Her smug smile became even more smug while she stemmed her fists against her hips. Nell is Nell. Obviously, everyone could only look at her blankly after that great introduction, while Nell seemed not to be bothered by it at all, only nodding at her introduction with a satisfied smile. Oi, that's a child. That's a child. A child. Sigh, usually I would be happy that another woman joined the class, but this. Sigh, just a child. Just like Haribo, Nell couldn't care less about the crowd and let her gaze wander instead before a blooming smile appeared on her face as she spotted the person she was looking for. She quickly approached the person she was looking for and gave him a beaming smile. Hee, Nell is here, Naruto tilde. Haha, hello, Nell. Did everything go well? Yeah, I love you. Chuckling in amusement, Naruto picked Nell up and sat her down on his lap before starting to pet her, resulting in her squinting her eyes in pleasure. Yes, I love you too. Naturally, yet again, the classroom was stunned at a random child appearing and casually telling Naruto that it loved him. No way, his daughter. Are you stupid? That's obviously his sister. They don't look alike at all. Why is she even here? Cough, little girl, who are you? While everyone was making assumptions, one of them finally went directly to the source for answers. Hearing that question, Nell tilted her head in confusion as a small frown appeared on her face. Nell is Nell. The student who asked that question could feel his eyebrows twitch at Nell repeating her earlier introduction, but considering how curious he was, he clarified what he wanted to know. Cough, no, I mean, like, what is your relationship with Naruto? Like, his sister. Naruto was about to open his mouth and answer that question, but before he could do so, Nell had already started speaking with a happy smile on her face. I'm his mistress. The air in the room solidified. Slowly, all the gazers in the room gathered on Naruto, every single one of them looking at Naruto as if he were the world's greatest scum. Simultaneously, Keigo, sitting a few seats away from Ichigo, slowly took out his phone and started calling a certain phone number that had only 3 numbers. Oi, Keigo, put that phone away. Don't listen to this silly little girl talking nonsense. Additionally, I swear I have no idea where she learned a word like mistress. Nell is more or less a relative of Haribo, so I got to know her like that, and she grew attached to me. Nell, do you want to get me imprisoned? Please don't say stuff like that in the future. If you want, you can call me Big Brother. Nell didn't really get what was so bad about saying that she was Naruto's mistress. After all, hadn't that kind big sister with the exotic hair told her that Naruto would like it if she called herself that? Now that she looked around, that kind big sister was in this room as well. Nonetheless, since Naruto didn't want Nell to call herself his mistress, whatever that meant, Nell nodded her head in understanding as she raised her head to see Naruto's face. Will you punish me if I call myself like that again? Hearing Nell's question, Naruto chuckled in amusement before an evil look appeared on his face. That's right, I'll definitely punish you if you call herself like that again. Yay, Ness loves getting punished by Naruto tilde. If the first statement by Nell about Naruto's relationship with her made people look like he was scum, then now they looked like him like he was the world's biggest piece of garbage. While the atmosphere in the room was so heavy, it felt like the school building was transported to the surface of Jupiter. However, the heavy atmosphere buzz quickly pierced through a feminine voice that spoke with heavy concern. Yes, Mr. Office, blue eyes and spiky blonde hair and around 18 years old. Exactly, yes. Karakura High School, Mr. Officer. The girl is only about 5 years old. Yes, I know, utterly disgusting. The worst human scum I have ever seen. Yuna was currently speaking into her phone with a serious expression, and after she was done giving out information, she cancelled the call and looked at Naruto with a sad expression. Well, it was a good run, Naruto, but the police should be here soon. Only now did Naruto finally manage to get out of the daze he was in due to everything that just happened. What the hell, Nei-san? Before Naruto could scold Yuna for going a little too hard on this prank, what appeared to be the sound of someone sobbing echoed through the classroom. The source of said sobbing was not hard to find, as it was the person sitting directly in front of Yuna, Hinata. Was she said that Naruto would spend quite some time in prison, or was she? Fa-ha-ha-ha. Trying to hold back her laughter. Well, that question was answered. Obviously, Naruto was fully aware that Yuna was messing with him and that she didn't actually call the police, but the problem was that the other people in the room had not realized that. Frankly, Naruto had half expected an actor dressed as a policeman to burst into the classroom any minute now to apprehend him. Seeing the wide smile on Yuna's face and hearing the loud laughter of Hinata while Naruto looked at his sister in irritation, the classroom quickly picked up what was going on. In addition to those three factors, there was also Nell's still innocent smile, making the crows realize that she had probably no idea what she had even said. So it was just a prank. Phew, it's good that nothing bad happened to the little girl. Yeah, we seriously shouldn't have doubted Naruto. Exactly, there is no way he would do something like that. On a side note, Sensei, why did a fully grown woman and a little girl join our class? Noticing that the attention of the room was suddenly on her, Masato smiled wryly. I don't know about anything. But Sensei W. I don't know about anything. Sen. I don't know about anything. Since Masato was clearly not willing to hand out any information and was straight up blocking any attempt of her student to ask questions, the room was quickly covered with an awkward silence. Meanwhile, within Seirei, a few minutes earlier, sirens were blaring like crazy while Shinigami in lab coats were running around like headless chickens. Warning, a powerful hollow has appeared in the world of the living. It's not just a hollow, from the readings, it's clearly an Arrancar. Spiritual power level. At least captain level. Fuck. Dispatch troops immediately, we need to intercept that hollow before it can deal too much damage. What's the location? Karakura Town. The moment the location where the hollow appeared was mentioned, most people froze in place as the hectic atmosphere went through a heavy change. Karakura Town. Are you certain? Yes. Moments later, a collective sigh went through the room as everyone wondered what they had done to deserve this suffering. It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely horrible. Even if it isn't, why should we bother? Yeah, why bother about an Arrancar walking into a death trap? Is something wrong? What's going on? Hearing those questions, the Shinigami in the room looked at the one who asked them and quickly noticed that it was a newcomer, causing them to sigh. They had forgotten to inform him about this, causing a needless panic. Newbie, if we detect a hollow with the spiritual power of a lieutenant or above, we always check the location first, and if it is within Karakura Town, we ignore the reading. Why? Because that resides within Karakura Town. That. Yeah, a filthy degenerate that created a harem of humans, Shinigami, and even Arrancar. Karakura Town is frequently visited by her Arrancar lovers, so there is no point in bothering about the readings within that town. Naturally, the newbie was shocked by that revelation. He had never heard anyone doing something this disgusting from his point of view. How can that be? Shouldn't Seirei do something about that? We should mobilize a few powerful Shinigami and ATT. Before he could finish speaking, his supervisor's eyes widened in terror as he quickly covered the newcomer's mouth. Never, absolutely never should you even consider attacking her. In fact, you shouldn't even speak about it. Do you even know what would happen if she heard you? Heard me. How is she supposed to hear me? Isn't she in the world of the living? Yet again, the supervisor looked around nervously before getting a little closer to the newcomer to whisper something in his ear. Let's just say common sense if not something she is bothered about. What you think can or can't be possible are not constraints she is bothered to attach to herself. Gulp, what are the consequences? Hearing that question, the supervisor got even more nervous as he moved in even closer, his voice turning into a barely audible whisper. Cake. Cake? Unaware of what exactly they were talking about, the newcomer repeated the word with normal volume, causing the other researcher to twitch while a few even dropped what they were holding. Don't say the C word out loud. CC word. He had no idea what was going on. While Yuna was in Seirei, he was on vacation to celebrate getting a job within Seirei's detection department. However, since he was just scolded by his superior for saying it, while it even caused a few things to break, he decided to simply adapt and do as he was told. He had no idea what exactly was happening, but his instincts were telling him that asking more questions was not a good idea. A few days later, Soifon could be seen walking through Seirei while reading through a batch of reports. Someone of her caliber was easily able to do so without bumping into anyone. Captain Soifon, could you please follow me? Someone wants to meet you. Hearing what was just said to her, Soifon frowned. After all, who had the right to summon her just like that? In fact, only the captain commander could do so, but this situation clearly didn't involve him. She was just about to start scolding the other party for assuming she would just randomly follow everyone wherever they wanted when a few more words were spoken. Yoruichi-sama would like to meet you. Those words caused Soifon's mood to turn around instantly, causing her to look up from her report for the first time to take a better look at the person talking to her. Surprisingly, she actually knew who it was. Lieutenant Matsumoto. I fear it will be Captain Matsumoto soon, but I would rather not talk about that. Yes, I coincidentally met Yoruichi-sama, and she asked me to fetch you and bring you to a certain location within Seirei since, for her, moving around within Seirei is still a little weird. Anyway, she said she wanted to talk about something important with you. Realizing that Yoruichi wanted to talk about something important, Soifon had stars in her eyes as she eagerly nodded her head. Good, quickly, lead the way. Seeing how eager Soifon suddenly was just because she mentioned Yoruichi's name, Ranjiku chuckled in amusement before gesturing toward Soifon to follow her as she walked away. Moaned so good, Tilda. Yoruichi moaned loudly as she sensually rotated her hips to move around the toy, stirring her insides as well as she could while her hands were tied behind her back. Currently, Yuna was leisurely lying on her back while a naked Yoruichi was sitting on top of her, shaking her hips to make use of the blue toy that was connecting the duo's lower bodies. Currently, it was just those two, as Hinata and Haribal were out shopping within the world of the living to show Haribal around. Obviously, this wasn't the first time, but considering Haribal lived in a place that had nothing but sand for a very long time, every trip into a human town was exciting for her. While Yoruichi was shaking her hips and Yuna was massaging her breast and butt, the door opened, and although Yoruichi heard that, he didn't pay much attention to it and only said a few words. You're here, Ranjiku. Could you let me finish this round before you join in? Why Yoruichi-sama? The moment Yoruichi heard the rather familiar voice, her head snapped toward the door, where she saw Soifon, with bulging eyes and a chin that was currently tunneling toward the middle of the planet. This isn't what it looks like. Tilda, it looks like you are currently riding a sex toy that's attached to another woman, Tilda. Yoruichi quickly threw Yuna, who was the one who spoke, a seething glare before her gaze landed back on Soifon, who clearly had no idea how to react to the current situation. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Ranjiku almost laughed out loud. Obviously, she knew what was going on here and deliberately brought Soifon here. Naturally, she didn't bring Soifon here to see her getting cucked. Yuna and Ranjiku were both aware that in her younger days, Soifon had a massive crush on Yoruichi, and it was rather clear that she still had that crush. So, the duo swiftly made up a plan to make the current situation happen. Pulling off stuff like this when Hinata isn't present is really easy, Tilda. As those thoughts passed the duo's mind, Soifon's brain finally restarted, but despite that, she still wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. He first thought she was simply running away, but that wasn't her style, so she crossed that one out. She was fully aware that she adored Yoruichi to a frankly dangerous degree, but seeing her doing this kind of stuff with Yuna, who she still held a grudge against, genuinely pissed her off. However, before she could fly in an angry fit, a devil in the form of Ranjiku whispered in her ear. I heard you were really heartbroken when Yoruichi simply left Seirei without taking you with her, and I feel like you never got proper compensation for that. So, how about you punish Yoruichi a little for what she has done, Tilda? Punish Yoruichi-sama. Soifon looked at Ranjiku in confusion, but the moment her gaze landed on Ranjiku, her eyes widened due to what she was holding. Not only was Ranjiku currently holding a piece of lace underwear that had a pink dildo attached to it, but there was also a small leather whip. Oh, what's with these toys? I'm having a bad feeling about this. Seeing the toys in Ranjiku's hands, Yoruichi finally managed to get out a few words, feeling like she was in danger. However, before she could do anything else, Yuna moved her hips, causing Yoruichi to fall forward. Obviously, Yuna safely caught her, allowing Yoruichi to lay on Yuna's body comfortably. Grinning widely, Yuna reached behind Yoruichi, grabbing her butt cheeks and spreading them apart, revealing Yoruichi's little pink hole. Hey, what are you doing? Presenting the target, Tilda. Target. Meanwhile, Soifon could only look dumbfounded at the pink little hole that was now presented to her. Frankly, she was mesmerized. She almost felt like it was inviting her to come closer and explore it. explore her beloved Yoruichi-sama's most intimate places. Almost subconsciously, Soifon reached for the two toys presented to her by Ranjaku and equipped them. She briefly wondered if she should really use the small little whip on her beloved Yoruichi-sama, but since she had already taken it, she might as well use it. Soifon, see, calm down, there is no reason to do this. Well, no, but I want to do it, Tilda. Suddenly, Soifon seemed to have switched characters as excitement started oozing out of her voice. Although the situation of her finally being together with Yoruichi is exactly as she had imagined, but this was still somewhat decent. As long as she was together with Yoruichi, wasn't it fine? That being the case, she quickly aligned the tip of her strap-on with Yoruichi's twitching a little hole. Hee, why are you even so agitated? Pretty sure you like anal, Tilda? That not true, okay, that might be true, but that isn't the point. Additionally, I'm more worried about the WH. Nya, Tilda. Before she could talk any further, Soifon entered Yoruichi's back entrance, surprisingly causing her to make a cat-like squeal due to suddenly being penetrated. Hearing Yoruichi's reaction, Soifon almost had blood flowing down her nose as she looked at the curves of Yoruichi's back with nothing but desire. Holy shit, that was so sexy. Are those the sounds Yoruichi-sama makes during sex? I need to hear more of that. Just like that, a very long day had begun for Yoruichi. Obviously, he wouldn't allow her junior to one-sidedly bully her, so at some point, she managed to turn the tables on Soifon and be the one on the attacking side. Well, Soifon still loved it, so it didn't really matter. While things were heating up, Yuna and Ranjaku briefly glanced at each other before giving each other a thumbs up. Another spice added to the harem. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Hinata was just about to put a piece of sushi in her mouth when she paused before sighing deeply. What's wrong, Hinata? Not enjoying the food? Hearing Haribel's question, Hinata only shook her head as a wry smile appeared on her face. The food is good. It's just... Saya, leave her alone for not even an hour, and this happened. While Haribel had question marks floating above her head, Hinata chuckled in amusement while tossing the sushi into her mouth. Obviously, she wouldn't let Haribel hang like this, so after she shallowed the piece, she briefly glanced at Haribel. Seems like we just got a new sister. MHH. Sister. Although Haribel was briefly confused, she quickly realized what Hinata was talking about. Although she really wondered how Hinata knew about that, in the end, she only nodded her head in understanding. Frankly, she didn't mind more people being part of Yuna's harem. As long as everyone had fun, wasn't it fine? Anyway, a few more days passed and Yuna was currently at home with Hinata sitting next to her, lazily resting her head on Yuna's shoulder. In front of the duo sat Naruto, with Tatsuki on his right and Nell sitting on his lap. "Nei-san, are you aware of Nell's real form?" While Yuna was scratching Hinata's chin, treating her like a cat, she heard Naruto ask that question, drawing her attention. Nell's real form? Yeah, I'm aware of it. MHH tilde, what was it again? Neliel 2 Odelschwank. I've seen her seated with the other Espada before. I really wonder what that name would have turned into if we were talking about a man. I'm confident that I would have at least gotten a few letters right. Just the letters or the position of the letters as well. Cough, can't you see my cute little brother wants to talk about something important? Don't interrupt my thoughts for now. Sure tilde. Gahaha tilde shameless. Unaware of Yuna's brief conversation with the beings living within her, Naruto nodded his head after hearing Yuna say Nell's full name. Indeed. As you can see, her mask was partially broken, resulting in her losing a lot of power while turning into a child. I thought about a few solutions and tried a few things, but so far, I haven't managed to turn her back properly. That being said, I decided to ask if you had any ideas, Nei-san. Naturally, by now, Naruto has lived a very long life as well, allowing him to amass ridiculous amounts of knowledge, but in the end, Yuna had probably forgotten more things than Naruto could remember, so after exhausting all of his options, Naruto decided to ask Yuna whether she could come up with something. Realizing what Naruto wanted from her, her gaze landed on Tatsuki instead of the people actually involved in this problem. I'll put this bluntly, are you fine with this, Tatsuki? Although Tatsuki was surprised by suddenly being addressed like this, she quickly realized what Yuna meant, causing her to smile wryly. Honestly, it's still a little weird, but I feel like if it's with Naruto, everything will turn out fine. I feel like his love is so endless, even if he were to share it with somebody else, there would be no problem. Well, if you are fine with his love being endless, just wait until the point where he has to prove his stamina tilde. NNE-san. While Naruto was outraged by Yuna's statement, Tatsuki blushed furiously, while Nell only tilted her head in confusion, not really getting what had just been said. What? As an Uzumaki, you should be proud of your stamina. I'm no longer an Uzumaki. As a man, you should be proud of your stamina. What does that even mean? Chuckling in amusement, Yuna casually waved away the previous conversation and resumed talking. Well, since I won't be getting in the way of your relationship with Tatsuki by helping Nell, I might as well do it. That being said, Soul Growth Absorption Method, Soul Healing Divine Rune Schematic, and Supreme Spell of a Stable Mind. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, Naruto's face deadpanned as he started speaking as well. Nei-san, I'm not an amateur. Obviously, I have tried all those things after modifying them to fit this world. Chill, Naruto, I was just making sure you didn't overlook the basics. Those were the basics. While that thought passed through her mind, Tatsuki could only listen in disbelief as Yuna and Naruto continued discussing something. Obviously, she was aware that they were trying to figure out how to fix Nell's mask and return her to her original form. As for the words they were exchanging, Tatsuki was confident that she knew the meaning of a few of them, probably. Meanwhile, Nell had exited the conversation long ago. She had noticed that Naruto was currently talking with Yuna about some complicated stuff she didn't really get. So, she decided to get off Naruto's lap and walk toward the kitchen, where she knew cookies were stowed away. However, before she could reach the kitchen, someone picked her up. Little Nell, where are you going? Let me accompany you. Tatsuki, who had realized that she had not a sliver of an idea what Yuna and Naruto were talking about, decided to leave the room as well, so she quickly followed after Nell and picked her up with a slight chuckle. After being picked up, Nell feared that she wouldn't be allowed to eat any snacks, but after seeing Tatsuki smiling at her fondly, she realized that she might actually get a snack or two. That being the case, a bright smile appeared on her face as she started talking to Tatsuki. Hee, Nell was going to the kitchen to get some cookies, big sis. BAS sis. The two words reverberated in Tatsuki's head again and again as her smile grew wider and wider. Okay, let's get you some snacks, little Nell tilde. Yay, I love you, big sis. Being called big sis yet again, Tatsuki's smile grew even wider as she looked at the happily wiggling Nell she was currently carrying in her arms. So cute. A few more days passed and Ichigo was currently on his way to school. Unlike before his fight with Aizen, he no longer had any spiritual power and, as such, could no longer see ghosts, hollow, or Shinigami. Although he had to admit that he was somewhat missing the thrill of battle against other Shinigami and hollow, he couldn't really complain about his life in general. That being said, if there were an opportunity to get back his powers, he would undoubtedly take it. Help, he stole my back. Hearing someone yelling for help, Ichigo gazed at the source of the call and noticed a young man with black hair running after a masked man with a bat in his hands, carrying a knife and swinging it around frantically. Seeing that, Ichigo could only shake his head as he approached the knife-wielding man. Although he lost his Shinigami powers, that didn't mean he lost all the combat experience he went through. Frankly, an amateur with a small knife was no longer something the current Ichigo considered a threat. So, Ichigo casually dodged the thief's attack, lowered his body, and smashed his fist into the assailant's stomach, knocking him out instantly. Following that, he simply picked up the stolen bag and handed it back to the owner. Oh, thank you for the help, young man. No worries, just be careful. Following those words, Ichigo simply walked away, leaving the man for himself, causing the man to smirk. Hee, so that was Kurosaki Ichigo, huh? Interesting. A grin appeared on the man's face as he casually flung the freshly received bag over his shoulder, resulting in a substitute Shinigami badge briefly being visible. I didn't know that there were other substitute Shinigami. I wonder why Yukitake didn't mention you. The man almost had a heart attack as he heard someone speaking from slightly above him. He looked up and noticed a young woman squatting on a nearby wall and looking at him. However, as soon as he saw the woman, he quickly averted his eyes. Cough, young lady, squatting in a high place while wearing a skirt is rather unbecoming. I can almost see your underwear. Ma, no worries, I'm not wearing any tilde. That makes it even worse. The young woman chuckled in amusement and jumped down the wall to face the other person properly. Yuna Uzumaki is the name. Nice to meet you. Hearing that name, yet again, he almost had a heart attack, as he knew exactly who that was from his spying work on Seirei. Shit, how unlucky to meet this monster this early. I doubt I can win against her with my current power. No other choice but to play dumb. Haha, so you noticed the badge, huh? It's too bad. I plan to keep that a secret for now and surprise you with it. The name is Kugo Ginjo. Kugo Ginjo was a tall man with black spiky hair and brown eyes, and he had spent the last few months spying on what was going on in Seirei and the world of the living after he caught wind that another substitute Shinigami had appeared. Obviously, while gathering information, he also had heard about Yuna and her little group, making him a little apprehensive about approaching Ichigo. However, he also realized that he wouldn't get anywhere if he didn't make the first move, so he decided to be a little bold today and approach Ichigo. Unfortunately, straight after meeting him, he encountered Yuna, making him smile bitterly. He really didn't want to be on Yuna's radar right now. Kugo Ginjo, huh? Sorry, I never heard about you. However, I really wonder why you approached Ichigo like this. Any nefarious plans? While Ginjo cursed internally due to Yuna's insight, he kept a calm smile on the outside. Frankly, Yuna's ability to see through schemes was the main reason why he didn't want to have any contact with her. Haha, not at all. In fact, it's the opposite. I heard of the plight of my fellow substitute Shinigami, so I did a bit of digging and found out all kinds of interesting things. To put it bluntly and cut the conversation short, I have a method to bring back Ichigo's power and only wanted to make a good first expression to ease him into the idea of trusting me. Yuna's purple eyes shone with wisdom, intimidating him a little, but despite that, he didn't falter. Oh? So you have a method to get Ichigo's Shinigami powers back? That's great. Ah, sorry, I formulated that incorrectly. I have no clue how he could back his Shinigami powers, but I know how he can get a different kind of power. Ginjo briefly hesitated, wondering how much he should and shouldn't reveal, but in the end, he decided that the more truths he spoke, the safer he was. That being the case, he removed his necklace, and after putting his spiritual power into it, it turned into a large sword, drawing Yuna's curiosity. What kind of power is this? Interesting. It seems centered around an object. I don't think it has anything to do with that necklace in particular. As is, if someone else had that necklace, they probably couldn't use it. Maybe it has to be a cherished object of the user. That possible. Unaware of Yuna's thoughts, Ginjo turned his sword back into his necklace and resumed speaking. This power is called full bring, and only humans whose mother has survived a hollow attack before have it. It was hard to dig up, but I believe Ichigo is such a human. Yuna didn't think about it much more and simply nodded her head. She had, totally by accident, of course, looked through quite a few of Aizen's research papers, and there was indeed an accident where Ichigo's mother was attacked by a hollow. I see, what he said is mostly the truth, but I can feel some hidden motives behind his words. I'll let him go for now and intervene when necessary. Indeed, he is. I'm aware that such an incident took place in the past, so go for it. I'm looking forward to what kind of power Ichigo will manifest. Hearing Yuna's words, Ginjo sighed in relief due to Yuna apparently believing his words. It was a good decision to primarily tell the truth while only leaving a few hidden implications behind. However, I need to change things up. I don't think I can survive more conversations with her without slipping up at some point. It's a rather drastic measure, but I guess I need the help of Tsukishima Fullbring, so I actually believe what I say myself. Finishing their brief conversation, the duo parted ways, with Yuna wishing Ginjo good luck with helping Ichigo while simultaneously claiming that she wouldn't mind helping out as well. Having finished the conversation, Ginjo took a deep breath, apparently having avoided being found out. Realizing how dangerous the situation was just now, he quickly retreated toward his hideout, where multiple people were already waiting for him. Yo, you are back, Ginjo. The first to greet him was a mature woman with dark skin and hair, but Ginjo didn't pay much attention to her greeting, only briefly glancing at her. "Sorry, Jackie, but this is an emergency, and I don't have any time." "Where is Tsukishima?" "An emergency? This quickly?" "Well, I believe he is upstairs." Simply nodding his head, Ginjo headed upstairs to meet Tsukishima. He quickly located him and started speaking. "Tsukishima, there is trouble." Tsukishima, a tall man with black hair and black eyes, looked up from the book he was currently reading and frowned deeply. He wondered how there could already be trouble when today was literally the day they started their schemes against Ichigo. However, before he could say anything, Ginjo had already resumed talking, his words causing Tsukishima to pale. "Just when I was done with my little meeting with Ichigo, Yuna Uzumaki appeared and started talking to me. She had already found out about me being a substitute Shinigami due to seeing the badge in my bag. Considering what kind of person she is, I had to reveal a lot of information to get her off my back, and I have no idea if she saw through any of my half-truths." Hearing Ginjo's words, Tsukishima frowned deeply. Frankly, that was bad. Very bad. Yuna was probably the person they wanted to meet the least during their schemes. Obviously, meeting her at some point was inevitable, but they hoped for that to happen when they had already established a relationship of trust with Ichigo. "I see, in other words, you want me to use my Book of the End to change your memories, to make it look like you are genuinely caring for Ichigo." "Yeah, sorry about that, but you'll have to become an enemy for a while, Tsukishima." Hearing those words, Tsukishima only scoffed, not really caring about being seen as an enemy. After all, with his Book of the End, all he needed was a single successful attack to insert himself into the victim's past, allowing Tsukishima to make that person think of him as their best friend. As such, by acting solo instead of inside a bigger group, he could get a lot of things done. Meanwhile, back at Ichigo's school, "We are looking for the one named Kurosaki Ichigo. Show yourself." A mob of what appeared to be old-school gangsters appeared in front of the school's gate. Upon closer inspection, one of those gangsters was the thief Ichigo had previously beaten up. "Listen well, Ichigo, we of Mia High Gang will be blocking this gate until you show up." MHH. How brazen to think someone would dare to block this young Mrs. path. Suddenly, a group of 2 young women and 1 young man appeared, walking toward the currently blocked gate. Seeing the trio, the leader of the little gang sneered and was just about to mock the approaching Jew. However, before he could do so, he gave them a closer look, instantly causing his face to pale. "He Tilda, will you look at that? 2 beauties are coming forward on their own. How about we PL?" That was as far as one of the gangsters got with his jeering before his boss took his head and smashed it on the ground with all his might. Moments later, a forceful smile appeared on the leader's face, and sweat started flowing down his back like a river as he did his best to appear courteous. "Hee, this little one greet Yuna-sama, Hinata-sama, and Naruto-sama." MHH. "Do I know you?" "Haha, how could someone as esteemed as you know this little one? I have only heard about your great name and have seen you from afar, but I have never gotten a chance to meet you in person." While everyone was looking at their boss like an alien, due to how courteous he acted, the gangster boss could only hope that he could avoid conflict with this little group in front of him. Unlike his underlings, the boss enjoyed visiting various underground fighting arenas that were established here and there, so he had actually seen that trio in front of him in action. In conclusion, they were complete monsters, seemingly untouchable by mere mortals like him and his gang mates. "I see, however, what are you doing here at the school I'm attending?" "Well, it seems like one of my underlings got in conflict with someone named Kurosaki Ichigo, and we came here to beat." "Oh? Ichigo? He's an acquaintance of mine. Cough to apologize for my underling's unacceptable behavior." "Okay, is that so? Then what's with the big group? And what about blocking the gate?" "Cough, since we are all one gang, it's only natural that we apologize as a unit, and as for blocking the gate, I might have gotten a little bit too agitated and overreacted. I simply didn't want to miss Ichigo-sama's departure." "I see, so it is like that. All right, do your thing, and don't cause any more trouble." Of course, ha ha ha." Laughing nervously, the boss motioned for his goons to open a path for Yuna and her little group, and although they had no idea what had just transpired, they still did as their boss told them to. Another day passed and Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto were yet again lying around at school. Today, Haribel and Nil didn't come, as both had pretty much lost interest on the first day. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Ichigo, who walked into the room, and after greeting everyone, he sat down on his usual seat. However, seeing the current Ichigo, Yuna couldn't help but frown as there seemed to be something off about him. She briefly wondered whether she should meddle in his business or not, but in the end, she decided not to bother him for now. Kurosaki-kun, is something wrong? Although Yuna decided not to mention Ichigo's current mood, Orihime apparently noticed as well, but Ichigo only gave her a fake smile and said that he was fine, causing Yuna to shake her head in annoyance. You met Ginjo, didn't you? In the end, she decided to meddle in the situation anyway by making a quick guess what might have brought Ichigo into a weird mood. Hearing Yuna mention Ginjo's name, Ichigo's eyes widened as he looked at her in surprise. You know him? Seeing that her guess was correct, Yuna only shook her head before she resumed talking. Not really. I only met him yesterday for the first time. Apparently, he has a way for you to gain a new power. Frankly, he is definitely hiding something, but his desire to grant you that power is genuine. While especially Orihime was excited about this news, Ichigo didn't show much of a reaction as he still didn't trust Ginko in the slightest. He didn't have any proof for those feelings, it was just that his guts were telling him that there was something off about Ginjo. Additionally, now he had even Yuna's evaluation that Ginjo was hiding something from him, making the whole situation even more suspicious. However, Ichigo couldn't deny that the thought of being able to fight again was very alluring. For now, he only shook his head, no longer talking about the situation. He had decided that he would ponder on it a little longer and then make a decision. Just like that, another day passed peacefully, and Ichigo was currently resting in his bed while playing with his phone. Suddenly, his phone rang, and seeing the familiar number, Ichigo quickly picked up the call. Yo, Ishida. Why are you calling me? What? I'll be right there. Without wasting a single second, Ichigo stood up and ran out of his room toward a nearby hospital. Apparently, Ishida was just attacked by someone. Long story short, an unknown person attacked Ishida in the middle of the street with a bladed weapon, almost causing him to lose one of his arms. Luckily, his father, who was a doctor, coincidentally found Ishida and treated his wounds, allowing him to survive without any permanent damage. Well, he had to stay around a month in the hospital, but that wasn't a big deal. Anyway, the moment Ichigo realized that Ishida was hurt, and even that if he had been there, he likely wouldn't have been any help, Ichigo gritted his teeth as he took out the card Ginjo gave him that had Ginjo's phone number on it. Truly, what a weird coincidence, just when Ichigo is uncertain whether he even needs to regain his powers, one of his friends gets attacked randomly in the middle of the streets. What a weird coincidence, right? Anyway, another 2 days passed and it was yet again time for school. However, this time, when Yuna saw Ichigo, she could only raise her eyebrows as he now wore a face filled with confidence and determination. Seems like Ginjo managed to hook him in, huh? I'll guess I'll stalk him today to see what is going on. Secretly guard him to make sure nothing bad happens to him, Sure, whatever makes you feel better. Suddenly, a shiver went through Ichigo's spine, causing him to look around the classroom in confusion, but after seeing nothing unusual, he concluded that he must have just imagined things. Hours later, the school was over, but unlike his normal path home, Ichigo took another route, and behind him, within the shadows, 2 pairs of eyes were following, talking in hushed voices. I'm surprised you decided to come as well, Hinata. Stuff like this is usually more in Naruto's preferences. Hearing Yuna's words, Hinata clicked her tongue while she stealthily moved to the next place hidden within the shadows, her eyes never leaving Ichigo. Recently, you had too many chances of moving on your own, so the number of girls has been growing rather rapidly. I'm here to cull further growth. You think you can, Of course not. But I can at least try to contain the number a little. Hinata's idea was rather clear. If Yuna had seduced a woman, the chance that she could convince said woman to join Yuna's harem was higher than when the women knew about Yuna having a lover from the start. As such, as long as Hinata stayed with Yuna, the growth should at least be contained to some degree. While Yuna was chuckling in amusement due to Hinata's words, Ichigo had apparently reached his destination as he entered an old apartment building. Yuna and Hinata briefly glanced at each other before nodding their heads, stealthily following behind Ichigo. Luckily, Ichigo was not only shit at sensing spiritual power, but he currently didn't even have any that would allow him to sense other people, making it easy for Yuna and Hinata to follow him. The moment Ichigo entered the room, a pink-haired girl with twin tails talked to him excitedly. "Good, you are here. This is today's training stage. Get into the fish tank." "Okay." Surprisingly, showing no reaction to the girl's words, Ichigo simply stepped forward and prepared himself for whatever was about to happen, flustering the girl. "Why are you suddenly reacting so calmly? No yelling about not getting into this thing. No, let's get started." Seeing the power behind Ichigo's eyes, the girl sighed, and a moment later, a small pink heart appeared above her finger and shot at Ichigo, and the moment it touched him, he was sucked into the small aquarium the girl was holding. Inside the aquarium, Ichigo had to face a dark-skinned woman with black hair, and seeing that Ichigo was already combat-ready the moment he arrived, a smirk appeared on the woman's face. "Nice, I like the look on your face." In total, there were currently 4 people spectating what was going on with Ichigo, but while everyone was fixated on Ichigo and his opponent, a minuscule click could be heard, followed by the door of the room lightly opening. However, since everyone was currently fixated on Ichigo's fight, nobody noticed, allowing 2 additional figures to slip into the room. Meanwhile, within the aquarium, Ichigo continued fighting. Although it initially looked like Ichigo was being overwhelmed due to his new power, which manifested as a sword guard that could throw black swastikas, he managed to trick his opponent due to his superior combat experience, forged during multiple battles to the death. However, Ichigo's trick unfortunately didn't work as well as he had hoped, allowing his opponent to get away without suffering much damage. The fight was just about to continue when Ichigo's substitute Shinigami badge, which he used as the source of his full-bring power, suddenly started getting out of control, coating a good chunk of his body in dense black spiritual power. However, while his opponent was panicking, trying to make Ichigo pause the fight, Ichigo wanted to hear none of that, as he could much better tell what was going on. His Bankai always manifested in himself being engulfed by it, wearing his spiritual power as armor that made him stronger and faster. Right now, his substitute Shinigami badge was telling him to keep pushing. He knew exactly what was going on. It wasn't going out of control, it was telling him to manifest it properly in the form he had always manifested his power as something he could wear. While Ichigo was exploring his new power, surprisingly, another person entered the room. It was Sado, who over the last year had found out that his power likely was a full-bring as well, due to being contacted by Ginjo. So, after experimenting a bit, he found out that that was indeed the case, allowing him to improve his power quite a bit as he joined Ginjo's organization. While Sado was chatting with Ginjo, the entrance door was suddenly opened yet again, allowing a single person to walk in. It was a lanky man with long black hair and a calm expression on his face. However, seeing that meant everyone else in the room couldn't help but be shocked, after all. No way, Shukuro Tsukishima. The man who had just entered was Shukuro Tsukishima, the person whom Ginjo told to be their enemy and, apparently, the one who wounded Ishida. "Hey, it's been a long time, Ginjo." Despite everyone being shocked by his presence, Tsukishima wore a rather casual expression as he briefly glanced at everyone in the room. "Kutsusawa, I hope you haven't been drinking too much. Yukio, it looks like you still play too many video games. And Ginjo, it has been a while." Tsukishima leisurely addressed the people still in the room, starting with the butler-looking person wearing an eye patch, followed by a young man with blonde hair who was currently playing a video game, and finishing with Ginjo, who was looking at Tsukishima with mixed emotions. However, Tsukishima was seemingly unbothered by everyone's shocked gazes and leisurely strolled into the room. "MHH, Jackie and Raruko are missing, huh? In that case, they must be in here." Scanning the room, Tsukishima quickly found an aquarium, which he swiftly recognized as something Raruka, the pink-haired girl, had used her power on. Ginjo wanted to stop him, but before he could even make a single step, Tsukishima had already made a move, cutting the aquarium in half with his sword. Surprisingly, what appeared after it was cut was Ichigo, fully clad in dense black spiritual power, and an unconscious Jackie, the dark-skinned woman Ichigo previously fought. Clearly, Ichigo had significantly improved his control over his newfound power and managed to defeat his opponent. Seeing Ichigo's current form, Tsukishima smiled lightly as he put his attention on Ichigo and resumed talking. "I see, so it's like that. Did you know that when Raruka's dollhouse is broken, everyone inside gets thrown out? Anyway, so you were hiding in there to train her? Oh well, I see it's finally taking shape, so. Oi, barkeeper, or rather, butler, make me a drink. A strong one. I'll take a strong one as well, but I want it to taste fruity tilde. Right away. Suddenly, two carefree voices echoed through the room, breaking the tense atmosphere. Kutsusawa, the man clothed in a butler uniform, was initially confused but quickly switched to work mode, preparing himself to fulfill the order made. However, he hadn't even taken 3 steps before he noticed that something was very off right now. His gaze, and the gaze of everyone else in the room, landed on the source of those two voices, causing them to notice 2 young women sitting at the room's bar, casually waiting for their drink. Why Yuna and Hyanta? The person whose brain managed to restart first was Ichigo, who was already somewhat used to Yuna messing around. Oh, you are here as well, Ichigo. You want a drink, too? Hearing that question, Ichigo's face deadpanned as he quickly answered Yuna's question. We are underaged. Can't see any police around here, tilde. While Yuna and Ichigo were lightly bantering, Tsukishima could feel cold sweat flowing down his back due to Yuna's presence. Obviously, they had to deal with her at some point, but that point wasn't now. He even went out of his way to change Ginjo's memories of him so Yuna wouldn't be able to sniff out that Ginjo had hidden motives, and yet, here she was, smack in the middle of their base, leisurely requesting a drink. This is bad. Very bad. Currently, my chances of doing anything meaningful in her presence are pretty much 0. I need to get out of here as soon as I can. Tsukishima's mind started working on overdrive to come up with a plan allowing him to get out of here. After scanning the people in the room and double-checking who should know him and who shouldn't, a cunning glint passed through his eyes as his gaze landed on Yuna. Yuna Uzumaki, I assume. It's nice to meet you. I'm Tsukishima, and I'm the one who attacked Ishida and Oh. Before he could finish his sentence, Sado appeared in front of him, his right hand already covered with his own full brain. El Directo. Oi, what the hell, Sado? Although Ginjo exclaimed in surprise due to Sado suddenly attacking in full force, Tsukishima couldn't help but smile, as this was exactly what he had hoped would happen. Considering how far Ichigo had gotten with his training already, Tsukishima was certain that he had spent a significant amount of time here, preventing him from knowing what was going on outside this ruin. That being said, Tsukishima was also aware of how protective Ichigo was with his friends, so by mentioning that he had attacked them, he knew that he could egg Ichigo on, potentially resulting in him doing something reckless. With that in mind, he also knew that Sado had accompanied Ichigo for a long time, so he would undoubtedly know that Ichigo would react recklessly in case he heard about someone hurting his friends. So, in conclusion, if Tsukishima were about to reveal that he had attacked Ichigo's friends, there was no doubt that Sado would intervene with a powerful blow, allowing Tsukishima to block the attack while simultaneously getting blasted away from this place, allowing him to flee before Yuna even knew who he was and as such, making her not follow him. Yuna saw the whole spectacle but decided not to intervene. Frankly, she had not a sliver of a clue what was even going on, and although she heard Tsukishima mentioning that he had attacked Ishida, she hadn't heard anything about that at all. So, anyway, when's the drink done? That's your only question? While everyone in the room was yelling at Yuna simultaneously, she only tilted her head in confusion, not really knowing what was going on. So, anyway, when's the drink done? Hearing Yuna's question, everyone in the room could only look at her in bewilderment. Everyone had a lot of questions, but the first person who managed to restart his brain was Ginjo, who sighed deeply while face-palming. Yuna. How did you even find this place? MHH. Isn't that obvious? I stalked Ichigo. Why you stalked me? Yeah, it was piss easy. As always, your detection abilities still suck, ha 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 tilde. Ichigo's eyebrows twitched in irritation due to Yuna laughing at him. Frankly, he never was good at detecting presences, but now that he had lost his Shinigami powers, things got even worse. Although he was confident in detecting someone who pointed their killing intent at him, Yuna, while tracking him, would obviously not do so. While Ichigo was glaring at Yuna, Giriko Kutsuzawa, the butler-looking man, had actually started making a drink for Yuna and Hinata, resulting in Yuna nodding in approval. Silence briefly reigned the room before 2 glasses with colorful drinks were placed in front of the duo. Seeing the colorful liquid, Yuna briefly pondered if Kiriko might have put some poison into it and then quickly took a sip to find out. Not bad, not bad. MHH. No poison, huh? Why do you sound disappointed? Although Yuna heard Ichigo's outcry, she opted to ignore it in favor of taking another sip, yet again causing Ichigo's eyebrows to twitch in irritation. Yuna really knew how to annoy people, and it was rather clear to Ichigo that she enjoyed doing so as well. However, realizing that arguing with Yuna about common sense was a futile endeavor, he decided to focus his attention on Ginjo, who still wasn't sure what he was supposed to think about two people casually invading the base he had secretly built. Anyway, let's put Yuna's antics aside and ask the real questions. Who the hell was that? Hearing Ichigo's question, sad expressions appeared on the faces of everyone in the room before Ginjo sighed deeply and started talking. That was Shukuro Tsukushima, and just like us, he possesses a fullbring as well. It's called a Book of the End, and it basically is a sword that can cut through everything. Ichigo kept quiet for a few seconds before nodding his head, indicating that he had absorbed the information that had just been given to him. Moments later, his gaze wandered from Ginjo to Sado. Chad, I think he was about to say Orochime's name. What's that all about? Realizing that he didn't stop Tsukushima from speaking in time, Sado couldn't help but sigh. Frankly, he didn't want Ichigo to be bothered with things happening in the outside world and wanted him to fully concentrate on mastering his fullbring, but now that the information was already out there, there was nothing that could be done. Sai, while you were training, Orochime was apparently attacked by Tsukushima, but... What? Sado couldn't even finish speaking before Ichigo stood up, ready to leave to look for Orochime to make sure he was fine. However, before he could leave the room, Sado grabbed his arm, preventing him from leaving. Calm down, Ichigo. Orochime is fine. Although she felt like she was stabbed, there was no wound on her body. Realizing that Orochime wasn't in any danger, Ichigo sighed in relief and sat back down. Unlike Ichigo, who was relieved that Orochime wasn't wounded, Yuna couldn't help but frown when she heard Sado's words. Wait a moment. She thought she was stabbed, but there were no wounds left behind. Tell me more. Were there any other side effects, or maybe she got some weird feelings in her body after she was attacked? Sado briefly pondered Yuna's question while Ichigo's wariness yet again spiked. After all, Orochime clearly felt like she was cut, yet there were no problems. He didn't initially think too much about it after hearing Orochime wasn't wounded, but now that Yuna had pointed out that there was something wrong, he became alert. MHH, I don't really know about that. Oh, now that I think about it, Orochime briefly mentioned that she felt like Tsukushima was her friend after being cut. Everyone looked at Sado in confusion after receiving that kind of information, and Yuna's gaze sharpened. Memory manipulation. That is quite the nasty stuff. Although I'm rather confident I can overcome whatever is thrown at me, I still need to find out what exactly is going on and how his ability works. As those thoughts passed her mind, Yuna's gaze landed on Ginjo, who instinctively shrunk back due to the intensity of Yuna's gaze. You said that Tsukushima's ability is simply creating a sword that can cut everything, but it seems like there is more to it than you told us. Are you hiding information from us? Feeling Yuna's seething glare, a shudder went through Ginjo's spine as he defensively raised his hand while shaking his head. I didn't, I swear. I don't know what is going on either. I can only assume that this is either a misunderstanding or that Tsukushima has never shown me his real ability. Hearing Ginjo's words and observing him closely, Yuna nodded her head in understanding. She was certain that he wasn't lying. However, there was still something fishy about this whole situation. He's too genuine. That's a bad thing. Usually, it isn't, but the first time I met him, he seemed rather secretive, attempting to hide all kinds of plots by speaking truths that weren't full truths, but now, he is suddenly revealing information freely, without even an attempt of deceit. Isn't that just because it's a different topic? Maybe. Or maybe it has something to do with Tsukushima's ability. As she pondered those things, Yuna only shook her head. Although Tsukushima's ability to be some kind of memory manipulation seems likely, accusing Ginjo of being manipulated on such a flimsy guess was a little too much, so she decided to shelve this matter for now while remaining cautious. Guess I should pay Orochime a visit. I have a better understanding of her personality, making it easier for me to figure out whether something is off about her or not. Just like that, a few more days passed, and considering how beat up Ichigo looked every day at school, Yuna had no doubt that his training was continuing. She briefly pondered paying Ichigo another visit, but in the end, she decided not to do so. Additionally, Yuna had approached Oraheim as well, but she didn't detect anything weird about her memories. Well, almost nothing. Oraheim still claimed that she briefly felt that Tsukishima was her friend, but that feeling was currently not present, causing Yuna to frown. Short-term memory manipulation. Maybe a delayed effect. MHH, the feeling of Tsukishima being a friend could also be a residue of another effect. Meh, just thinking about it won't allow me to reach an answer, so I guess the only thing I can do is to meet him personally. I bet a shudder just went through that man's spine. Geez, I'm not that bad, Kurama. No, you are worse. Ignoring the grumpy fops within her, Yuna shook her head with a slight chuckle while looking forward to how this mess would play out in the end. Meanwhile, a while later, Tatsuki was walking home alone with a pout on her face. Stupid Naruto. Why is he always teasing me? Remembering Naruto smiling at her with a cheeky grin, Tatsuki couldn't help but blush a little when she remembered the honeyed words he had whispered into her ear before quickly running away. I'll definitely punch him the next time I see him. However, a frown suddenly appeared on Tatsuki's face as she felt the atmosphere around her shift. She could immediately tell that something was off as she went on high alert. Someone is observing me with malicious intent, I can feel it. A thug? No, the presence is too strong to be a common thug. Maybe a hollow. Since when do hollow use stealth? While she was deep in thought, observing her surroundings, she suddenly felt a presence behind her, causing a shiver to go down her spine. Good stealth and speed. However, Tatsuki had fought Hinata before, so something at this level wouldn't face her, allowing her to dodge what she perceived as a sword strike while getting out of the attacker's range and covering her whole body in lava. Having taken some distance from her attacker, a frown appeared on Tatsuki's face as she observed who had tried to sneak attack her. A human. The hell? Who are you? I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that. Quite impressive. The human, which, if Yuna were here, would be quickly identified as Tsukishima, didn't bother answering Tatsuki's question and instead readied his blade, causing Tatsuki to take a combat stance. You are the first one capable of dodging my first strike, quite impressive. Following those words, Tsukishima vanished from his position and appeared behind Tatsuki, who sneered in disdain. Yet again, she dodged Tsukishima's attack, but since she knew what was coming this time, she smoothly turned around while dodging to plant one of her fists into her attacker's stomach, sending him hurling into a wall. Feeling her fist connect, Tatsuki scoffed as she returned to a combat-ready stance. You are quite fast. If it was me around a year ago, this might have been too much for me, but now I can clearly see you move. Hearing those words, Tsukishima walked out of the wall he had just been punched into and dusted off his clothes. He offhandedly noticed that his clothes and skin were slightly charred where Tatsuki's fist hit him, but he ignored the pain for now. Well, that is bad. I knew about the monster trio, which we planned to avoid for now, but where did this one come from? As those thoughts passed through Tsukishima's mind, he glanced at Tatsuki, who was focused on him like a hawk, causing him to frown. This isn't worth the effort. I wanted to get all of Ichigo's friends, but this one wasn't worth the effort it would take me. Guess I'll be leaving. The moment Tsukishima came to that conclusion, he vanished from his position yet again, but this time, he reappeared in the distance, causing Tatsuki to frown. He's faster than me, I give him that much. Oh well, guess I should ask Yuna for some kind of movement technique to prevent this from happening again. Realizing her situation, while watching the fleeing Tsukishima in the distance, Tatsuki stopped her power, causing the lava surrounding her to vanish. I wonder what that was all about, but whatever. Guess I'll ask the twins tomorrow, they tend to have information no one else has. Just like that, Tatsuki's encounter with Tsukishima ended. However, Tsukishima's mission hadn't been done yet, resulting in him having similar encounters with people close to Ichigo. Unfortunately, all of these encounters went differently, resulting in Tsukishima cutting them with his blade before they could react. Despite getting cut, none of them received any injuries and were only left behind with a somewhat weird feeling in the back of their minds. A while later, Yuna was strolling through a forest, seemingly being there randomly, but she actually had a purpose in being there. I wonder why Ichigo is out here in the middle of the night tilde. Is it an affair tilde? It's an affair, isn't it tilde? It's not like he's dating anybody. Well, I guess he has that orange-haired bimbo following him around, but I don't think that counts. It's mistress. It must be a mistress. So you decided to ignore my words, huh? Besides that, why aren't you commenting on the part of Ichigo's spiritual power being back? MHH, or maybe a child. Sigh hopeless. Moments later, loud popping sounds could be heard, followed by the voices of a bunch of excited-sounding people, and a few seconds later, Yuna saw the source of those noises, an old-looking two-story building in the middle of the forest. Well, that isn't suspicious at all tilde. Welcome back, Ichigo. Welcome back. Isn't it great, Ichigo? Shu said he isn't mad at you. That's right, isn't it great? Come on, Ichigo, you should apologize to Shu. As Yuna came closer to the building, she could hear more and more of the voices, causing her to tilt her head in confusion. What kind of conversation is this? It sounds really abnormal and forced. Besides that, who the hell is Shu? Oi, Kurama, who is Shu? Huh? How am I supposed to know that? Oh? I thought it was another man whose name I have forgotten, but it seems that that wasn't the case. Utterly hopeless. The happy atmosphere continued, but suddenly, Yuna could hear someone breaking something while a commotion happened on the second floor, rousing Yuna's curiosity. Moments later, she jumped up, resulting in her squatting in the window of the room where she perceived the action to happen. Inside the room, she saw a lanky man with wavy black hair and black eyes holding his right arm, which was severed slightly below the shoulder. Opposite of him stood Ichigo, anger clearly visible in his face. No, it wasn't just anger. Yuna could clearly read a combination of terror and despair on Ichigo's face. What in the world happened here? As those thoughts crossed her mind, Orihime and Sado entered the room as well, but to Yuna's surprise, they actually placed themselves between the man with the cut arm and Ichigo while facing Ichigo, making it look like Ichigo was their enemy. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? Orihime swiftly healed Tsukishima, making it as good as new, while Sado went into a defensive position, making Ichigo despair. As soon as Orihime fixed Tsukishima's arm, she started talking to Ichigo with sorrow in her eyes. Why are you doing this, Ichigo? Don't you remember all the things Tsukishima did for us? Saving Rukia and defeating Aizen. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Okay, what the fuck? Suddenly hearing another voice, everyone's gazes landed on Yuna, who was currently still squatting in one of the opened windows. Seeing Yuna, a tinge of hope appeared in Ichigo's eyes as he quickly started talking to her. You know the truth, right, Yuna? You know what had actually happened? You know that Tsukishima wasn't there when we attacked Soul Society, right? At this point, Ichigo almost begged Yuna to affirm Ichigo's words, but Yuna only tilted her head in confusion. Tsukishima. Who is that? Well, about the matter with Soul Society, I was pretty drunk during the climax of that, so I'm actually not sure. Within an instant, the whole room was silenced, while the huge fox within Yuna could only facepalm. The peak of uselessness. Oh? Is that a new title? Gahaha tilde useless tilde. Sigh. Why Yuna, you aren't like Ichigo, right? You remember Tsukishima, right? You remember how he always helped us out and how he helped you become stronger. Hearing Orihime's words, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as her gaze landed on Tsukishima. Helped me become stronger. That little boy. Hee hee, how amusing tilde. Yuna, are you Tsukishima's enemy as well? Next, Sado asked Yuna a question, resulting in another amusement-filled chuckle. Yuna briefly met eyes with Orihime and Sado, and seeing the emotions in their eyes, she could only shake her head. They are confused, doubtful, and filled with uncertainties. Not sure how exactly that boy's brainwashing works, but it clearly isn't perfect. However, it's rather fascinating how he didn't just make these two think that they were friends, he actually appeared in their past memories, as if they really went through all these adventures together. That's quite a terrifying form of brainwashing, since even when you find out that something feels off about your memories, trying to break through it is still incredibly hard. After all, you only had memories that clearly explained why you were his friend, making it very hard to find out the problem yourself. If Orihime and Sado had never met Ichigo, who suddenly acted aggressively toward Tsukishima, I doubt they would have ever had any doubts in regard to Tsukishima. Yuna quickly analyzed the situation, and after quickly contemplating Tsukishima's brainwashing capabilities and rating how dangerous it was and how it could possibly work, Yuna only shrugged her shoulders at Sado's question. Yeah, sorry, Sado, but from what I can see, I'm firmly on Ichigo's side on this one. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, Orihime and Sado lowered their stances, ready for combat, resulting in Sado's left arm being covered by a hollow mask-like white substance, while the hair ornament on Orihime's head started glowing. Then you are our enemy. Yuna's eyebrows rose as she looked at Orihime and Sado, who were both ready for combat, before shaking her head in disapproval. I admit that you two have gotten a little stronger, but really? Like, really? Do you really want to stand in my way? Hearing Yuna's question, Sado couldn't help but frown. The problem with Yuna was that he only knew that she was strong but not how strong. After all, he had never seen her fight before. However, Sado was not someone who pondered things too long, and since Yuna pretty much claimed to be the enemy of his good friend Tsukishima, Sado took action as spiritual power gathered on his left arm. He quickly shot toward Yuna and got in front of her within a split moment, his left arm already reeled back to deliver a powerful attack. Lamuet. Seeing Sado's fist flying at her, Yuna could only shake her head with a wry smile on her face. Sado's attack connected, causing a massive explosion that covered the whole room with dust. Although he wasn't certain how strong Yuna was, he was confident that that attack dealt some damage. After all, he could clearly feel that Yuna didn't even use any spiritual power to defend herself. Obviously. She was underestimating him. ARA tilde not bad. You clearly have gotten stronger. That attack actually made my hand tingle a little tilde. As the dust settled, Yuna's playful voice rang through the room, and as soon as Sado saw Yuna's current state, he paled. Impossible. Just how big is the gap between us? Yuna was still leisurely standing where she had stood before Sado's attack, the only difference being that she now had one of her hands firmly grasping Sado's fist. Now, no reason to look that shocked, okay? Honestly, with this level of strength, you could probably defeat one of the lower-ranked Espadas. Obviously, Sado wasn't happy about Yuna's praise at all, as it seemed like, in front of Yuna, that level of strength was meaningless. Anyway, before Sado could get out of his dumbfounded state, Yuna reared her fist back and punched toward Sado's stomach. The attack was about to land when a rectangular shield appeared between Yuna and Sado. Yuna briefly glanced at Orihime, who was the one who made the shield, before completely ignoring what was going on. Her fist collided with the shield, but the moment the two forces met, Orihime's shield was shattered instantly. Yuna's fist smashed into Sado's stomach, sending him hurling away, crashing him into a nearby fall while forcing him to spit out some blood. Sado. Naturally, Orihime was concerned about her friend being blasted away so easily, so she quickly followed after him to heal him, completely ignoring Tsukishima, who supposedly should be more important to her. I see, although the memories were changed, the instincts that are directly ingrained into the body didn't change at all, making Orihime instinctively prioritize her actual friend, Sado, instead of her fake one, Tsukishima. Seeing that, Yuna only shook her head as her gaze landed on Tsukishima, who was currently in the process of cutting Ginjo. Frankly, she could probably block that attack but decided against it. She couldn't care less about Ginjo, and she was rather interested in how exactly Tsukishima's ability worked. In conclusion, she just let the attack happen. You are quite strong, but I feel especially lucky today, so how about we have a little fight? While Yuna was spectating what was happening with Tsukishima and Ginjo, a young man with an almost completely shaved head approached Yuna, causing her eyebrows to rise. Another fodder. Unaware of Yuna's thoughts, the young man engaged, throwing a punch at Yuna. However, seeing the speed of the punch, Yuna could only shake her head. Not just fodder, but a fodder's fodder. She raised her hand to leisurely block the fist attack with the palm of her hand, but when the attack collided with her hand, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Oh? That was significantly stronger than I had expected. Unlike Yuna, who was slightly impressed by the power of the attack, the young man looked at her in bewilderment as he murmured to himself. No way, that was clearly a jackpot. Why isn't her hand broken? Yuna heard his murmuring, and after briefly thinking about what the young man might mean, she could only look at him with pity. I see, so you have some kind of critical strike ability, huh? Well, that might be nice, but unfortunately, the gap between my strength and yours is so massive that even if you land the ultimate lucky strike, you still couldn't defeat me. What? The young man was about to ask what exactly she was talking about, but before he could do so, a fist landed on his stomach, resulting in another hole in the wall, directly next to the one Sato had made. Meanwhile, seeing Ginjo getting cut down, Ichigo's eyes widened in terror as he believed that another one of his allies would join Tsukishima's side. Despite being aware of Tsukishima's ability, Ichigo approached Ginjo, causing Yuna's eyes to widen. "You idiot, stay back." However, Yuna's words came too late, as Ginjo pierced his sword through Ichigo the moment Ichigo was too close to dodge the attack, resulting in despair appearing on Ichigo's face. "You as well, Ginjo." Obviously, Ichigo was desperate that Ginjo had switched sides as well, but after realizing what Ichigo was assuming, Ginjo smirked at him. "Hee, nope. I have always been your enemy. This is the second time Tsukishima has cut me. The first time, he did so to make it easier for me to approach you. That being said, my current state is the real me." The moment he finished speaking, spiritual power gathered on his sword that was still pierced through Ichigo, and surprisingly, the full-bring suit Ichigo had managed to manifest was sucked into the sword. The moment it was fully absorbed, Ginjo's spiritual power skyrocketed, causing him to laugh out loud. Ha, thank you for the power-up, Ichigo. It was worth spending that time training you." Only now, it became rather clear why Ginjo was so eager to help Ichigo regain his powers. He wanted to steal them for himself. "Oi, Ginjo. Don't hog everything for yourself. Yeah, you still remember our promise, right?" While Ginjo was bathing in his newfound power, the rest of the full-brings started clamming, causing Ginjo to smile lightly. "Of course, how could I forget about my dear comrades?" Following those words, Ginjo vanished from his position and appeared in front of his fellow full-bring. Surprisingly, the moment he appeared, he slashed each of them once, causing their eyes to widen. "Sorry, but for this one, I'll need everything I can get." Initially, their little full-bring group was supposed to steal Ichigo's power and spread it evenly among them, but now, Ginjo had changed the plan. Yuna was simply too dangerous and he couldn't afford to give up on any of his power. So, instead of sharing Ichigo's power with his comrades, he took theirs as well. "Ginjo, you bastard, what is the meaning of this? What the hell are you doing? You piece of shit. Now, as soon as I defeat Yuna, you can have your powers back. Currently, I simply can't afford to spread my strength thin." Although all the full-bring reluctantly accepted that logic, neither of them was happy about it. What should be said as well is that Ginjo didn't bother stealing Tsukishima's powers. Stealing a full-bring's power wouldn't necessarily manifest in the one stealing it manifesting that exact power, meaning that if Ginjo were to steal Tsukishima's Book of the End, he might actually not get it and would only receive a power boost. That simply was a risk too great to take, as Tsukishima's current ability could end a fight with a single cut. Meanwhile, Ichigo was despairing, as he had yet again lost his power. However, that wasn't even the worst of it, as he had not only lost his powers again but also had all his friends and family treating him like an enemy for fighting Tsukishima. Frankly, the whole thing was rather tragic, and Yuna definitely wasn't happy seeing Ichigo despairing like that, but she could already feel a few familiar presences approaching, so she wasn't too bothered by Ichigo's plight. While Ichigo was on the verge of crying, a glowing sword pierced through his body, and after looking back and seeing his father standing behind him, he despaired even further. "You as well, Dad." "Idiot, I'm not the one holding the sword." His father's words initially confused him, but after paying closer attention, it did indeed seem like his father wasn't the one holding the sword. In fact, from his perspective, it looked like the sword was hovering in the air. "Don't worry, you should be able to see her soon." Yet again, his father spoke words he couldn't understand, but seconds later, a familiar misty figure appeared holding the blade stabbed into his body. Rukia. Although the figure was still blurry, it got clearer rather quickly, allowing Ichigo to see that it was Rukia holding the sword. Seeing Rukia piercing a sword into his chest gave Ichigo a rather familiar feeling, as this was exactly like how he got his Shinigami powers. Before he could ponder the situation any further, massive amounts of spiritual power flooded his body, as a feeling he hadn't felt in over a year flooded his body, the feeling of power. A loud boom echoed through the room as the spiritual power pressing down on the room was steadily increasing, and as soon as the dust settled, Ichigo was revealed, showing off his freshly acquired Shinigami form. Feeling the power flooding his body, a smirk appeared on his face as confidence returned to his eyes while he leisurely rested his huge sword on his shoulder. He felt great to be back. Hey, Ichigo, is the size of that SW? I swear if you make another joke about the size of my sword, we will be enemies for life. Geez, so sensitive Tilda, it's almost like you are compensa. I mean it. Fine, fine. Anyway, do you want the Power Snatcher or the Mind Raper? Personally, I would prefer the Mind Raper. You forget their names, didn't you? What? That's an outrageous accusation. Tell me their names. Anyway, I'll be taking on Mind Raper. After Yuna decided to leave Ginjo to Ichigo since she found Tsukishima's ability more interesting, she was now facing him, with her hands casually resting in her pockets. I'm actually curious. What exactly does your ability do? Pretty sure it is more profound than simple memory manipulation. Hearing Yuna's words, Tsukishima smirked a little before cutting the floor in front of him. Do you think my action just now had any purpose? Truth be told, he would rather not fight Yuna, but now that he had no other choice, he decided to just tough it through. After all, one cut was all it took for him to claim victory. MHH. You cut the ground, but your sword simply passed through it, leaving no cuts behind. Since the same happens when you cut a person, your ability must work on objects as well. Interesting. As soon as Yuna stopped speaking, some hidden mechanisms in the ground were activated, resulting in the ground underneath Yuna opening up and revealing a spike-filled pit. Although Yuna didn't expect that to happen, before she could even fall a full meter, ice tendrils shouted out of the soles of her shoes, shooting into the walls of the pit and anchoring her above it. Oh? That wasn't there before. Do you think so? From my perspective, that trap has been there since the day I installed it a few weeks ago. Hearing Tsukishima's words, Yuna briefly pondered his words before a hint of amazement passed through her eyes. Manipulation of reality. Damn, that's a rare one. From the way you said that, you made it so that you have been here before and set that trap beforehand. In other words, you literally inserted your presence into the past of this building. Tsukishima couldn't help but be surprised at how easily Yuna figured out his ability, but before he could say anything else, Yuna continued talking. I see, now everything makes sense. That was why Oroheim and Sado were so certain that you went with us to Seirei. In their mind, you literally did. No, not just in their mind. From your perspective, it actually happened, that is why you knew so much information about them. If the only thing that changed were the memories of the target, you wouldn't have known that you had set a trap here, after all. Good. Very good. I really like this one, ha ha ha. Tsukishima was taken aback by Yuna suddenly starting to laugh, but what happened next confused him even further as Yuna removed her hands from her pockets and spread her arms wide, welcoming Tsukishima. Come, cut me. Have you gone insane? Naturally, Tsukishima could only be surprised by Yuna's offer to allow him to cut her. After all, the moment he did, it would be his win. Hee, what are you hesitating for? Come at me and hit me with that ability of yours. Come, let's see if you can endure my twisted mind. Hearing Yuna's provocation, Tsukishima frowned deeply. After all, Yuna wasn't even 20 years old yet, and yet, she claimed that he couldn't stand her memories. What a jerk. Without any further hesitation, Tsukishima appeared in front of the widely smiling Yuna and slashed his Book of the End at her. However, the moment his sword touched her skin, he froze up. He stood completely still for a short moment before. Urgh. Blood flowed out of his nose while Tsukishima fell to his knees, while holding his head with both of his hands, apparently in great pain. No, make it stop. No, stop. That isn't supposed to go into that hole. It's too much. Too much. What are you planning to do with that massive thing? No. While Tsukishima was rolling around on the ground in pain, Yuna checked her memories and chuckled in amusement when he tried to remember when she had supposedly met Tsukishima before. She had some trouble remembering, but she could vaguely tell that he had occasionally had brief interactions with Yuna during the first 1,000 years of her first life. I see. If I had to make a guess, then I would say that the amount of time span with him he can insert into someone is limited. Let's say he can insert 3 years worth of memories. That would mean that he had to spread these 3 years worth of memories throughout a person's life, and during those interactions, he would need to gain the person's trust. Indeed, after all, in canon, Karen and Yuzu seem to show more trust toward Tsukishima than even toward their big brother Ichigo. Oraheim and Sado also had a lot of confidence in Tsukishima, but ultimately were thinking that something was wrong. Meanwhile, Byakuya was affected by Tsukishima's ability, and despite that, he put his trust in Ichigo, someone whom he had considered to be an enemy not too long ago. Suddenly, Yuna felt the past memories she had of Tsukishima fading away, and after giving him a brief glance, she swiftly concluded that his ability apparently ended after Tsukishima lost consciousness. Well, although that was rather interesting, in the end, it wasn't much of a fight. Won't he know about your past now? Meh, who knows? Frankly, even if he retained those memories, I've reached a level where I no longer care about others finding out that I had a past life. True. No longer interested in Tsukishima, Yuna's gaze landed on the remaining Fullbring, who all took a step back when Yuna's gaze landed on them, causing her to shake her head. Not interested. Getsuga Tensou. As Yuna mentally dismissed the remaining Fullbring, who currently didn't have their powers anyway, the fight between Ichigo and Ginjo heated up, resulting in overbearing clashes of spiritual power. From what Yuna could see, Ichigo had already activated his Bankai, and from the way Ginjo seemed different as well, she concluded that he had used Bankai as well. Mostly unbothered by the battle in the sky, Yuna approached Rukia, Isshin, and Shunsui, who came here together with Rukia. Shunsui, why did you come as well? Pretty sure you don't have much of a relationship with Ichigo. Hearing Yuna's question, Shunsui briefly glanced at her before directing his gaze back toward the sky while simultaneously taking a sip from a small cup he was holding. Ma, I'm just here to see Ichigo's reaction. As he was speaking, Shunsui reached into his sleeve and took out another small cup. He handed it over to Yuna and moments later filled it with the liquid he was carrying in a bottle gourd fastened to his cloth. I see, you want to see how he reacts to the true purpose of the substitute Shinigami badge. The moment Yuna stopped speaking, she gave the liquid inside her cup a small sniff before nodding in approval and taking a sip. Oi. You are underaged. Indeed. Yukatake is still worried that Ichigo will become an enemy of Soul Society, but I honestly can't see that. At worst, he will only cut ties with us. Although Isshin briefly interjected his own comment when he saw Yuna drinking something that was undoubtedly of an alcoholic nature, neither Yuna nor Shunsui paid him any attention. In that case, what if he does turn hostile? Are you here to eliminate him? Don't ignore me. Ignoring Isshin, Yuna took another sip as she asked a rather dangerous question, instantly causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. However, hearing Yuna's questions, Shunsui only chuckled in amusement before shaking his head in denial. No, I'm purely here to negotiate. If we tried to take out Ichigo, there is a rather high chance that you and your people would get involved, and Soul Society really doesn't need another war. Worst of all, not only would the Visored undoubtedly take your side, but even the remaining Arrancar would help you out. Frankly, if Ichigo were in a position where he could sway you to attack us, we might attempt a do-or-die approach, but he isn't in that kind of position. Chuckling in amusement at the messed-up situation of Soul Society having to step carefully due to a bunch of humans, Shunsui took another sip and continued talking. Well, at the end of the day, your brother, Naruto, already knew about the badge and didn't do anything about it, so overall, the situation looks rather manageable. Finishing his long speech, Shunsui tried to take another sip, but unfortunately, his cup was already empty. Frowning, he tried refilling his cup, but his bottle gourd was empty as well. Here, have come of mine. Without missing a beat, Yuna procured a bottle by herself and swiftly refilled Shuansui's cup. Are you carrying around alcohol? Geez, chill, Isshin. This one only has 50% alcohol content, so it might as well be juice. 50%? Yeah, and I didn't even use keto to make it stronger without increasing the alcohol content. Keto? Oh, tilde keto to make alcohol stronger. You definitely have to teach me those. Sure, tilde. While Yuna and Shunsui were chatting, completely ignoring the background noise, Isshin, Rukia could only watch what was happening in front of her, with confusion clearly visible in her eyes. Why are Yuna and Captain Kayaraku so close? What the hell happened between those two? Rukia could still vaguely remember that those two appeared together during the first confrontation with Aizen, but at that point, she was so exhausted she barely could take in her surroundings, missing what exactly had transpired between Yuna and Shunsui. So, while Yuna and Shunsui were drinking, Isshin was looking unhappy, and Rukia was pondering. The fight between Ichigo and Ginjo ended with a final attack from Ichigo, defeating Ginjo. Moments later, Ginjo's body crashed on the ground, quickly followed by Ichigo landing next to him, looking at him with a combination of sadness. Seeing Ichigo's facial expression, Yuna could only sigh while shaking her head. That boy sure has the habit of sympathizing with his enemies, huh? Shunsui, on the other hand, didn't bother waiting for Ichigo to approach him and decided to take the first step instead. He briefly glanced at Ginjo's body, and after seeing that there was no longer any life in him, he stepped next to Ichigo in silence. The silence persisted for a while longer before Ichigo opened his mouth and started speaking. Ginjo told me about the monitoring function of my badge. Shunsui didn't comment on that and only nodded his head, making it clear that it was all true. Seeing Shunsui nodding his head, a frown appeared on Ichigo's face. You know, when Yukitake gave me that badge, I instantly felt suspicious of it. Now that I think deeper about it, isn't that weird? Shunsui was surprised that Ichigo actually felt that something was of the moment he got it, but he didn't intervene in Ichigo's speech. I'm aware that Yukitake is much smarter than me, so my suspicion about it always struck me as unusual. I feel like if he wanted to, Yukitake could have sold me this badge in a way that didn't make me suspicious of it. Hearing Ichigo's explanation, Shuensui's eyes widened in surprise before a small smirk appeared on his face. As expected of Yukitake, huh? Seems like he had his own schemes in regards to Ichigo's badge. Guess I should have expected that. Shaking those thoughts away, Shuensui's eyes met Ichigo's, both wearing serious expressions. That being the case, what is your final decision, Ichigo? Ichigo briefly stayed quiet as he played with his substitute Shinigami badge before chuckling a little and putting it back in his pocket. At the end of the day, I still trust you guys. Although I'm not happy that you spied on me, at the end of the day, you helped me get back my Shinigami powers, which is something I greatly appreciate. Shunsui couldn't help but smile the moment Ichigo made his decision. After all, it was the best outcome in his opinion. Very well. In that case, welcome back in service, substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo could only shake his head at that official title that didn't hold any meaning, but before he could comment on that, Shunsui had already taken out another cup, filled it with alcohol, and presented it to Ichigo. All right, let's drink on th. You are not giving my son any alcohol. However, before the cup could reach Ichigo, Isshin intervened, simply blocking Ichigo from drinking alcohol. With Yuna, he could only complain while not having the authority to stop her. Obviously, with Ichigo, things are different. Seeing Isshin being stubborn about this matter, Shunsui could only sigh while shrugging his shoulders. Geez, so stiff. Oh well, more for me Tilda. A few months had passed since the defeat of Ginjo and his followers, and it was currently nighttime in Karakura town. Suddenly, a few dozen meters above the city, a Japanese-style gate opened in midair, allowing a young man and a young woman to pass through it. While the man was frantically looking around, clearly nervous, the woman wore a confident expression. She briefly glanced at the man, and seeing him shaking in his boots, she could only scoff in disdain. Are you afraid, Yuki? The young man, Yuki, heard his partner's question and nodded his head. Of course, I'm afraid. We'll have to fight real Hollow soon. How can I not be afraid, Shino? We are Shinigami, Yuki. Fighting Hollow is literally the reason for our existence. Ignoring the still shaking Yuki, Shino looked in a random direction before she started moving. Oh well, let's patrol. I'll be going this way. Wait a moment, we are splitting up. Obviously. Like that, we can cover twice as much ground. Yuki wanted to complain that their job would also be twice as dangerous, but before he could do so, Shino had already left him. And no worries, Yuki. You can do this. You have trained for this. Turning around, Yuki whispered words of encouragement to himself while moving in the opposite direction of Shino. Meanwhile, back with Shino, she couldn't help but curse internally, as she had already heard a hollow scream not too far away from her. Damn, how unlucky. I have just arrived here and I already have to put effort into it. Unlike Yuki, Shino was confident in defeating Hollow, but even if she was confident, that didn't mean she wanted to do it. Frankly, she hoped her first patrol would have been leisurely. As she was moving quickly toward the source of the noise, she rounded a corner, and what she saw not too far away from her caused her eyes to widen. Around 50 meters away from her, a young black-haired woman wearing a school uniform was leisurely walking while a massive six-legged Hollow was towering over her, ready to eat its victim. Damn, I won't make it in time. Despite Shino not believing that she could save the human that was about to be eaten, she still gave her best to reach the Hollow as fast as possible. Unfortunately, when she had only crossed half the distance, the Hollow attacked, undoubtedly killing the human in one strike. Or rather, that was what Shino expected to happen. "Sai, can't these small fry leave me alone?" The moment Shino heard the woman's words, the woman vanished and reappeared next to the Hollow's head with her arm already reeled back. Before Shino could understand what was going on, the fist smashed through the Hollow's mask and into its head, killing it instantly. She killed it with her bare hand. Obviously, Shino had received intel that there were some quite powerful humans within Karakura town. However, she had not expected to witness something like this. After all, there was not even a sliver of spiritual power in the attack that killed the Hollow. That was pure physical strength. What the hell? Is she a gorilla? A frown appeared on the woman's face after killing the Hollow. She looked around for a few moments and quickly spotted Shino standing a few dozen meters away from her. I felt like someone just had some bad thoughts, but whatever. Yo, the name's Tatsuki. You must be the new Shinigami responsible for this area. Although Shino was still a bit dazed due to what she had just witnessed, hearing Tatsuki introducing herself, she quickly snapped out of her daze. Shino of the 13th Division. I heard that there were quite a few strong humans here, but that was a really impressive strike. Tatsuki simply waved away Shino's praise while her eyes scanned her surroundings. Nice to meet you, but we have a few more things to do before we can start chatting leisurely. What do I? Roar. Suddenly, multiple hollow roars echoed over the duo from all directions, causing Shino to pale in fright. What the hell is with this amount? Out of nowhere, around a dozen hollows started crawling at the duo from pretty much every direction, causing Tatsuki to frown. Did that idiot Ashido activate a hollow bait again? Nah, there is no way he would do that a second time. Pretty sure Yuna would break his kneecaps if he did. How are you so calm? While Shino was seriously panicking, as even fighting two hollow at once was not something she thought she could do, Tatsuki was still rather relaxed. Seeing Tatsuki's leisurely mood, how could Shino not question what was going on? It's just a bunch of low-ranking hollow. No big deal tilde. How are these low-ranking? Hearing Shino yell, Tatsuki tilted her head in confusion and gave the hollow surrounding her another look. Moments later, she understood what Shino meant. I see, although all the hollow are of the lowest rank, they all have quite a high level within that lowest rank. From what I see, one or two of them might actually evolve into a Menos in a few months. Oh well, after fighting an Espada, normal hollow honestly don't look like a threat to me anymore. Even if they are close to becoming a Menos, or even if they already were a Menos, I honestly wouldn't feel threatened. Well, don't worry about the details and stand back. I'll deal with these small fries. The moment Tatsuki stopped speaking, she smashed her fists together, resulting in her whole body, except for her head, getting covered in lava. Before Shino could say anything else, Tatsuki had already vanished and reappeared in front of the closest hollow. The following minute, Shino watched Tatsuki in fascination as she mowed down hollow like a tiger being unleashed upon a flock of sheep. Occasionally, she even felt a little pity for some of the hollow when Tatsuki straight-up German suplexed one of them and defeated another one by locking its head under her arm while vigorously rubbing her fist on its head. Phew, that was refreshing tilde. Moments later, Tatsuki landed next to Shino after defeating all the hollow and wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. However, Shino didn't react to that at all and only looked at Tatsuki like she was an absolute weirdo. Initially, Tatsuki had no clue why Shino was looking at her like that, but after realizing what she had just done, or rather, how she had done it, a pink flush appeared on her cheeks. Damn, I've gotten carried away. Shit, I've clearly been spending too much time with Yuna and Naruto. To think I would actually start bullying those hollow. Shino, I can explain, No, it's fine. I guess everyone has their own preferences. Seeing Shino's eyes, which looked a little dead, Tatsuki decided not to comment on what had just happened any further. Whatever, it's just a random Shinigami. Why should I care what she thinks about me? Before the conversation could continue, Shino's eyes widened in shock as she had just realized something else. Shit, Yuki is out there as well. If he had encountered the same amount of hollow, he is dead for sure. As she came to that realization, his panicked gaze quickly landed on Tatsuki. Sorry, but could you help me look for my partner? We came here as a team of two, and there is no way he would survive such an onslaught of hollow. Seeing the fear in Shino's eyes as she made that request, Tatsuki simply nodded her head, not minding helping someone she had just met. Sure, I already have a good guess where your partner is, and from what I can feel, he should be fine. Although Tatsuki's words brought Shino some relief, she still urged her to get wherever Tatsuki assumed Yuki to be quick. So, Tatsuki quickly started moving, controlling her own speed so she wouldn't leave Shino behind. Obviously, if she were worried that Yuki would die, Tatsuki would speed ahead, but considering the different presence she felt at Yuki's location, there was no reason to worry. It took the duo around a minute to reach the relevant location, and when they got there, Tatsuki smiled wryly while Shino looked like someone had just hit her with a truck. After all, in front of her. Haha, this is my win, Yoruichi. There is no way my Tama would lose this one. No way, my Pochi is clearly stronger. He will win this fight, and I'll get all the money. A cat-looking and a dog-looking hollow were currently fighting each other, while a blonde young man and a busty brown-skinned woman stood by the side, happily waving wads of cash while cheering on one hollow each. In the background, there was a young woman with blue and red hair who was currently holding a hollow in a Boston crab hold while the hollow was frantically tapping the ground, hoping for the woman to let it go. Additionally, there was a young woman with blue, almost water-like, hair that was currently mumbling an incarnation, while one of her hands rested on a small gash on a young man's arm. Shino instantly realized that said young man was her partner, Yuki. Initially, Shino was relieved that Yuki seems to be mostly unharmed, but after seeing the foolish smile on his face while being healed by a big-breasted woman, a tick mark appears on her forehead. The moment the blue-haired woman was done healing him, Shino came flying, feet first, and smashed into Yuki. Yuki, what the hell is going on here? Yuki, who was sent flying away a few meters, quickly got up and regained his senses while looking at Shino with a pitiable facial expression. Why did you kick me? There was no reason to kick me. Realizing that she might have overreacted a little, Shino was about to apologize, but after Yuki repeatedly stole glances at the blue-haired woman, clearly hoping for her to heal him again, she decided that another kick was necessary. Anyway, after these matters were dealt with, and Tama, the cat-like hollow Naruto was betting on, won the fight and was allowed to leave, Shino finally managed to ask Yuki the question that had been bothering her the moment she came here. What the hell happened here, Yuki? Hearing that question, Yuki awkwardly scratched his head, clearly not really understanding the situation either. Well, I'm honestly not sure. I was surrounded by like 20 hollow and already saw my life flashing before my eyes, but suddenly, these people descended from the sky and started bullying these hollow. When around half of them were defeated, the remaining ones tried to run away, but they were quickly captured and forced to fight each other, with the winner being allowed to leave. That's surprisingly fucked up. Hearing Shino's answer, Yuki only nodded his head. However, hearing the duo's conversation, casual laughter echoed over the recently cleared battlefield. Well, they were hollow, after all. They come here to kill, so they honestly can't complain about getting killed. The name's Yuna, by the way. After Yuna finished her brief introduction, Shino and Yuki could only smile wryly. Although Yuna's words were wrong, was it really necessary to bully those hollows like that? Although both had the same thoughts, neither of them decided to comment on Yuna's explanation. However, there was still something else that Shino was rather curious about, so moments later, she asked another question. What about the one you were dealing with? That one clearly wasn't fighting another hollow, and you were just one-sidedly messing with it. Well, that couldn't be helped. That one tried to use the heat of battle with its fellow hollow to attempt to escape. Obviously, such rebellious behavior needs to be punished so the others don't get any weird ideas about running away. Although Shino and Yuki both shuddered at Yuna's ruthless words, in the end, they decided it would be safer not to comment on Yuna's methods any further. A bit more time passed, and Ichigo, Orihime, Sado, and Ishida were currently hanging out in Yuna's house after defeating the previous Hollow Wave. While Orihime was munching on some bread, which she had brought a ton of with her, Ichigo, Sado, and Ishida were simply leaning back, relaxing on a comfortable couch. Opposite said couch sat Yuna, Hinata, Naruto, and Tatsuki, with Hinata and Tatsuki resting their heads on their partner's shoulders. Seeing that display of affection by Tatsuki, Ichigo could feel his eyebrows twitch. He was already used to Yuna and Hinata flirting, but seeing Tatsuki doing the same, he couldn't help but feel weirded out. Obviously, he had no deeper feelings for Tatsuki, but seeing the usually tomboyish Tatsuki acting like a maiden in love just felt weird to him. Meanwhile, Orihime, who was currently munching on a whole loaf of bread, couldn't help but occasionally steal glances at Ichigo before jealously looking at Hinata and Tatsuki. Obviously, she imagined herself in a similar position, which Yuna, Hinata, Naruto, and Tatsuki easily realized. Of course, the other men in the room were dense as a brick in love matters, so neither of them noticed anything weird about Orihime. While a silent but relaxed atmosphere covered the room, someone suddenly barged into the room through the window. "Greetings, my name is EB." Splat. That was as far as the person got with their introduction before he crashed onto the floor, cake in his face, tied up, blindfolded, and gagged. While one couch was utterly dumbfounded by what they had just seen, on the other one, Tatsuki decided to ignore what had just happened, while the other three could only shake their heads. Attempting to enter Yuna's home without permission. Yeah, good luck with that. Well, look what the cat brought in. MHH, are you some kind of Aranka reject, EB? MHH, your spiritual power is somewhat similar to a Quincy, how interesting tilde. EB, or as he was really called Ebern, felt chills go down his spine when he heard Yuna's playful voice. He wanted to make a preemptive move to show of how useful he was to his leader, but what was the reality? Not even 3 seconds into his surprise attack, he was already captured and regarded as a toy. Coming here was a huge mistake. Unfortunately, that realization hit him a little late, resulting in his current predicament. Since he was still gagged, he was incapable of saying anything comprehensible, so, expecting an answer, Yuna swiftly removed the gag from Ebern's mouth, allowing him to speak. I am not an Arankar. I'm a proud Quincy. Hearing those words, everyone's eyes landed on Ishida, who was giving Ebern a weird look. Quinny. No matter how I look at it, that's the remnants of a hollow mask on your face. What kind of Quincy is this supposed to be? However, before anyone could comment on Ebern's words, a weird shadowy figure appeared out of his body, causing him to smirk while putting a few people in the room on guard. Hee, no need to panic. This shadow will only conceal those who have been chosen. Hearing Ebern's smug tone, Yuna could only shake her head, as moments later, the shadow vanished, leaving a still smug-looking Ebern behind. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Yuna couldn't help but snicker in amusement. She leisurely got up from the couch and squatted beside him for easier eye contact. You don't honestly believe that I would allow people to enter and exit my home willy-nilly, do you, EB? What did you do? Hearing a hint of despair in Ebern's voice, Yuna licked her lips excitedly. Well, I'm the one asking the questions here, but since I'm in a good mood, I'll humor you. The space around this house is locked in place. The only way to get in is by physically walking inside. Spontaneously leaving, whether it is by changing dimensions through the shadows or by using teleportation, is impossible tilde. What? Ebern couldn't believe what he had just heard. After all, he had never heard of such a setup. He was aware that within Serede, it was only possible to teleport to certain official places or by using items that were connected, which resulted in the Quincy abusing their use of the shadows to infiltrate Serede. How is this possible? How can a human household have better safety measures than Serede, a city that has existed for thousands of years? Seeing that Ebern was getting more and more nervous, Yuna grinned as she returned to her place on the couch. Well, I plan to interrogate this guy interested in watching. Initially, Ichigo wanted to agree, but seeing the sadistic smile on Yuna's face, he decided that watching might be a bad idea. No need to risk damaging his mental health. Seeing that Ichigo and his friends were unwilling, Yuna shrugged her shoulders, took a sip of tea, and glanced at Naruto. Basement, Nasen. Basement. Following that brief conversation, Naruto snapped his fingers, causing Iburn to vanish. Well, I'm in no hurry, so I'll question him after our little get-together is over. Is that fine? This might be important. Meh, unlikely. That guy was so weak, I doubt he has anything worthwhile to tell me. After Yuna answered his question, Ichigo simply nodded his head in understanding, no longer asking anything else about the bizarre encounter they had just experienced. Around an hour later, Ichigo and his friends left, leaving Tatsuki behind, who claimed she wanted to have a sleepover with a crimson flush on her face. Anyway, the group consisting of Yuna, Hinata, Naruto, and Tatsuki were currently walking down a set of stairs leading them deeply underground. Where did this place even come from? I can't imagine a normal house having such a deep basement. Yeah, we built most of it by ourselves. Remember the hidden training area underneath Kasuke's shop? We copied large parts of his design and construction technology. As expected, after reaching a new world, the easiest way to advance one's technology is stealing it from other people. Naturally, Tatsuki had never seen this place before, so she couldn't help but ask a question. After Yuna's explanation, and after remembering the secret space underneath Kasuke's house, she simply nodded her head in understanding. After around half a minute of walking down the stairs, they reached a huge underground space that had a few storage halls here and there and quite a few different environments that served as training grounds. Seeing the vast landscape before her, Tatsuki couldn't help but be dumbfounded, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement, which earned him a pinch at the waist from Tatsuki. The little group continued walking and reached what appeared to be a large storage hall that was clearly built sturdier than the other halls in this underground space. Yuna put her hand on the door handle, and after a few seconds, it started glowing green, allowing her to push it down and enter the building, silently followed by the rest of the group. Moments later, Yuna reached her destination, which was a holding cell, and opened the door to it, revealing Iburn. However, as soon as Yuna saw Iburn, her eyebrows raised, while looking at Naruto, who had a sheepish expression on his face. Currently, Iburn was not in the condition he previously was in. Right now, the only clothes he wore was a white piece of underwear, which was currently fastened to the ceiling, resulting in quite a heavy wedgie. Additionally, his whole body was covered in suspicious liquids, while his eyes seemed to be rather dead-looking. What's this about, Naruto? Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head before explaining the current situation with a sheepish smile on his face. Yesterday, I activated the prank array to tweak it a little and add a few features, but it seems like I forgot to deactivate it after I was done working on it. Although Iburn was barely conscious, he still somewhat heard that what he had just gone through was due to Naruto's carelessness, resulting in a single flowing down his lifeless eyes. Well, considering Iburn's current state of mind, the interrogation went rather smoothly, revealing that, apparently, the Quincy King, who had died a long time ago, has been revived in accordance with some ancient prophecy. Apparently, now that the Quincy King had been revived, he planned to wage war against those who previously defeated him, namely, the Soul Society. Unfortunately, just as Yuna had predicted, Iburn didn't have much detailed knowledge about the exact plans of the Quincy, disappointing Yuna a little. Frankly, one might think that Iburn was concealing some information, but considering he was begging and begging to no longer be exposed to what he had previously experienced, with snot flying everywhere, Yuna decided to trust that he didn't have any significant intel. Simultaneously, within Hueco Mundo, Haribel was sitting on the throne within last notches, making it clear that she was the new queen of the Hollow. However, instead of sitting normally, her legs were flung above the backrest of the throne while her torso was lying on the throne seat, and her head was placed upside down, almost touching the ground. Within her hands, she held a sleek, black device with multiple buttons she was currently furiously pressing while vibrant colors were flashing all over the device's screen. Damn, this place is so boring. Good think Yuna gave me one of these one of these handhelds for me to kill some time. Haribel continued pressing buttons as the screen continued flashing, and around a minute later, the letters, "Congratulations," appeared on the screen, causing Haribel to smile smugly. That was pretty fun. Okay, should I play the next one, or maybe I can pay Yuna another visit? Might as well take my 3 girls with me. Nah, I'll play through another one and then go. Haribel was just about to reach for the stack of carton boxes piled up next to her throne to select a new game when some entered the room. Haribel-sama, there is. Emilu Apache, one of Haribel's followers, entered the room. She clearly wanted to report something important, but after seeing Haribel slouched over her throne, hanging upside down while playing video games, she couldn't help but pause as her eyebrows started twitching like crazy. Yuna-sama, no matter how much I respect you, I'll never forgive what you did to Haribel-sama. How in the world did you manage to turn the stoic, calm, and collected Haribel-sama into this? Haribel-sama, there are a few individuals out there that indiscriminately capture Arrancar, forcing them to either join their cause or die. Hearing Apache's report, Haribel decided to put her games down for now and moved on her throne so she could sit on it properly. Although she didn't really care about Apache seeing her lazing around like a bum, since this appeared to be an official business, she had to put up a proper front, at least. Oh? Someone is messing with the remaining Arrancar. Tell me what you know about this situation, Apache. Honestly, Haribel cared very little about the remaining Arrancar. Hueco Mundo has always been a mess, and by now, she had accepted that it would probably stay that way as well. Considering the only Hollow who could genuinely think for themselves were those at the very top of the food chain, it simply couldn't be helped for Hueco Mundo to be like it was. However, despite not caring too much, since she was the new queen of Hueco Mundo, she would at least have to take action if someone were to threaten her people. We are not entirely sure what is going on yet, but apparently, we are being attacked by a Quincy army. Oh? Quincy? Hearing Apache's report, Haribel couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After all, Quincy was supposed to be pretty much extinct. She briefly remembered the single Quincy, who seemed to be near Yuna occasionally, but quickly dismissed him as irrelevant. Although his strength is pretty decent, attacking us has no purpose to him. Besides that, Yuna would undoubtedly intervene if he tried to attack us. Considering that, it probably is some kind of hidden Quincy army that has been gathering people in the shadows for a long time now. How interesting. Very well, I'll make a move. Additionally, get someone to contact Null as well. Considering they dared to attack us, they must have a few cards up their sleeves, so I would rather have all of our combat potential ready. Although Null still had trouble with her child form, after Yuna and Naruto tried out all kinds of methods, she could at least maintain her adult form for a full hour, making her a good asset. I understand, Haribel-sama. I'll make the preparations. Apache swiftly accepted Haribel's order and started moving while Haribel lazily stretched her back, causing a few muscle joints to pop. Phew, it's been a while since I had a decent fight. Let's see where this is going, Tilda. Haribel quickly followed Apache to the place where Quincy was supposedly attacking Hueco Mundo and found herself rather quickly at a gathering of Quincy and Hollow. Well, the battlefield would probably be the better word, as she could even spot her other two followers fighting a glasses-wearing man in white clothes wielding a sword. Haribel was rather certain that Quincy was supposed to use bows, but she didn't think about it too much, as Mila Rose was about to receive a dangerous wound. With a quick sonata, Haribel vanished from her position and appeared between Mila Rose and the unknown man, allowing her to block the incoming attack with her blade. Haribel-sama. Naturally, Mila Rose was happy seeing Haribel here and quickly prepared herself to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Haribel was eyeing the man in front of her with curiosity, wondering why the man in front of her had even bothered to come here to Hueco Mundo, a place where only Hollow and sand existed. Who are you and what are you doing here? Ah, dear Haribel Tilda, I was looking forward to meeting the Queen of Hueco Mundo. I'm Quill Jopi, the executive hunting captain of the 1st Jagdami. As for why I am here, I want to recruit you. Recruit? How could Haribel not be confused by those words? After all, Quincy and Hollow were straight-up mortal enemies. The existence of one of them is basically poison for the other. Why the hell would a Quincy want to recruit a Hollow? Well, there obviously is still the option that Opie was not a Quincy, but Haribel was pretty sure that only Yuna would be willing to align herself with Hollow casually. That's right. Surrender and become part of our army. There is no greater glory than serving under His Majesty. Join us and experience the supreme joy of serving Him. Hearing Opie's words, brimming with fanatic, Haribel could only shake her head in denial. Not interested. I'm firmly aligned with Yuna and nobody else. Oh? Yuna. Yuna Uzumaki, right. One of the people assigned the title of Special War Potential, acknowledged by even His Majesty for her unparalleled stealth. Naturally, she can join us as well. A mere human serving His Majesty is the greatest glory she could ever achieve. Unlike that Kurosaki fool, I heard she doesn't care much about Soul Society, so I'm confident she will join our side after realizing our power. There was a brief awkward silence after Opie finished his little speech as Haribo and her three girls looked at Opie like he was wearing clown makeup and was honking with his nose. Just so there are no misunderstandings, you regard Yuna as a threat due to her stealth, right? MHH. Isn't that natural? Despite invading Serede, she managed to stay undetected for most of the time, and no matter how many people were searching for her, no one could find her. So this is already a lost cause. Realizing that her opponent basically had zero intel on Yuna, Haribo could only sigh in defeat while oozing some pity. Of course, that Opie had no intel about Yuna wasn't exactly his fault, as when she fought, she always did so in not-so-easy-to-reach locations. The Quincy had been spying on the Shinigami through the shadows of Serede for a very long time now, but unfortunately, that wouldn't reveal much about Yuna's capabilities, as the only fight she headed outside of Kasuke's secured underground space was against Ranjaku and Kira, where she was only playing around. Next came her fights within Hueco Mundo, which Quincy couldn't spy on, and finally, her fight against Aizen, which took place in a sealed Karakura town. In conclusion, the Quincy didn't even know that Yuna was capable of using ice. Fully understanding the position the Quincy were in, Haribo could only sadly shake her head while shooing Opie away. Anyway, leave now. There is no point in you being here. What? So you reject my offer? Yes, I do. My loyalty for Yuna aside, why would I join a faction that is about to be crushed? Crushed? How do you insult His Majesty's army like this? Very well, I wasn't happy about having Filthy Hollow as our troops anyway, so it is time to die now. The moment he stopped speaking, he swung his sword, resulting in multiple arrows made out of spiritual power flying at Haribo, who only shook her head and flicked her wrist to turn her Zanpakuto into its Shikai state. She swung her weapon, resulting in multiple beams of water shooting out of her blade, colliding with the arrows Opie previously shot, cancelling them out. I'll deal with this one, you guys get rid of the fodder. Yes, Haribo-sama. Hearing Haribo's order, her three fraction moved instantly to defeat the remaining Quincy, allowing Haribo to fight Opie in a one-on-one fight. Meanwhile, seeing Haribo's release, Opie couldn't help but frown due to how unusual it was, not realizing that Haribo used Shikai and not her resurrection. Again and again, Opie swung his blade, producing dozens of arrows, but Haribo only swung her blade with disinterest, easily blocking all of Opie's attack almost casually. This exchange continued for about a minute before Opie stopped attacking. Despite easily being blocked by Haribo, there was still a slight smile on his face, causing Haribo to frown. Well, I guess this much is expected of the Queen of the Hollow. Very well, seems like I need to get serious. Quincy, let's still. Suddenly, spiritual power was sucked into Opie like crazy, instantly putting Haribo on guard while she carefully spectated her surrounding, making sure that none of her girls was close enough to be hit by stray fire. Moments later, Opie transformed as a pair of wings made out of light grew on his back, and some kind of halo appeared above his head. The real name of this form is a Quincy Volstandig. Although Haribo was on guard now, she still didn't feel much pressure from her opponent. Whether that was due to being used to sparring with Yuna or because her opponent wasn't all that great, she wasn't certain, but she would rather not take a risk, so she decided to get a little serious. Bankai. Unlike Opie, who sucked in massive amounts of spiritual power while transforming, the opposite happened during the activation of a Bankai, resulting in massive amounts of spiritual power erupting from within the user. During her conflict with Aizen, Haribo had only known her Zanpakuto's name for a few weeks, so obviously, she was still incapable of Bankai, but now, more than 1 year later, she had a decent level of mastery over it. Moments later, the dust from her explosion of spiritual power vanished, revealing Haribo wearing a full-body ocean blue scaled armor with a helmet resembling a shark's head. Additionally, there were royal purple ornaments all around the helmet that made it look like Haribo was wearing a crown, while 9 sharks entirely made out of water were swimming around her in midair. Shiko no Same Naite. Seeing what Haribo had just done, Opie's eyes widened in surprise. After all, he had never heard about a hollow using Bankai. Despite his initial shock, a vicious grin appeared on his face as he took out a token. Ha ha ha, I have no idea why you are capable of using Bankai, but this makes the situation even better. My initial target was Kurosaki Ichigo, but this is fine as well. Stealing the Bankai of the Soul Hollow who can use it should be quite the achievement, right? Light erupted out of the token Opie was holding and shot toward Haribol. However, Haribol didn't move at all, as she felt no danger from said light. It was hard to put her finger on it, but somehow she could tell that touching that light would be a good thing for her. It might be risky, but she trusted her instincts. Moments later, she was fully engulfed by the light, and she felt nothing. What is this supposed to do? While Haribol only grew more and more confused, Opie's face twisted further and further into disbelief. Before he could even fully grasp the situation, the light vanished, and he staggered backward, coughing out some blood in the process. Impossible. Why can't I steal your Bankai? Steal my Bankai? That sounds rather dangerous, but I didn't feel anything. Did you get scanned? SS scanned? Haribol's words only confused Opie even further. After all, there was no way that was true, right? Scanned. Is that really the truth? There is no way His Majesty would do something like that. Why would he trick me into believing that I can steal a Bankai if I can't? That serves no purpose. Of course, what neither Haribol nor Opie knew was just how fundamentally hostile Hollow and Quincy were to each other. The device to steal a Bankai was developed to be used on a Shinigami in the first place, but if that were not the case, and even if there were a specialized device to steal a Hollow's Bankai, it still wouldn't work. For a Quinny, attempting to seize anything from a Hollow and fusing with it was equivalent to attempting to get the ability to poison things with a bite by allowing a poisonous snake to inject its poison into your body. Ultimately, Opie's attempt to steal Haribol's Bankai was doomed to fail. Seeing Opie's distressed state due to receiving backlash from failing to steal her Bankai, Haribol only shook her head in disappointment and appeared in front of him with a quick Isonido. Opie's eyes widened due to Haribol suddenly appearing in front of him, but despite his surprise, he still managed to raise his blade in time, blocking Haribol's sword strike. Unfortunately for him, at the same time, the 9 water sharks cycling around Haribol due to her Bankai moved as well, so before Opie could react, 9 sets of shark teeth sunk into his body. Shit. Sklar. He tried to use another ability, but before he could do so, the 9 sharks had already torn him apart, pretty much killing him instantly, causing Haribol to shake her head in disappointment yet again. That seriously was too easy. A little setback and this guy instantly lost his focus. Honestly, how boring. Oh well, at least I got a chance to test out my Bankai against an actual enemy for the first time. So far, I'm rather satisfied, Tilda. As these thoughts passed her mind, Haribol scanned her surroundings and immediately noticed her fraction cleaning up the remaining Quincy rather easily. So only one of them had a decent level of strength, huh? Did they really think they could conquer Hueco Mundu with such a small force? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Haribol was about to return to her palace and leave the cleanup to the other Arrancar when something vibrated between her breasts. Feeling the vibrations, Haribol's hand quickly dove in between her breasts and pulled out a small rectangular device. Looking at the device's screen, the name Naruto Uzumaki was displayed, accompanied by a red and a green button. Seeing that, Haribol clumsily put her finger on the green button before pulling it to the right and putting the device on her ear. Haribol here. Oh. It's been a while. Anyway, it seems like some Quincy weirdos have appeared and attacked Seirei. Hearing that, Haribol hummed in acknowledgement before briefly describing her situation as well. Oh, they went for you as well, Haribol. Well, it seems like they weren't paying much attention to Hueco Mundo since the troops invading Seirei appeared to be a genuine threat to the city. Interested in helping? Haribol was just about to decline Naruto's offer when he resumed speaking, causing her to freeze in a weird mix of terror and excitement. It seems that someone stole Ranjiku's Bankai and even wounded her quite heavily. A shiver of terror ran through Haribol's spine when she realized the consequences of doing something like that to Ranjiku. Gulp, where is Yuna? It's currently snowing in my living room. Oh. A few minutes earlier, in the world of the living, Yuna and Naruto were relaxing, and while Yuna was disinterestedly watching TV, Naruto was fiddling with his substitute Shinigami badge. The duo had just finished interrogating the 2 captured Quincy, and although neither of them had much information, only knowing that the Quincy were back and ready to attack. That being the case, Naruto decided to inform Tsurade about the potential attack through his badge, which he had added a few features to a while ago. One of them being the ability to transmit and receive messages to and from Tsurade. Unfortunately, there was still quite a delay in transmission due to space shenanigans within the dimension between the world of the living and Soul Society. However, just when Naruto was about to send the message, Yuna and Naruto felt someone trying to open a dimensional gate within their living room, causing them to frown. Yuna briefly pondered about redirecting the gate into the sun but decided against it since she could feel a Shinigami on the other side of it. Moments later, the gate opened, revealing a Shinigami with a huge afro on his head. Yuna's initial thought was to make a joke about it, but after seeing some blood on the Shinigami's clothes, she decided to save the joke for later. Tsurade was attacked. Lieutenant Matsumoto got heavily wounded and somehow got her Bankai stolen. Obviously, whoever designed that report knew what they were doing, as the only thing Yuna cared about within Tsurade were her women. After all, if she had only heard that someone had attacked Tsurade, she might not have even come over. However, following the Shinigami's report, space seemed to tremble as snow slowly started falling all over the city. Simultaneously, Naruto took a few discreet steps away from Yuna while the Shinigami shivered in fear due to the sudden pressure radiating through the room. Ah, yes, the calm before the storm. Yuna. Yuna said, Gartilda. Said. Not at all. Buckle in, chaos. Time to witness your first genocide. Suddenly, Yuna's spiritual pressure erupted, resulting in the messenger fainting instantly, while the only reason Karakura town wasn't affected was that Naruto had preemptively activated quite a few Kido runes placed all around the house. They dare touch what is mine. Yep, here we go again, Tilda. Yuna raised her hand and slashed it down, ripping open a hole, through which she left immediately, leaving Naruto and a fainted Shinigami behind. Well, guess I'll hold down the fort here in the world of the living since we don't really know what exactly the Quinny want. If this is an Aizen 2.0, then Karakura town can't be left unprotected. Meanwhile, Yuna was blasting through the world in between worlds at an absurd pace. Usually, if someone were to use spiritual power in here, they would get attacked by the walls. However, that wasn't possible in this case since every place Yuna passed would freeze instantly. It took her not even a minute to pass through, resulting in Yuna reaching Tsurade. Although Yuna was furious, that didn't mean she had entirely discarded her rationality, so the first thing she did wasn't start slaughtering. Her priorities were clear: number 1, Ranjaku. Number 2, murder. That being said, Yuna spread her senses all over Tsurade, allowing her to get a good grasp of what was going on. Frankly, the Shinigami were more or less getting their asses kicked due to the Quincy mounting a surprise attack. However, Yuna couldn't care less about that for now and instead locked onto Rankigu's location, where she could feel another familiar presence. She continued moving at high speed, and seconds later, she arrived at the headquarters of the 4th Division. She easily passed through the guard, who couldn't even notice her presence due to the speed she was moving, and quickly arrived in a room filled with 2 people, one of them being the wounded Rankings. There were multiple holes in Ranjaku's body, each of them cauterized as if she had been shot by multiple flame bullets, which, considering the opponent, probably had been flame arrows. How is her condition? Hearing someone suddenly asking a question, Retsu, who was the one currently healing Rankigu, didn't even flinch and answered Yuna without a fluctuation in her voice. I'll have her stable soon. Hearing Retsu answer, Yuna sighed in relief as she started channeling her spiritual power as well. Although she wasn't as good as Retsu when it came to healing someone with Kido, she could at least assist her to hasten the process. Frankly, having 2 healers attending to 1 person in the current situation was rather wasteful, but at the end of the day, Yuna was not really affiliated with Tsurade, and Retsu certainly wouldn't stop in the middle of the healing process. Around 5 minutes later, Ranjaku was mostly patched up, her life no longer in danger. Seeing that, Yuna nodded in approval with a smile on her face. Thanks for helping her. No need to thank me, Yuna. It's my duty as a healer and as a member of her family for me to help her. Frankly, Retsu felt rather weird saying that Rankigu was part of her family, but over the course of the last months, she had grown rather close to a few members of Yuna's harem. While initially, she joined with the thought of might as well have some fun, she had now reached a point where she genuinely cared for some of Yuna's girls. And Renkigu, with a kind and open personality which was basically impossible to dislike, had without a doubt become the one Retsu doted on the most. So, now that Retsu is all healed up, shall we make a move, Retsu? Retsu wanted to agree instantly, but she quickly remembered that she had her own duties to attend to. However, before she could mention that, another voice entered the conversation. Just go, I'll take over. I might not be as skilled as you, but I'll manage. Hearing the familiar voice suddenly appearing, Retsu, yet again, didn't even flinch, as it was pretty common that when Yuna appeared somewhere, Hinata would do so as well. Obviously, the voice belonged to Hinata. Would you do that for me, Hinata? Thank you. However, Hinata only waved Retsu's thanks away. After all, between those two, Hinata preferred helping people, while Retsu preferred killing them. In the end, let's not forget that the only reason Retsu learned to heal was that she wanted to fight longer. The image of the kind healer she occasionally displayed was 100% fake. Hee, it has been a while since I let loose. I'll make them pay for hurting our cute Renkidu Tilda. As these words left Retsu's mouth, a twisted smile filled with battle lust appeared on her face. Hee, that's right. It's been a while, hasn't it? A good old-fashioned genocide, Tilda. Yuna's facial expression also twisted, mimicking Retsu, as her spiritual power exploded, causing parts of Seirede to tremble, which was only intensified by Retsu doing the same. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirede, Kenpachi sliced through the neck of another Quincy with a disinterested expression on his face. However, a moment later, he felt the outrageous amounts of spiritual pressure radiating out from Yuna and Retsu, causing him to smile. Seems like these two are ready to rampage. Is there really someone in this group of weaklings worthy of using that much power? I'm Stern Ritter Y, the yourself, Lloyd. Face me, Kenpachi. Noticing another Quincy appearing, this time someone with a proper title, Kenpachi couldn't help but get a little excited, even though he didn't feel much power from his opponent. This one seems decent. Let's see what he can do. Splatter. Suddenly, Lloyd tried to do something and exploded into a gory mess, causing question marks to pop up above Kenpachi's head. Was that supposed to do something? He couldn't help but ask that question. After all, an opponent appeared in front of him and instantly exploded, seemingly without doing anything. Of course, what Kenpachi didn't know was that he was actually the reason for his opponent's death. Or rather, it was Kenpachi's power. Stern Ritter Y, the yourself, Lloyd could turn into his opponent, which was rather dangerous. Unfortunately, Kenpachi's current power was not something an average body could contain. So, the moment Lloyd attempted to turn into Kenpachi, mimicking his power, he was simply ripped apart due to not being able to contain his power. If he had tried his power on someone like Retsu, who was calmer and more collected, it might have still worked, but Kenpachi's power was simply too rampant to be controlled by someone else. Hell, in canon, Kenpachi managed to reach such a high degree of power that it ripped his own body apart. Obviously, some random Quinny had no chance of controlling something like that. Busby was in a rather good mood, as he had not only stolen someone's Bankai already, but he had heavily wounded the previous owner of said Bankai as well. He felt like it was a pity that he didn't get the chance to properly finish off his opponent due to another captain stepping forward to confront him, but considering said captain seemed to be emotionally invested in the first one he defeated, he couldn't help but grin. Busby willed Samash to block the path of the ice dragon, and as soon as the dragon was fully covered in ashes, he slashed his sword, causing the dragon to be cut in half. To tell the truth, the Bankai he stole wasn't really compatible with him, but he had to admit that it was rather useful, nonetheless. Meanwhile, seeing his attack getting sliced in half by Ranjiku's Bankai yet again, Toshiro Hitsugaya couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. No matter how often he thought of Ranjiku as annoying while she still worked under him, he still wanted to protect her. But now, someone had not only stolen her Bankai but even managed to injure her seriously. As he was about to launch another attack, he suddenly heard the words of his Zanpakuto in his mind, which he found rather weird. After all, Hiranmaru rarely spoke to him. It's here. That monster has arrived. Monster? What are you talking about? Before Toshiro could ask any more questions, outrageously powerful spiritual pressure washed over him, almost causing his knees to buckle. Obviously, feeling the pressure in the air, Busby also put up his guard. However, not even a second later, his left arm was spinning through the air, the place where it was cut from his shoulder frozen solid. Who Tilda, so you are the insect that dared to hurt my woman? Initially, Busby had no idea what even happened, but moments later, pain reached his body due to one of his arms getting cut, causing him to cry out in pain. That seems to be the case. To think a vermin like this would dare attack one of us. However, things weren't over yet, as his other arm was sent flying as well, resulting in another pain-filled scream. Busby frantically looked around and quickly noticed Yuna and Retsu standing in midair, not too far away from him, causing him to growl in anger despite his current situation. Well then, little insect, how about you tell me how I can get Ranjiku her Bankai back? Before Busby could answer, Yuna had already vanished from her position and was now holding him up by the neck with a single arm. Oh, and I really don't like being like to Tilda. Although Busby was in pain, and Yuna's current expression was rather similar to a demon, he still managed to squeeze out a disdain-filled sneer. Fuck you. Do you really think I would tell you? I'm not afraid of death. However, hearing Busby's courage-filled words, Yuna snorted in disdain as her grip on his neck tightened. Afraid of death? Of course, you aren't afraid of that. After all, it's the final destination of everything alive. No, what you really should be afraid of is... Yuna's face twisted even further as madness seemed to be dripping from her very being. Matilda. A shiver went through Busby's spine as Yuna raised him even higher before slamming him into the ground, causing him to cough up some blood. Before he could gather himself, a foot smashed onto his chest, pinning him to the ground and resulting in him coughing up even more blood. Well, then, it's been a while since I interrogated someone, so please help me out here and keep him alive in case I go too far, Retsu. As soon as those words left Yuna's mouth, Retsu appeared next to her, ready to use all kinds of healing Kido to make sure it was basically impossible for Busby to die before she wanted him to die. Fuck you. I won't tell you anything. I don't give a shit about a little pain. I swear on the pride of the Quincy. 5 minutes later. No. Please. I swear I told you the truth. Seeing Busby writhing on the ground, as thousands of minuscule characters covered his body while Retsu occasionally used some healing Kido on him, Yuna held her chin in contemplation. Well, I can't be certain that you are truly telling the truth yet, so how about we go through another Yuna special and then see how it goes? No. Please, not another one. Yuna, who, due to her uncanny ability to read people like an open book, knew Busby was telling the truth, chuckled in amusement as she savored the utter despair displayed on his face. Ha Tilda, the despair of a once arrogant enemy Tilda, thanks for the meal Tilda. What are those runes even doing? Are you sure you want to know that? On second thought, I really don't want to know. Yeah, I thought so. Finishing her little conversation with Kurama, Yuna casually swiped her hand at Busby, slicing his head off and killing him for good. Following that, she pilfered through his pockets and found a small token that was apparently responsible for stealing Ranjiku's Bankai, and after taking a closer look, she could only shake her head. Quite the intriguing use of Kido runes, but nothing I could not have cracked by myself. So, there was basically no purpose in torturing that guy. Hee books Tilda. Sigh. Well, to be fair, he hurt Ranjiku, so he had it coming. I guess. Following that brief conversation, Yuna tossed the little device toward Retsu, who caught it easily. Obviously, she had heard how to operate this thing as well. Can you return Ranjiku's Bankai for me? I plan to eliminate a few more Quincy while I'm here. Giving the little device another look, Retsu simply nodded her head while preparing herself to go through a somewhat complex chant. Well, the reason for the chant being complex was that it was in German and not in Japanese. Sure, no problem. While I'm at it, I might as well distribute the method to release a Bankai throughout Seirei. Well, I'll at least give it to the captains, I believe, to be capable of properly using it. Unfortunately, not every captain in Seirei was as proficient in Kido and spiritual power control as Retsu, so there was a limit to who could use the unsealing method Yuna, and she had just learned it. Nodding her head in approval, Yuna quickly vanished into the horizon, leaving an utterly dumbfounded Toshiro behind. What just happened? I'm having a hard fight against that dude, and these two just bust in here and slaughter him like cattle. Exactly how big is the gap between us? Although Retsu noticed the uncertainties in Toshira's gaze, she ignored it for now, as there were other important matters to deal with. Meanwhile, in another part of Seirede, Kenpachi's initial excited expression had morphed into a face filled with nothing but boredom. The first Quincy he found was a rather huge man with bulging muscles, initially making Kenpachi believe that I might have found a good opponent. Unfortunately, before Kenpachi could even introduce himself, his opponent started roaring like a maniac. Initially, Kenpachi was looking forward to some kind of secret technique, but after nothing happened, even after 30 seconds of roaring, Kenpachi grew bored and cut off his opponent's neck. Usually, those roars were supposed to disorientate the opponent, but Kenpachi's spiritual power was too dense for that to work, resulting in a disappointing battle. Following that, Kenpachi found a rather small Quincy, but instead of getting ready for battle, the Quincy continued asking Kenpachi pointless questions. Already bored with his new encounter, Kenpachi simply ripped his way through. This is yet another case of Kenpachi's spiritual power being too strong. Next, he encountered a smug-looking Quincy of medium height wearing a smug expression. The moment he met Kenpachi, he started talking as well, causing Kenpachi to frown. "Ah, Zaraki Kenpachi. You are undoubtedly a powerful opponent, so let's see how you fare against yourself." And then the Quincy exploded into blood mist, causing Kenpachi to tilt his head in confusion. What was that about to do? Yet again, Kenpachi met an opponent who could not fathom his strength as he was facing Lloyd, the why of yourself, who had the ability to turn into his opponent. Unfortunately, there was no way a slightly above-average Quincy body could contain Kenpachi's power, causing him to explode. The final disappointing opponent Kenpachi faced was Lloyd, a Quincy who induced fear. Kenpachi, being Kenpachi, allowed Lloyd's attack to strike him without resistance, and although they didn't damage Kenpachi was still overcome by fear. Unfortunately for Lloyd, the thing Kenpachi feared the most was not being strong enough to give his opponent a proper fight. This fear manifested against Yuna for the first time in his life, and since then, he had put a lot of work into never experiencing that again. While he hated not being able to savor a fight, his not being capable of allowing his opponent to savor it was something he loathed even more. As a consequence of Lloyd overinflating that fear, Kenpachi released all his seals within an instant, resulting in Kenpachi's spiritual pressure crushing Lloyd to the ground like a bug, killing him instantly. After going through a series of rather disappointing fights, Kenpachi's hopes for a decent fight had almost vanished, but a moment later, a grin spread on his face as he finally found someone whom he deemed truly interesting. You are the leader of those losers, right? Come. Let's fight. While randomly stumbling from battle to battle, Kenpachi had inevitably stumbled into the leader of the Quincy, instantly improving his mood. This should be fun, right Tilda?